What's up, folks?
The International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians-
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy and gloomy New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. You already know what it is. We're here. We're live. We're alive. I'm back home. It's coming home. It's coming home. Football's coming home. And why are you in my grandma's room? It's because me and your grandmother are having sex. That's right. I didn't want you to find out this way, but you got to find out somehow. And I'm glad you found out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live. We're alive, coming to you from Manhattan. Manhattan, the heart, the tip of the spear, the heart of socialism in the United States of America as it stands currently. There's obviously an election coming up tomorrow all around the country, but especially here in New York City. And I have a lot of, investments here, political investments, time commitments, and I want to make sure we see them through and hopefully make some necessary changes in American politics for the better. We shall see if that happens. Obviously, everything usually sucks, so we'll see if that happens or not. But having said that, I'm here. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, coming to you live from stolen Lenape land, ladies and gentlemen. Stolen Lenape land here in New York City, New York. It's June 22nd. It's Monday, June 22nd, 2026. I cannot believe it, but the month of June is almost done. The year is already halfway through, folks. Time passes so fast. Folks, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot of news to talk about. But before I get to the news to talk about, obviously, first and foremost is personal news time. And there's not really anything going on in my life. Obviously, I'm a chud-ass loser, as you already know. Famously a chud-ass loser. I ended the broadcast yesterday, and then I got on a flight, and I flew out here. And on the flight out here, I actually experienced something that I'd never experienced before. I almost saw a bunch of cops escort someone out. But before the cops came, he left on his own volition, but he was very mad. That was strange. Also on the flight over here, we got on the flight, putting our bags in, and there was this guy behind me. He was an Orthodox rabbi with with a cool hat bag and everything. And he went, "Wow, Hassan, I love your content." And at first I was like, I almost got a little bit of whiplash. I was like, damn, okay, respect. Turns out he was a fan. So yeah, I got Orthodox rabbi fans out here. No, he wasn't Neterai Karda. But yeah, we got W Motion. We got W Motion, fam. In any case, got on the flight, took a NyQuil, passed out. 4-hour flight. Flight came in early. Came to the hotel, immediately passed out again. Did a bunch of phone calls with the media. As you guys already know, business deals, media interviews galore. That's just the chud-ass loser lifestyle. Suit looking snazzy today. Thank you, chatter. This is one of my favorites. This is the Chinese one. And we're here to celebrate New York City Mamdani motion. It's not. This is not about Zohran Mamdani, okay? I need people to stop. Hitting those lines. Anyway, but we'll get to that in a second. 20K per write-up, of course, as always. Yes, that you already know. But yeah, chud-ass loser o'clock, chud-ass loser time. Took a shower. I'm here. What is this? The current. He does not miss. Hassan Piker praises Prime Minister Shehbaz's suits. That's so funny. This is such a funny article, dude. What the fuck? Anytime I mention Pakistan, there are like numerous articles that are written about it, even if I'm like not mentioning Pakistan in a favorable way. That's so funny. He does not miss. Hassan Piker praises Prime Minister Shehbaz's suits. American Twitch streamer and political commentator Hassan Piker paused midstream while discussing Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's meeting with the United States Vice President J.D. Vance and Chief of Defense Forces Field Marshal Asim Munir on the sidelines of the Lake Lucerne summit, not to analyze diplomacy, but to comment on the Pakistani premier's impeccably tailored suits. Piker was discussing Sharif's meeting with the U.S. VP J.D. Vance, said that he felt compelled to stop and acknowledge the Prime Minister's tailoring. As a suit guy, I have to recognize that his suits are out of control, he said. That man does not miss, bro. He does not miss. He knew that Sharif does not get enough credit for his style despite consistently putting together strong looks. Not even a big fan of the guy politically, but honestly, great fits, Piker said. He also took a dig at himself in the process, saying that a person is not truly a suit guy until they're wearing matching pants, that Sharif genuinely throws fits nonstop. Piker also brought up menswear commentator Derek Guy, saying he believed Guy would agree with his assessment. He noted that when men appear on the global stage, it is often leaders from non-Western countries who show up in the sharpest Western style tailoring, and that Sharif is a prime example of that. This is not the first time Sharif's tailoring has drawn attention internationally. In April, Derek Guy, editor of fashion magazine Put This On, flagged the Prime Minister on X for exactly that. He posted photos of Sharif alongside Japanese Emperor Naruhito. Hello? Oh, yeah, 1 second, I'm coming. Hold on, I gotta open the door. I'm back. Pause midstream. GG reporting in 2026. Yeah, well, there was someone at the door. You know what I mean? Yeah. Clone exchange. I'm cloned. I'm a new guy. Yeah. Guy had pointed to Sharif's appearance at the Untitled Diplomacy Forum, where he wore a beige double-breasted coat with matching trousers, a light gray shirt, and dark brown Oxfords. Anyway, so chair comfy this time? Yes, comfy chair. If you can mention Pakistan and Patrick Bet David in the same sentence, you'll get an Emma numbers guy into print. Yeah, I'm a numbers guy, but I'm also a suit guy. I'm Patrick Bet David. You already know an important part of looking fashionable is to wear a suit that is well-fitting and tailored. This is why I went to Tuscany to go and get Future Looks Bright collection with Tuscany leather. That's why we're revealing our Tuscany leather suiting collection. And you can wear this while you're playing tennis, and you can wear this in the boardroom. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. We crunch the numbers. I know you like the number. If you want to look like the Prime Minister of Pakistan, then you need to buy these suits. They're very now let me tell you. Designed in America, made in Tuscany. Now. Designed in America in Florida, made in Italy. Your head is looking normal size today and proportional. Thank you. It's the suiting. That's the other reason why I wear suits. If I sub, can I fast forward past your accents and impressions? They are so cringe and sad, my guy, says Starving Marxist. No, you can only rewind. And you can rewind to a part of the broadcast where I wasn't doing impressions if you would like. But then again, there's another alternative out there. You can just simply subscribe, be able to rewind, and never rewind because the accents are good and funny and you appreciate having a little bit of fun. You need to get holiday ties. Why? I love this. This is a much more conservative look today. But clearly that guy is not a numbers guy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for personal news, honestly. I mean, I did a bunch of interviews and stuff. I slept a little bit in the morning. I'm here. I'm live. I took a shower, and we're ready to go. And later in the day, we might be doing some IRL as well with potentially Daria Liza or potentially Claire Valdez. I haven't figured it out yet. If we can, make it work. Kravatın ütülendi. Biz de Paraguay'la ütülendik. Aynen öyle amına koyayım. Aynen. Like your fifth time in New York on Pride Month and still haven't done gaydar with Ananya. Ananya? I voted for Claire. Good. So you're moving to New York City permanently now? Probably not. DSA's red alarm. Yeah, Chris Sommerfeld. Look at this, bro. They got 4 different journalists on this byline. They are going so aggro. We're going to be talking about this. They're panicking. The establishment is panicking about, What? Anyway, we'll do that. New York City, KIER Stalin down. Iran negotiations. HORMUZ closed. NATGUARD arrests around DC Green Pool. Left populism rising. Scares the establishment. Primary day tomorrow. Get in now. Do we have a blast off? DSA is also panicking law. I mean, the thing is, this is never supposed to be an easy task. I don't know why people make it seem like this was an easy task. There's also a weather warning in effect for tonight, so IRL probably not the best idea. Yeah, I might just put my body on the line. You know what I mean? Blast off pictures is tradition at this point. Yeah, of course. KIER Stalin in all his glory. What is this?
Which actress did...
Finding out if Zohar Mamdani's gay, straight, or a homophobe? Oh my God. If I did this, everyone would know I'm a homophobe. Chopped Cheese Monday King? Maybe. Yeah, bro, put your body on the line. That was a joke, by the way. Being out in the rain is not actually going to cause me to melt. I'm not made out of sugar. Okay? In any case, ladies and gentlemen, New York City, KIER Stalin down. Iran negotiations, HORMUZ closed. NATGUARD arrests around DC Green Pool. Left populism rising, scares the establishment. Primary day tomorrow. Get in now. All right, we are a numbers guy. I'm a numbers guy. You're a numbers guy. I know you like the number. And it's the number one place for all the news that's fit to print. Okay, we're going to be talking about the UK. There's a guy who looked at the number, and crunched the number and did not like the number that came out. The number said 0. That's who you are. I'm, of course, talking about KIER Starmer. Very woke guy in the Labor Party. I'm just going to do the fucking... you know what? That's it, dude. I'm doing the broadcast with Patrick Bet-David voice. I'm just so stuck on it. You know what I mean? I'm just stimming. Yeah, we'll finish the jupe from last night, too. Don't worry. Used to tune in to watch my favorite streamer drip and talk about politics. Now he dresses like he works at the Daily Bugle, writing stories about himself, and he likes the number. Please help. Get me Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Hasan Parker. Get me photos of Hasan Parker. But yeah. The Effie Phillips Staley race is not looking too good, unfortunately. Let's be real. But who knows? Maybe there will be a dramatic upset there, but we shall see. What is this? I just left Majority Report talking about Patrick Bet-David to joining you talking like him. Yeah, I always talk like him. He's my favorite numbers guy. 1 second. Okay. Sleeping on the plane and shit. Yeah, I'll be sleeping on the plane. Who knows? Hold on. I'm also getting some messages that I got to look at because there's going to be a little bit of this today. Bro's got a second home in New York City since they got a bomb-ass mayor now? No. I do not have a second home in New York City yet. Is Stavi coming by? No, because a bunch of my friends that live out here, I hit up ahead of time. Did you see Patrick Bet-David finding out about your impression of him? Oh, great. Why you got to do that to me? I start my day off thinking Patrick Bet-David gave me a notice. And all of the sudden, I realize it's just a poop sock. The sock of the poop is not good. I don't like it. You have betrayed me. You have betrayed my trust. The delicate bond of trust between Patrick Bet-David and the Valutainers has been desecrated on a Monday. We just got started. I'm a numbers guy, and I don't like the number. I don't like this number. Yes, Tom Switzer had my goat, John Goatheimer, and Trita Parsi on. And obviously we'll be tuning in to see what the analysis is there. Now, John Goatheimer could do that same thing on my broadcast, but he chooses not to, and it's fine. Why full screen it? You're inviting more? Yeah. Someone said DSA struggling before. I was reminded Denver Communist was posting advocating no one vote for anyone at all if they're running under Dem or Republican Party. Lamau? Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let's get started, folks. You already know. you already know there's a lot going on in the world. You know, we'll find a different version of carrying the flame later if we get to a hype train that is a sufficient level. Bring back poop socking. No, let's not bring back poop socking. Poop socking should be gone. Okay? You guys saw that HasanAbi had consistently Kirk, Dean Withers, and now you want to do the same to me. It's fucked up. Someone should check on Ben Shapiro. What is this? Putting toothpaste back in the tube? Possible? Ben is looking at this. Ben Shapiro is reacting to this and thinking to himself, oh my God, maybe we can do this about Israel. Maybe we can put the toothpaste back in the tube about the beautiful nation state of Israel. My emotional support apartheid state. What's going on? Facts, don't care. But did you see that Glenn D had the future of the Chinese century on today? No, I did not see that. Anyway, all right. His eyebrows look crazy. Have you been invited to the new hip secret gay club? What? Dissident Wire. Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes are reportedly planning to build a secret war room bunker that would operate under a strict no women policy. Oh, great. Yeah. No, I was not invited to this. I think this account makes like a bunch of these accounts make like fake shit all the time. They do like a lot of fake news. Anyway, let's dive into it. It's Monday. It's news day. You already know what's going on. We got a lot to talk about. Bilibili react to your W LARP reaction. Hasan is super envious of Mike's immersive long march experience in Guizhou. Next time I go to China, I must visit. My dream is to become a white-skinned Chinese like Israel Epstein. Below is an incomplete list of many individuals. Here are represented figures. George Hatem joined the Communist Party of China in 1937, first foreigner to acquire. Oh my God, they put a bunch of other names on there that are white Chinese. These are all good friends of the Chinese people. We must not forget their outstanding contributions to the establishment of New China. Come back to Bilibili and you will be reincarnated as a white Chinese. Why am I saying Lude? Once vigorous international communist movement. Actually, there are many foreigners who've joined the Communist Party of China. The great communist proletariat fighter Hasan Israel Epstein will live forever. Hasan Pikerstein Uyghur. International communist warrior, the most romantic idealist. I was thinking after watching it yesterday, would Hasan also want to join? Look how happy he's smiling. This guy's prone to exposure when fighting guerrilla warfare, and the food consumption is also high. Wondering Hasan would look like wearing the worker peasant Red Army uniform, but the Red Army back then definitely couldn't have had such a burly figure. Lide was skinny as a rail. By the way, the guy next to Mike looks a bit like Charlie Kirk. In just 50 years, transformed from a fractured nation into a global behemoth, China is a miracle. Salute to the great, selfless, and brave martyrs. Though everyone knows real artillery explosions are way more intense, seeing that chain of fireballs is still so thrilling, so immersive. It's kind of funny, and it's not lost on me, okay, that even Chinese netizens on Bilibili know about the Kirkification memes, and they're making Charlie Kirk-related jokes. That right there is internationalism, okay? That right there is what principled international solidarity truly looks like, okay? Behind the great firewall of China, there lie Chinese netizens who also know about Charlie Kirk's legacy. Yes, I know. I never told anyone this, but they offered me Iran on a platter. I know you like the number. Wait, what the fuck? Marx? What? Two of my favorite things, dude. We'll watch this later. Do they have rampant bot comments there too? Honest question. No, I don't think the Chinese internet is as botted as the Western internet is. The Western internet is dead, dude. That internet theory is just not even a theory anymore. It's just reality. All right, we're going to start out with KIER STALIN.
News from the UK.
Who must go? Hasan must go. Who must go? KIER Starmer must go. All right, I got to pee real quick.
KIER Starmer, after just 2 years in office, he made the announcement this morning at his official residence. Chris Livesey is outside Parliament in London. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. Well, that pressure had been mounting on KIER Starmer for weeks. As recently as Friday, he remained defiant and said he wasn't going anywhere. But this morning, things changed. Just a couple of hours ago, that defiance was gone. Britain is due for its 7th prime minister in only 10 years.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
When KIER Starmer led the Labour Party to a landslide victory in 2024, many Britons thought the country's revolving door of prime ministers had finally stopped spinning. Instead, there it twirls again. Britain's economy has remained sluggish. Many voters are still struggling with high prices, high taxes, and overstretched public services. Labour's poor showing in recent local elections only deepened concerns, while the anti-establishment Reform UK, led by Nigel Farage, has surged in the polls.
My mother would be proud.
Starmer has also been damaged by the controversy surrounding the former UK ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, and renewed scrutiny of his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And he's faced repeated mockery from President Trump.
And, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Over the weekend, MPs from Starmer's own party continued to publicly call for him to resign and make way for a newly re-elected MP, the former mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham.
And that's the kind of change we need to, a change in our politics to make it work again for people.
Now, unlike an American president, a British prime minister can effectively be fired by members of his own party. That's regardless of election timetables, leaving voters without their say. Keir Starmer's departure marks a historic period of instability for one of America's closest allies. Matt?
Chris Livesay in London. Thank you, Chris.
And here is the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Wanker. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 7 in 10. 7 in 10. A state of disarray. Keir Starmer is out, and he's at number 10 Downing Street, coming out of that room, perhaps for the last time, to deliver his resignation speech. Now, what does this mean for the future of the Labour Party? Why did this happen? Why did you lie about the UK grape report? Was it cause they banned you, dog zapper? The grape report. I think these are some of the most malleable people of all time. Brother, you are, I want to say you're sheep, but you're not even sheep. You know what I mean? You're like a fucking amoeba. It's so easy to manipulate you. It's unbelievably easy to manipulate you. And it's always people who think that they're actually free thinkers. They're not sheep. It's incredible. They just dangle a little bit of red meat in front of your eyes, maybe jingle some keys. And that's it. That's your primary focus. They literally turn around, and Rupert Lowe, one of the dumbest motherfuckers in British politics, can come out and be like, yeah, we compiled a rape report. Yeah, it turns out all the rapes in the UK is so Muslim, man. And you're like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. I was already fearful of Islam. It turns out everyone that was ever doing a rape in the United Kingdom was actually Muslim. Look at that. I will not be questioning the veracity of these claims being made because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, that's why 87% of sexual assault cases are white. Guys, those are fake and those should be allowed, yeah? It's only the Muslimic style sexual assault violations that we should be prosecuting because I don't care about actual fucking sexual assault. I just care about making sure that we have sufficient cause for deporting the fucking Muslims, yeah? It turns out you can get away with whatever you want. You can make claims about whatever you want as long as you're making them about Muslim people, and these guys will fucking eat it up. Yes, dude. Muslims are also stealing all of your funds. They're actually being put in luxury five-star hotels, fine dining accommodations, all halal, of course. And that's the reason why your trains aren't running on time. That's the reason why you haven't had a decent job in decades. It's because the Muslims came in, and Keir Starmer, who is obviously secretly Muslim, has continued that process, just like the past 14 years of Tory leadership that actively wanted to take money away from you and give it to the Muslims directly. It's true. This is actually happening, and I support it. I love it, and I support it, and we should do more of it, honestly. Yeah. Islam, also a reason why you don't have a girlfriend. Think about that. 1 in 5 people arrested over 2024 riots have since been reported for domestic abuse. Wow. Yeah, but that kind of domestic abuse is all right? When fucking England isn't winning, for example, that's the type of domestic violence that is as British as jelly fucking ew. You know? Yeah. A bunch of fucking plunkers. As British as Bangor and Mash. As British as a Prime Minister resigning in disgrace after a short tenure. Speaking of short tenures, of deeply unpopular British Prime Minister Keir Starmer expected to announce his resignation at number 10 Downing Street. No one said that white don't do it, but why do you deny that they do it as well? Did I say that? Did I ever say that, like, Muslims are incapable of doing sexual assaults? I didn't say that at all. I simply said that that report makes it seem, or heavily implies, through fake numbers for the most part, that the overwhelming majority of rapes, if not the entirety of rapes, because it's what, 87% of the inquiry's focus is Islamic style rape, right? It's fucking ridiculous. The overwhelming majority of sexual assault crimes that are committed on British soil are committed by white people, and you're over here trying to make it seem like it's a Muslimic style rape that's taking place. That's the entire purpose of the inquiry. That's what I'm opposing. I'm not opposing the notion that, like, a specific group of individuals, given their race or their religion, are incapable of committing rape. I've never said that. And even the per capita argument doesn't make sense either, because of the if you want to make the correct per capita assessment, you have to make it off of the same age and same demographics. Okay? A lot of the Muslim refugees that come into the country are usually very young. They are far more likely to be in the age bracket that is overrepresented in violent crimes. If you look at the white demographic and adjust it to the same age bracket that the majority of Muslim refugees are, you will realize that the white predisposition towards violence and crime, violent crimes in particular, is still higher per capita than the Muslim refugee proclivity towards crime and violent crime is. This is how you do appropriate statistical analysis. Not that I care about it, because I don't think that we should be. Looking at entire races, or we should be deciding that, like, entire races of people are actually readily available to do crimes. That's not how I do politics. That's not how anyone should do politics. That's how you arrive at eugenics. But even if you were to do the appropriate statistical analysis, you'd arrive at the same conclusion that the actual numbers guys have arrived at, which is that if you adjust, and this is before you even adjust to, obviously, finances, because that's how you're supposed to actually conduct. If you want to do, like, real race realism, if you want to do real race science, and this is precisely the reason why race science is debunked, you have to actually not look at, like, all black people or all Muslim people versus all white people. That's not how you would conduct a real study on the matter. You would have to look at and adjust for financial predicament, like financial circumstances, socioeconomic conditions. You would have to look at age. You would have to look at gender. And when you actually adjust for those exact same factors, you will find that when you control those variables, you will find that the Muslim population is not in any way, shape, or form more likely to do crimes than the white British population. Now, what's actually interesting about it is that the white British population has a higher likelihood of committing crime than the Muslim population. Do you know why that's the case, if adjusted for all of those other variables? That's because the British population, and this is the same exact thing that comes out in the data in America as well, the Muslim refugee population unconditionally across the board, regardless of their financial circumstances, are obviously a little bit more careful about violating the rules because they don't want to get fucking deported. That's it. That's the same exact reason why, if you look at the data in the United States of America, the undocumented and documented migrant population is responsible for less crimes per capita than the natural-born U.S. population actually is. It's not even close, as a matter of fact. It turns out it's because people are a lot more careful and a lot less interested in doing crimes, regardless of their financial circumstances, when they know that the punishment for said crime, no matter how small, is deportation. I love that the starving Marxist, by the way, has come in here. Per capita and turning a blind eye to the woke was the tipping point for reform and restore to get the momentum to change Britain. Yes, lying about Muslim people raping white women. You never read the report. They violate the rules and they don't get deported, homie. Starving Marxist. You're going to keep starving with that fucking idiotic mentality. Okay? Stop talking about British politics. You said Iran was pushing U.S. shit in, just wondering when Iran got through the blockade. Hey, starving Marxists, I have a question for you. Did you see the memorandum of understanding, the ceasefire negotiations that are taking place right now? Has there ever been a point in history where the more powerful country has actually launched a war against a much less powerful country, and then the much less powerful country gained leverage as a consequence of that war that the much more powerful country launched? And then in an effort to come to a reasonable conclusion, the much more powerful country decided to actually release a lot of the unnecessary economic hurdles that they had placed upon the much less powerful country. It's just maximalist cope here, it seems. You are quite literally refusing to recognize reality that is unfolding right in front of your eyes. Iran is winning because they sent lawnmowers to the desert and blew up old tech. Okay. Keep coping, bitch boy. Stop debating a bot, bro. Yeah, no, that's right. 110 days later, America is basically begging Iran and has completely rerouted its Middle Eastern foreign policy, okay, and has offered more sanctions release than Barack Obama ever did. Iranian oil is currently being traded around the globe with no impediments whatsoever. And this dumb fuck is like, yeah, dude, Iran didn't win, actually. Can you point to a single victory that Donald Trump got out of this? Okay, Donald Trump don't give a fuck about the Hormuz. He's exposing it so supply chains correct themselves. Oh, starving Marxist happens to be a Trump supporter. Interesting. This is my favorite type of hog. Okay? This is my favorite type of hog. This is not a MAGA communist, chatters. Don't be stupid. He just uses that name to make it seem like he's in any way, shape, or form a Marxist. He very clearly isn't. Iranian oil being traded, say thank you to Trump. I mean, I think you should say thank you. If you care about Iranian oil being traded in the international market, you should be saying thank you to Ali, Hazrat Ali. You should be thanking the IRGC, Galibaf, the former Ayatollah, the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Those are the people you should be thanking, because those are the people. If that's what your goal is, if that's what you think is great, you know, I'm not making any inferences here, right? I didn't know getting shit pushed in meant the pusher is getting slapped. Buddy, I don't think you understand how words work at all. I don't think you understand anything. And the reason why I'm assuming this is because you literally refuse to recognize what's going on right now. I mean, literally, read any article, please. First round of U.S.-Iran talks ends with high hopes and big challenges, okay? Look at anything. Look at anything that has come out of the deal so far. Why is the United States of America currently not controlling the Strait of Hormuz? Why is the United States of America doing a ceasefire negotiation with a much less powerful country? How is this in any way, shape, or form victorious for the United States of America? Now, you're a fucking idiot, and there are plenty of people like you out there who are obviously still going to be running on fumes, running on copium fumes, assuming that things are actually great, things are actually fantastic, America's number one, and America's destroying all of its enemies around the world. But there is a level of copium that you can't go beyond. Like, for example, when America is forced to the ceasefire negotiation and gives so many of the amenities that the Iranian government had fought for, had asked for, like this. Iran's Foreign Minister Arakshi announces that the U.S. has now launched a $300 billion reconstruction plan, waived all oil and petrochemical exports, lifted the naval blockade, and released some frozen Iranian assets, extracting all these items shortly before the delegation walk out over the Trump assassination threat. All parties agreed to a roadmap to reach a final deal in 60 days. This roadmap won't start, and Iran refuses to implement any commitments if Israel doesn't fully withdraw from southern Lebanon. And all fighting stops, with Arakshi saying a newly established Lebanon deconfliction cell is the first real test of the deal. Israel has refused to comply with Lebanon deconfliction cell, with Defense Minister Katz declaring Israel will not withdraw from the security zone in Lebanon, and Ben-Gvir vowing not a single inch of withdrawal, directly violating the MOU's first clause and stalling the entire 60-day roadmap before it can begin. Does the first part of this negotiation make it seem like Iran is losing, or Iran it does not have the leverage? Not enough to fix the structural damage? Again, unbelievable copium. Unbelievable copium. Oh, it's just $300 billion, dude. Oh, dude, it's just $300 billion that we're giving. Point to a single fucking war where the victorious party has done this. Point to a single fucking war throughout history where the victorious party turned around and gave $300 billion to the losing party. That has never happened, you fucking idiot. What the hell are you talking about? And before you say World War II chatters, that's not how that works. World War II was an unambiguous defeat. Vietnam War, unfortunately, America was not the victorious party in Vietnam, and America actually had to literally pay Vietnam money because they lost the war in Vietnam. They just refused to do so with this fake POW MIA initiative that they cooked up. America was supposed to pay Vietnam far more. In any case, as far as American payments and fucking, or not American payments, but like some semblance of the Marshall Plan in Japan, we wrote their fucking constitution, man. We rewrote their entire constitution. Are we rewriting the Iranian constitution? No, we're not. That's because that's never happened. Okay? That's because it's never happened. That's not how this goes. I thought you wanted peace. I do want peace. While I do want peace, he deflects from the rape report with Iran war stuff. Hassan's whole platform is misunderstanding things. America is number one. It's crazy how y'all want peace and want it. No, dude. I'm actually in support of Donald Trump's MOU. 100%. I don't care. I think it's good. I think this is a good step in the right direction. I think this is the appropriate thing to do. I am far more supportive of Donald Trump's memorandum of understanding and the continuation of the ceasefire 60-day program than Democrats in American Congress are, than the Republicans in American Congress are. I'm his lone fucking brave warrior out in the field. My frustration actually revolves around the fact that Donald Trump is not committing to it and is ruining his own ceasefire negotiation. I don't like that. I think that's actually very frustrating. I hate that. I hate that Donald Trump is not fucking following through on his own commitments. Anyway, let's get to this dumbass who just had to resign in disgrace before we deal with a metric ton of new hogs that are coming in here to say some of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my entire life. I genuinely did not think there were people like this out there in this day and age who are like, he's using the Iran situation to distract from the rape report. Nobody fucking cares about the rape report that was established and dealt with in 2013, you fucking idiot. You think this is new information because you are a fucking bot. All it takes is for Elon Musk to turn the dial in your direction. It's not, none of this information is new. Many of the information in the rape report, as far as I've seen, I haven't done a deep dive into it, but many of the information in the rape report is complete conjecture, completely fucking made up. Like, and the real incidents that they're covering in the rape report are old incidents from like 2013. It's just new to you because you're a fucking bot. It's that simple. Okay? Equal parts cope and seethe. Okay, buddy. Okay. It's new to you because you're a fucking idiot. You're a goddamn bot. It's like, you know, the chip meme that people use, like the gray NPC chip meme. It's just like you take out the one chip and then you substitute it with a new chip. That's literally it for you. Someone dangled this in front of you and you went, this is my new thing. This is it. I can't believe it. Yeah, guess what, dude? Fucking Pearl Harbor happened. It's like, is it that simple to fucking manipulate you where we could just like show you the Pearl Harbor reports and you'd be like, why are you not talking about Pearl Harbor? Why are you saying Hindutva? Now I know Iran lost. Thinking Iran won is crazy. Cope, man. Okay, dude, keep repeating that to yourself. Keep repeating that to yourself, buddy, and maybe it'll be true if you keep repeating it over and over again like a fucking mantra. Oh, it's actually America totally won this. America totally won this. Stop arguing about the MOU. It's better if they believe USA won the war, less likely to make a stir over it. No, I want to be clear about this, okay? I want to be clear about this. The United States lost. We received a bloody nose from the IRGC, okay? Iran did not have the military might or the capabilities to defeat America in a head-to-head matchup, but Iran did something different. Iran struck centers of profit. And at the end of the day, America is servile to capitalism, is servile to the needs of capital. Capital supersedes all other interests. And therefore, America had to go back to the negotiation table and beg Iran and give Iran everything that they wanted. That's the reason why Iran, from like the second week onward, had placed 10 points, very publicly, 10 points of demands that they had made to the United States of America. 100 days after those 10-point plans were revealed, now America signed off on a memorandum of understanding that has all of those points in it. Sanctions relief, allowing Iranian oil to be exported and imported, or allowing Iranian energy to be traded on the international marketplace without any impediment whatsoever. These are demands that the Iranian government made from the second week on. So now, 100 days after the fact, America signs off on all of those demands, implying that they recognize that this was an unambiguous defeat for the United States of America. The reason why I think we have to be honest about this is because I'll be very clear. It's good that we took a bloody nose here. We have to stop waging war all around the world. We have to focus on ourselves, okay? Because America, the entity, and its foreign policy apparatus and its goals are not in line with the goals of Americans. I care about the Americans, okay? I don't care about America, the entity, or a collection of different interests that advance the profit, the profit motives of the military-industrial complex. I care about Americans and their well-being, okay? So while this is quote-unquote bad and humiliating for America, the entity, it's actually pretty good for Americans. It's really good in the short term because now you don't have to pay more for gas. Okay, there is obviously an inflation crisis that's taking shape right now, and Americans are not going to suffer as nearly as bad as they possibly would have if this war continued. Okay, America has also taken all of your productive output and your taxes and funded this initiative of war, this death machine all around the globe, rather than funding your fucking schools, rather than funding your healthcare, rather than funding your social safety nets. If this bloody nose that we received causes us to be more restrained around the globe, causes us to second guess before we decide to wage further wars all around the world, especially at the behest of Israel, and instead causes us to retreat from the rest of the world, and that's a good thing. I want to build better fucking roads. I want to have high-speed rail in this goddamn country, okay? We funded this death machine for decades, and the death machine still could not defeat a middle power, a middling power that had complete command over 20% of the entire world's energy supply. That means we have to recalculate, okay? It's that simple. So yes, this unambiguous defeat for America is good for Americans. That's it. Got to use gamer terms for the roaches. Iran tanked the U.S., CC'd the Strait, and the global economy is about to hit its enraged timer, so Trump needed to stop the raid. Okay, I guess. I can't believe I dove right into this this Iran thing. I truly did not believe that there was this level of copium amongst the MAGA bots, like the cult, that were running around being like, yeah, this is actually a fucking resounding victory for America.
Thank you. Thank you. Walking up this street 2 years ago was the proudest moment of my life. A new Labour government, the first in 14 years. A page in our country's history turned after years of disappointment and despair. The chance to change the lives of millions of people for the better. That's what I came into politics for. The journey to that point.
All polls showed that a small minority believed the war objectives were successful, that the war was worth it, and the USA won, and that the MOU was more advantageous for the USA. Yeah, it's 21% of Americans. What is the likelihood that 21% of Americans found their way into my fucking chat? It's incredible. I don't think these guys sincerely believe the shit that they're saying. I think they're just trying to repeat a point that is lost.
It was not easy. 6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished, that we were consigned to history, that a majority
and it was
at
true.
the general election, let alone a...
By the way, saying that he inherited a morally bankrupt Labour Party is gross and disgusting. He is the one who is responsible for the moral bankruptcy of Labour. Okay? Trying to make it seem like this was in the hands of Jeremy Corbyn is nasty business. Okay? It's totally ahistorical. It's totally nasty business. You are the one who killed the Labour Party. Okay? And you were actively trying to kill the Labour Party while Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party. And as a gift for your initiatives, you actually got the leadership role within the Labour Party.
landslide majority.
Much like Israel, Keir Starmer here got everything he wanted. But the problem is his success meant the demise of labor. That was the cost. And it got to such a terrible situation that he has to now resign in disgrace.
Was impossible. But we proved those people wrong because we changed our party, ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defense, and national...
Yes, I think his resignation is not good for the Greens because Andy Burnham can present himself. If he plays his cards right, he could present himself as a more progressive figure, even though he actually isn't. And if he does that, then he can restore some of the confidence back in labor and only chip away at the growth that the Greens have actually acquired.
Security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag. The hard work of change was with a singular purpose, not power for power's sake, but to change Britain for the better, to build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity for all, not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, going...
Dude, this is such a funny resignation speech because the entire purpose behind why you're delivering this speech is because you suck. Is because the Labor Party sucks and you suck, and you are responsible for the Labor Party sucking. So anything you say here is just going to be bullshit. Oh, things are so great, which is why I'm finally tendering my resignation. Really? Yeah. Migrant hatred stoked, Palestine protesters arrested, conceded ground to the far right, Palantir Face ID implemented, leftist purge from labor. Yep, it must be Starmer. Again, suffering from his success. If Keir Starmer's goal as a secret agent of reactionary forces was to eviscerate the formerly robust labor movement in the country, then yeah, he succeeded. He succeeded in spectacular display. He succeeded tremendously. If his goal was to restore power to labor, then he fucking failed. That's why he's resigning.
Faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured. Infrastructure being built. An end to austerity. With the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings fall.
Wow, incredible. The biggest uplift in defense spending since the Cold War. What a fucking resounding success that is. Dude, it's literally, this is the problem. It's part of the problem. Your ambitions lie elsewhere. You had no interest in fixing any of the crises that the former Tory governments had created, specifically born out of austerity. Keir Starmer could have ended child poverty, homelessness, and the grotesque levels of inequality in this country. Instead, he abandoned those in need, destroyed our civil liberties, and facilitated genocide in Gaza. That is how this prime minister will be remembered. And that is the legacy and moral and political bankruptcy he leaves behind. The crises in our society are not going away, neither are we, and we will keep fighting for a more equal, peaceful, and dignified society for all. Honestly, there's a warning here for the Democrats as well. A warning that they will not heed, okay? This is the exact direction that the Democrats are headed down. This is exactly what the Democrats are doing as well. The single good accomplishment he listed that he didn't fabricate, lifting the 2-child benefit cap, was something he opposed and purged members over as soon as Labor won. Zara Sultana says, history will judge Keir Starmer as a man who lied his way to the top of the Labor Party and then used that power to evoke Enoch Powell with the Island of Strangers, keep children in poverty, attack disabled people, scapegoat refugees, strip back civil liberties, and hand our public services to Palantir, a man who gave the top diplomatic job to the best pal of a convicted pedophile, said Israel has a right to cut off water and electricity to Gaza, rolled out the red carpet for Israeli war criminals, and kept the weapons flowing to the Israeli military as it committed genocide. Good riddance. It's just, it doesn't, I don't know how people don't see it. Starmer's legacy is genocide. That's literally all I can think about. I pray that he's tortured by this fact for the rest of his life. Next stop, The Hague.
Is responsible.
Here, by the way, this is literally him saying, like, Israel has a right to cut off electricity to the children of Gaza, water to the children of Gaza.
I'm very clear. Israel must have that, does have that right to defend herself. And Hamas bears responsibility.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. It is an ongoing situation. Obviously, everything should be done within international law, but I don't want to step away from the sort of core principles that Israel has a right to defend herself and Hamas bears responsibility for these terrorist acts. And I would call on all responsible states, particularly Middle East responsible states, to call this out for what it is and to stand with the world in condemning, utterly condemning these actions by...
Human rights lawyer, by the way. Just a dog. Just a servile dog to Israel. Okay? And that's one of many issues that Keir Starmer had with his leadership of labor. It's a litmus test. It's perhaps the most immoral. It's the most obvious inconsistency with any kind of like humanitarian principles that you abide by, supposedly, as a leader of a Western liberal nation. But that's why I always say Israel is a phenomenal litmus test to help you develop a better understanding of where these guys' loyalty is. Saying herself a enemy, yeah, that's how you can identify someone being an ultra-Zionist too. Referring to Israel as her. I only hear that from, you know, people, not even just like regular Israelis, but like Israelis who are really, really into Israel.
Asylum hotels closing, protecting young people from social media.
Asylum hotels closing. Oh my God. Even in his resignation speech, he's leaning into far-right nonsense.
And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made. Our reputation in the world restored, with Britain once again standing up for decency, respect, and the rule of law, securing trade deals, standing with Ukraine, standing up for our values, and rebuilding our relationship with our allies in Europe. Change promised.
God, I hate him so much. He's just such an animal, dude. He is such a piece of shit. Boiled excrement. Just nothing redeemable about this man. No fucking riz. No charisma whatsoever. And his worldview is so broken, so flawed. Is he actually mentally impaired? I think this level of zealotry demonstrated towards a defense of neoliberalism at a time when liberalism is in crisis once again is mental impairment. Like, he is such a loyal servant of capital that it does come across like he's mentally impaired. Like, it doesn't make sense. You're like, what are you talking about? Oh, really? Oh, really? You brought back international law? Dog, you had the Israeli fucking president. You rolled a welcome mat for the Israeli president. What the fuck do you mean? You actively flew to Cyprus, where the Royal Air Force base is, and you celebrated the British Royal Air Force's surveillance operations and targeting operations that were aiding and abetting the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, and now aiding and abetting Israel's war crimes in Lebanon. You fucking bitch. No one believes this shit. No one. Especially because the right-wing reactionary forces like the Tommy Robinsons of the world don't like you anyway. The Israeli agents on the far right that the Israeli government is funding, okay, and facilitating to disrupt normal British existence, to foment hatred towards Muslims, those guys will never fuck with you. So who is this for? You went on LBC and you said it's okay that Israel is starving an entire people. And that was early on. Yeah, he defended one of the Fairford Five as a lawyer. He was a human rights lawyer. He successfully defended the exact same kind of action that the Palestine action was committing against the Iraq war. When he was a lawyer, he successfully defended his client from prosecution for engaging in the exact same kind of direct action that, as the leader of labor, he turned into a prescribed terrorist action. It's insane. Okay, you said America deserved 9/11. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Are you a defender of Keir Starmer? What's happening? What does this have to do with anything? How is you rehashing something that was addressed in 2019 that people still voluntarily misunderstand have to do with Keir Starmer's resignation after his dog shit tenure? Do you even like Keir Starmer?
By a Labour government. Change fought for by a Labour government. Change delivered by a Labour government. But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions...
Abe Lovely sends his regards. True. Abe Lovely, one of the biggest, one of the most vindicated men in Europe, in the entirety of the European continent,
have been answered. The question my party is asking now...
It's funny because, like, he's trying to say, look, I know I'm resigning in disgrace, but I did a lot of great things too, remember? And because he's done zero great things, virtually everything he brought up are part of the reason why he had to fucking resign. They're either completely antithetical and completely the opposite of what he did in his leadership role, you know, advancing human rights or whatever the fuck he was claiming, or they're capitulations to right-wing framing on issues that are incredibly reactionary, incredibly racist, with no real purpose. He did not win anybody over with these actions like, oh, the asylum seekers, we've destroyed their hotels. There's no more hotels for asylum seekers. Like, when he says stuff like that, you have to wonder, like, who is this for? Who is this for? Are you winning favors with the far right? Because they're the ones who are advancing this. They're the ones who are freaking out over it. They're the ones who have raised the salience of this supposed issue. When the real issue is the economic struggles that regular working class folk experience in the UK. Like, who is this for?
Is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace.
Yeah. Starmer was the model embodiment of a Neo-Tandon, Matt Iglesias, Jonathan Chait vision for liberal governance. Purge anyone left of you and treat them with disdain, while abandoning all campaign promises and moving rightward, which failed to appeal to the conservatives and only emboldened the fascists. This has been my warning in perpetuity at this point. I've been screaming about this rightward shift in center-left governance in Europe specifically, but also within the Democratic Party here in the United States for a fucking decade. And all we have gotten in that same time frame is moving further and further, the Overton window shifting further and further to the right, which has only galvanized and emboldened the far-right fascist forces. I've been saying this for a decade now, okay? This was also my direct warning when Keir Starmer won, if you recall. At the time, I was in Croatia. And I said, if Keir Starmer does not fix these issues, here it is. Hasan in 2024 correctly predicted the downfall of Keir Starmer and the rise of Reform UK. If Keir Starmer continues with austerity, privatization, and conservative policies with a red sticker, we're talking Reform UK, Reform takes over. You're staring down fascist mobilization in the UK like you've never seen before.
I really, really, really hope I'm wrong, but I'm telling you right now, it feels like we're at the precipice. If Keir Starmer continues with austerity, if Keir Starmer continues with privatization, if Keir Starmer continues with conservative policies with a fucking red sticker on it, okay? I'm telling you, if he does that, we're talking Reform UK, whatever the fuck it is, maybe reform takes over the Conservative Party entirely. Maybe it's just simply reform. You're staring at the barrel of a goddamn gun, okay? You are staring down fascist mobilization in the UK like you've never seen. I really...
Yeah, and lo and behold, that is precisely what happened, okay? That was a warning in July 2024, but that warning was not first addressed in July 2024. Throughout my career as a political commentator, I have issued this warning about the rise of fascism in Europe over and over again. That's why you can go back to 2020 and you'll hear similar things that I've said. You can go further beyond 2020 and hear the exact same shit, okay? What is this? It appears a foregone conclusion that the British Labour Party is about to take the path blazed by Obama, squandering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes. Anyone with political analysis worth its salt is going to see this. That's why I always say it's not unique to just myself or Michael from Pennsylvania. All you have to do is be honest, okay? All you have to do is be honest. Another famous moment was when Hillary Rodham Clinton looked at the European center-left, supposed center-left parties, and urged them to capitulate to right-wing framing on immigration. Hillary Clinton said that was the right move. If you recall, this was like back in 2020, I believe. It was even earlier than that. Maybe even like in the 2016 cycle too. And I kept repeatedly saying over and over again that this is a horrible mistake. All you will do is galvanize the right. You won't win any votes, and you'll just legitimize the grievance. A grievance born out of complete hysteria. This is why I started watching you. I've been saying this exact same shit about Starmer, but my immediate environment never agreed, and I'm not a streamer, so no one gives a shit, lol, yet here we are. Well, I am a streamer, and no one still seems to give a shit. But yes, this is the third way method. This is the neoliberal method, okay? And I don't know anymore. Maybe these guys are genuinely in the pocket of the far right. Like, I always assume that it's part stupidity, part negligence, and it's not a deliberate attempt to generate a fascist right-wing mobilization in the country. But it's getting to a point where it's impossible not to notice that all of the center-left parties would rather engage in appeasement to the fascist forces and offer legitimacy to their hysterical race baiting than actually solve these economic problems that people are experiencing that cause this volatility, that cause this anger and resentment amongst the masses, that make them more malleable, make them easily duped by these far-right forces that will turn the blame over to migrants. It's hard for me to look at this failure and then look at the Democratic Party here in the United States of America lean into the exact same failures, regardless of the lessons that they could be learning here from the labor defeat, and assume that they're not doing this on purpose. You understand? Sometimes it comes across like they are doing this on purpose, that they're engaging in this unbelievably cynical trade, that they'll capitulate to right-wing framing on racialized hysteria with the hopes that when the fascist forces come into power, they'll spare these liberals. History shows us that they will not be spared either. The only thing Keir Starmer has to his name is a more surveilled British internet, a prescription of anti-genocide protesters, pensioners being arrested for showing support to anti-genocide protesters, and a pandering to fascist forces on the issue of immigration. No solutions to the economic struggles that people face, and just a steady pivot to the right. It's disgusting. Well, and then banning me as well. That was cool. That was very cool that he did that. Yeah, he was a servile little piggy to Donald Trump. He was a servile dog to Zionist interests on the foreign policy front. Nothing to write off. No accomplishments whatsoever. Just a servant of the Epstein class, through and through. Keir Starmer MP says, stop involving yourself in British politics. Nothing to do with you. I had to resign. I had no choice. I blocked you from entry, though. My #1 achievement. Keir Starmer MP in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess. In the case of a contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete. And I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support.
Yeah, Andy Burnham. Okay. Israel kicked him out. Too much writing. Israel was like, bro, enough. Chill out with the D writing, bro. You are banned from Belgium. Please come to Belgium, march a protest with us, and come to the Manifiesta.
No,
I might go to Belgium.
Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office. I want to thank all of those friends and colleagues who have been at my side for these past 6 years or so, for their incredible commitment, service and support. I want to thank the brilliant Number 10 staff and our country's extraordinary civil service who dedicate their lives to public service. And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Oh my God, he's about to cry. God, he is fucking pathetic. I don't believe even for a moment that he is a human being, okay? I think he's a lizard person in a fucking human skin suit. So spare me the fucking tears, okay? Going back to my primary duty as a father and as a husband. Yeah, L husband, L father, just awful guy. Notorious cheater, by the way. Yeah, I know. That's how that when I first found out that Keir Starmer was potentially a notorious adulterer, like a serious adulterer, I could not believe it. Like, the dating pool in England is so busted that this guy fucks. Unbelievable. Probably the greatest L that the kingdom has seen thus far.
I'm being the best dad I can.
Yeah, who wants this dick, man?
My beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
But then I'm reminded that Boris Johnson also fucks. And, you know, that's a somber reminder that it is... British politics and British culture is totally fucking busted. Anyway, let's see what Zach Polanski said. Our country needs a bold change of direction. Starmer lost confidence in the country because of his abject failure to challenge the power and wealth of an establishment which is taken for themselves while leaving the vast majority in a cost of living crisis. The vested interests that are holding this country back need to be confronted with wealth taxes on the super rich, utilities taken into public ownership, rent controls and affordable housing, and an end to support for Israel's genocide in Gaza. We are still waiting to see which version of Andy Burnham is going to show up in Downing Street. While he has talked about a change of course, the early indications are not encouraging and suggest more of the same with better communication skills. The time for half measures and sticking plasters is long gone. Burnham must be bold or he will be bust. It is going to be the Green Party in alliance with working class movements, environmental and social justice movements that can stand up to reform to prevent the disaster of Nigel Farage in Downing Street. Keir Starmer is objectively attractive and well-dressed for his age. Also, the Greens are charlatans who will split the vote and let reform win in first past the post. Fuck the Labour, right? They killed the UK. Wait, we do have Keir Starmer defenders in the chat. That's unbelievable. Keir Starmer defenders who correctly point to his destruction of Labour, that will still say that the Greens are spoilers. Buddy, you should be thanking whatever God you believe that the Greens exist. Okay? This has to be actually Keir Starmer, right? I am good. I will permanently block you from the UK as my last act. No, fuck Keir, but he's objectively handsome and well-dressed now that he lost the weight. Oh my God. Oh my God, stop. Please stop. He's the most Rizless man. He's the most Rizless man of all time, please. At least Boris has some fucking swagger, bro. I hate to admit it, but he has some pizzazz. Keir has none of it. Boris looks awful, obviously, but so does Keir.
Victories like this one make a leader impregnable in office. But Keir Starmer started with low net favourability, from which his ratings fell further. There were brief upticks when he first met Donald Trump or later resisted joining Trump's Iran war. His ratings hovered around the lows of Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. His idea of change was calm after their storms.
You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change, to restore service and respect to politics, end the era of noisy performance, tread more lightly on your lives.
Keir Starmer's project was to make the Labour Party electable again and save it from the hard left. And in that, he was extraordinarily successful. The problem is that the project didn't really extend beyond polling day.
He'd arrived with a policy knapsack with little in it. The country had to wait 118 days until Rachel Reeves' first budget. In the meantime, the government announced one eye-catching policy that stuck in voters' minds: cutting winter fuel allowance.
Save the winter fuel! Save the winter fuel!
Having said they'd only raised tax by just over £8 billion, over two budgets the government raised taxes by £66 billion. And Keir Starmer's attempts to clarify what he was about were ever more forgettable word salads.
There are basics in government, and they're foundational. The missions then sit on top of that. They're the foundational stone of the plan. The missions are then the additional thing.
Dude, this is literally Kamala Harris. Like, this is what happens when you don't have a bold vision for change. And I swear to God, it's so much easier than this. Like, politics is as difficult as you want to personally make it. If your highest priority is defending the interests of capital, while you're simultaneously presenting yourself as like a left of center figure, it's going to be much more difficult for you to manage the decline of the Labor Party, right? This is literally the classic like Democratic Party line, where you say, well, we have concepts of a plan that we are choosing to implement in the near future that will, change our attitude towards a plan for progress. And it's like, dude, just fucking say you're gonna destroy 14 years of Tory austerity. That's what you were elected to do. That's it. Why is that so fucking tough? I guess it's tough when you are a servant to capital, though.
That we want the government to do, and the plan for change then takes them forward with measurable milestones.
He didn't have the thing of being a storyteller.
To those who knew Keir Starmer in his legal career, his limitations weren't surprising.
We, the senior lawyers in chambers, we used to fight over who would have him as our junior in our cases, because he was just so assiduous in his preparations of things. Judges liked him, great with legal argument. I wouldn't have said he was a jury lawyer, and so that may explain in some way.
I wouldn't say he's a jury lawyer. Okay, well, that's kind of really bad if you're going to be the front-facing leader of the fucking Labor Party. Oh my God, what a fucking humiliating thing to reveal. This is the most British way to cook. Your former colleague, by the way. She just straight up said he had no charm whatsoever.
Ways that he wasn't a storyteller. Stories are the stuff of life, and telling the stories of how, and telling the same old story about your father being a toolmaker isn't good enough.
Cook 'em. It's true. That's the classic Keir Starmer story. He's the son of a toolmaker. He comes from a working class background. He understands the plight of those who are laborers for that reason, except none of the fucking policies that he actually advanced aided the labor force in the UK. So what good does that make? It doesn't matter at all.
Many think Keir Starmer's position became irrecoverable when number 10 tried to pursue £5 billion worth of savings in the welfare budget.
The welfare system, as it's set up, it can't be defended on economic terms or moral terms.
Labour unity snapped.
Dickensian cuts.
The dog's breakfast.
This is outrageous, man.
It is with a heavy, broken heart that I will be voting against this bill today.
Keir Starmer's authority over his party wasn't dented, it was destroyed.
What you saw there was the Parliamentary Labour Party rising up, shredding those plans, and with it, the Prime Minister's authority. And from the welfare rebellion on...
Kensian cucks? No, Dickensian. Like Dickens.
Basically, the government seemed to fold on pretty much any issue that could pitch it against us.
Starmer reminds me of Mayor Lurie of San Francisco. Yeah, except he is the opposite of Mayor Daniel Lurie of San Francisco, because as much as I despise the mayor of San Francisco, he is beloved by his constituents, unlike Keir Starmer, who was beloved by no one, including his immediate family members. Okay? No one loves this man. Not his friends, not his family, virtually everyone that has spent any time with him will say the same thing, that he was risless. He was not exactly a joy to be around. Unbelievable charisma suck. Just terrible altogether.
Pitch it against the Parliamentary Labour Party.
Most people would sort of acknowledge that on some level. You didn't feel he did, it didn't go in?
He had remarkable levels of self-belief and resilience, and I think he was very stubborn.
Marking 1 year in office, Keir Starmer had said in an interview he felt his first big mistake was when he squeezed the hope out in one of his first big speeches.
Things are worse than we ever imagined.
He said another regret was adopting strident language on immigration, which echoed Enoch Powell.
We risk becoming an island.
Yeah, we risk becoming an island of strangers. Enoch Powell is an incredibly far-right thing that he said, except clearly he wasn't all that pissed off about it, because on his way out, as we found out earlier this morning, he literally said one of his accomplishments was the ending of the asylum hotels. So clearly you were on board with it, right? Clearly you were working to ensure that you didn't become an island of strangers. No more immigration.
Island of strangers.
Morgan McSweeney, who ran Keir Starmer's original leadership campaign and the general election campaign, was blamed for feeding him that line, operating Keir Starmer like a glove puppet, dragging him to the right. He was dispensed with when his favoured candidate for Washington ambassador, Peter Mandelson, was forced out over links to Jeffrey Epstein. The relentless fallout from the Mandelson appointment, especially tough for Keir Starmer to take.
I am angry. He lied, and he lied again. I'm angry. I'm absolutely furious.
I know that Keir Starmer had reservations and was listening to other pieces of information that he had, and his own sort of reading of newspapers about Peter, and had never sort of. He was not in the friendship circle of Keir, but Morgan McSweeney was one of Peter's boys.
I don't think that boy would recognise where I am now. We faced huge challenges as a family.
Relentless attempts to convey his humble origins didn't seem to get cut through.
Through that door, front door, there wouldn't be many people visiting our house because my dad didn't really want people coming in because he feared the conversation, what do you do for a living? And that made him retreat behind that front door.
Many voters found the son remote, unrelatable. He was asked how he coped with political attacks.
Firstly, I think I'd sort of go in on myself, almost a protective crouch. I'd absorb it into myself, and then begin the process of shutting out what I can shut out.
He's very emotionally detached. He's probably the most compartmentalized person that I've worked with closely in my career. And I think sometimes that remoteness came across as being slightly aloof.
In January, when cameras were invited into cabinet, the Prime Minister looked like he was struggling to stay in command.
Okay, colleagues, let's make a start.
Command would soon slip altogether from his grasp.
Deliver for the whole country.
It's so funny that professional mainstream media outlets are just basically calling Keir Starmer a useless cunt in the most professional language they possibly can. Like, there is nothing redeemable about his tenure. It's so funny. They just straight up are like, yeah, he sucked. Everyone around him hated him. He had no allies whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, the allies that he did have were outed as like major pedophile affiliates, right? Which did not help. It's awesome. What a spectacular failure, but perhaps a perfect hatchet man to eviscerate the labor movement, right? Small L labor movement. I'm not talking about the Labor Party. Oh, what a fucking disaster.
High-speed loss of authority that has ended with his removal from office.
That was great. That was fantastic. Well done.
The right man to remove all trace of Jeremy Corbyn from Labour and to remove the Conservatives from office. For too many, not the right man.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, that literally, like, everything that he did successfully was everything that the Democrats want to do to people like ourselves in the United States of America. Okay? Objectively, what the Labor Party, what Keir Starmer did to the Labor Party, the Democrats want to do to the DSA, to the left populist movement in this country right now, as is gaining ground in American politics. I really hope they fail. I really hope the Democrats fail, because if left to their own devices, they will unironically lead this country into ruin in the exact same way that the Labor Party, shepherded by Keir Starmer, galvanized the most reactionary force in the country. And that's why reform is such a strong force of politics in the UK now. And not only that, but it's not even enough. It's not even enough that reform is a growing force of politics, that we now have to sit around and deal with Restore Britain. For those who haven't gotten the message that reform is fascist enough. What is this? Abdul might have the mandate of heaven. Oh yeah, I saw this. We have it in the docket, don't worry. But let us continue with now who gets to take over the throne. His name is Andy Burnham. He's confirmed Labour leadership bid after Starmer resignation. Andy Burnham is slightly to the left of Keir Starmer, which is, of course, not exactly a difficult feat to accomplish. Andy Burnham, on the other hand, is also a strong and proud advocate of the Labour Friends of Israel. So he will be the stooge to Israel all the same. Andy Burnham has already said that he will keep Shabana Mahmoud in power. A genocide denier all the same. Andy Burnham is not going to take the initiative and change the austerity that has plagued the United Kingdom for now almost 2 decades.
Third time's the charm. After trying and failing to become Labour leader in 2010 and again in 2015, Andy Burnham is now tipped to become the UK's next Prime Minister.
The fact that this individual could abscond...
He is a career politician, first elected in 2001, and has held a number of high-level ministerial posts before leaving Parliament to become Greater Manchester Mayor in 2017, where he overhauled public transport and the city saw a period of growth. In May 2020...
Burnham did apparently say Wes Streeting won't get a position in his cabinet, maybe because Wes Streeting came out and was like trying to position himself as anti-Israel now. Maybe that's why Andy Burnham was like, nope. You strayed away from the path.
He won a landslide re-election victory. Experienced in politics, both nationally and regionally, he promised as he became MP for Makerfield that he would replicate his Manchester track record.
We do need to bring down water bills, energy bills, rail fares, just as we've brought down bus fares in Greater Manchester to make life more affordable for people. We do need an end to trickle-down economics, which didn't trickle down very much at all.
All they are doing is slightly modifying the message, okay? Let's see if they follow through on this at all. I am not holding my breath.
Places like this. And we are going to lay out a new path for Britain.
There's one notable gap in Burnham's decades-long CV. On the global stage, he's a relative unknown with little foreign policy experience. In 2003, he voted in favour of the Iraq War. More recently, he called for the UK government to recognise Palestine as a state. But on the make of...
That is, by the way, so unbelievably marginal. I can't even begin to explain that to you before you think that that implies that he has, like, he will be in any way, shape, or form different. If you're part of Labour Friends of Israel, I have no confidence in you at all on this issue. I'm sorry. Yeah. Labour friend of pedophiles. Many prominent Labour Friends of Israel figures were outed as pedophiles, by the way. Not even making that up. Look it up on your own. Zara Sultana read Burnham to filth. Just another reminder that Andy Burnham voted for the Iraq War, an illegal war that cost over 1 million lives. He has refused to describe the systematic slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza as a genocide. So what will change? Nothing. Arms sales to apartheid Israel will continue. Palestine action will remain banned, and more pensioners will be locked up. Welfare will be cut to fund more weapons. Immigration detention will expand, and mass deportations will continue. Andy Burnham is not the second coming. He's the establishment's last roll of dice. We've already seen racist pogroms on our streets. The danger has not gone away. So we must organize, build solidarity, and create power from below. Fascism isn't at the door. It's already here. Only socialism can face down this barbarism. And Zara Sultana, your party MP for Coventry South. Why do you insist upon the accent? Because I'm having fun. Also, look at what they don't mention in criticizing Keir Starmer. BBC political reporters Becky Morton and Brian Wheeler managed to write 3,000 words on how Starmer failed to connect with the public without once mentioning the Gaza genocide. One of the many reasons that Starmer is deeply unpopular with the public is his complicity in Israel's massive crimes against humanity. The BBC reporters deem this not worth a mention, just tells us how divorced they are from reality. Client journalism and the Westminster bubble need to be rooted out. Can you do the accent more? It's very enraging. Good. Not saying your accents are bad, but working with an accent coach would be content. Bro, I have the stream on audio only. I thought the BBC video was still playing when you were reading that tweet, Lamau. Hell yeah. Posh reporter.
Field campaign trail would not say much more.
I've got to be honest, you know, right now I've got to focus on the by-election. That is my focus, but, you know, I was one of those who called for a ceasefire, you know, shortly after the events of October the 7th, as horrific as they were. But
this is the only notch in his belt for legitimacy in this space, is that he was one of the early demanders of ceasefire. This is true. Fair is fair. No, it is. You gotta read it. You gotta grade these guys on a curb. Okay, that's just how it is. He was early in his demand for a ceasefire. Now you could say, oh well, he wasn't an MP, so it doesn't really matter. But I think it's still important to note. It's important to note. Asker, not a demander. Okay, I demanded one before him. I should run for prime minister. Yes.
You know, that was the stance that I took. So I have spoken out.
251.
In 2015, when he was campaigning for leader, he said his first visit would be to Israel.
That's also true. That's right. He did say that. They asked him, like, he brought it up voluntarily. He said he would go to Tel Aviv as his first visit as the leader of the Labour Party. I mean, what do you say to that? What the fuck do you say to that? Like, why are you volunteering this information? Why is that even... Oh my God. What is he, running for the mayor of New York City? Yeah, no, he became the mayor of Manchester. And he stopped saying he'd go to Tel Aviv. As a matter of fact, Manchester has a high population of Muslim Brits. The next prime minister must lift the ban on Palestine action. I tried to ask Andy Burnham today if he would end the ban on Palestine action.
Will you end the ban on Palestine action, Andy? Will you end...
Yeah, he did not have an answer to that, it seems.
It's also not clear exactly where he falls on the political spectrum, having sidestepped Labour's past infighting.
The UK MOD have found Twitch. I'm being spammed with join the Royal Navy, join the Marines when I click around the side. XD. Yes, join the Royal Navy and you too can aid and abet in the war crimes of Israel. Please join.
You can wear short shorts as you go and wage wars in the desert, as your forefathers demanded. Lads, it's time to reinstate the draft. Keep calm and carry on. We must put our life on the line for the beauty of the nation-state of Israel. Her goals are our goals. We must put down our lives to ensure that Israel, the greater Israel project, is implemented. Very nice. Jason Hickel responds to Shabana Mahmood, my major op in the UK, Home Secretary, member of the Parliament for Birmingham Ladywood, Shabana Mahmood of the UK Labour Party, who banned me personally from entering the country, despite the fact that I am British, as you know, as you can tell from my accent. I am a British man, after all. I've been lying to the Americans this entire time. Much like Steve Hilton, I have infiltrated the United States, trying to implement policies such as making the national cuisine jelly deal. Anyway, Shabana Mahmood says, Keir Starmer led our party from the brink back to power. He won a landslide victory, which few in our party's history have done before. An achievement that will never be forgotten. In office, he put us on the path of change we promised at the last election. A devoted and dedicated public servant. We owe him our deepest thanks. Jason Hickel says, pull yourself together. He won a landslide victory and then immediately betrayed his main promises, betrayed the working class, and then went on to participate in a genocide. He deserves contempt and punishment. Jason Hickel is my GOAT, visiting senior fellow at London School of Economics. Cut the shit, you're Chinese. I wish. Yeah, he only won because the Tories lost, and he learned zero lessons from that defeat, and all he did was become the Tories. It's unbelievable. The biggest issue is he came out swinging, calling for the last 40 years of failure, pissing off Blair, and wanting to take public ownership of water, power, transport, etc., like he's done in Manchester with the buses. But then the bond markets went wild, and he ran away scared. He doesn't have the spine for it. We, in the international pro-workers movement, need real advocates, okay? People who have moral conviction, people who have moral courage, people who are true believers. Not people who will simply say the right things in order to gain favor with the working class, but people who will fight for those values, people who will champion these causes. The issue is, I do not trust that Andy Burnham will be that person. I think Andy Burnham is a politician, a career politician who's been in office in one way, shape, or form since 2001, someone who voted for the Iraq War, who at times has said the right things. And that's how I calculate his Palestine perspective, right? As a mayor of Manchester, of course, he has a lot more bandwidth to say the correct things about what Israel is doing, demanding that Israel cease its hostilities against the Palestinians, as he's overseeing a large constituency of Muslim voters. What he will do with real power, I don't think is going to be all that progressive. When he was going for real power within the labor movement, within the Labor Party, it's very clear that he was absolutely servile to the interests of Israel. He even went as far as to say that he would visit Tel Aviv as his first priority if elected into this leadership role. So Andy Burnham is exactly the worst kind of politician, one that tries to dance around these issues, one that does not have any real moral convictions, who will try to say the right thing. Keir Starmer was even worse than Andy because he would say the wrong things. At least Andy is, you know, as a red Tory, as a right Labor member, is still capable of reading the room, but that's not going to change much.
He's thought as somewhat of a political enigma. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera.
What is this? Israel? Have you forgot the Armenian genocide or still be denial like all Turks? I don't deny the Armenian genocide, but Israel does. So I guess that's what you were trying to say here, right?
On May the 7th, in the Midlands.
Yes, and here is Nigel Farage, Reform UK leader. Nigel Farage demands general election after Prime Minister Keir Starmer resigns.
Yorkshire, all the north of England, Reform scored absolutely stunning victories in areas that Labour had dominated for the best part of 100 years. The sheer scale of our victory against Labour made it inevitable that this Prime Minister could not survive. And because of that, Burnham steps forward.
So was it Britain Yahoo? Oh my God. He is Britain Yahoo. That's true.
Wins quite convincingly the Makerfield by-election, ironically with the same message that we had in the local elections. Ours was vote reform, get Starmer out. His was vote Burnham, get Starmer out. Unbelievably, we're about to have our 6th Prime Minister in 7 years. I remember growing up thinking Italy was totally ungovernable as they went through a new Prime Minister every year, and yet that's where we are here. Why is it all happening, and why did we get that big number of votes in the north of England? Well, 10 years ago, on the 23rd of June, 2016, we voted Brexit. Much of our political establishment has never accepted the result. And even those that reluctantly did, namely the Conservative Party, refused to implement what voters demanded, namely lower levels of immigration and more freedom for our sole traders and small businesses. They were just 2 of the benefits we could have taken having got back self-governance. Under Starmer, the Labour Party has moved much closer back to the European Union, and if Mr Burnham wins, they'll go closer still, which means Labour voters and the Labour Party are completely divided on this issue. But the bigger point today is that of a mandate, is that of legitimacy. I've no idea whether there'll be...
I think one of the funniest outcomes of Brexit was literally the influx of migration that took place from even less white populations. But I obviously don't have an issue with that. It's just that these guys who championed Brexit ended up getting the worst of both worlds. Literally, if you look at the raw data, it's actually insane. These guys were like, oh, we don't want the Polish. Like, we don't want the Polish coming into the country. And then there was an influx of migration from, like, not the European continent. Now, that's not even an issue necessarily. It's just funny that it's an issue for them. That's what they care about. And it also obviously led to a litany of additional complications for the British economy. Biggest winner from KIER's resignation? Yes, I know. Abe Lovely. He made the boss call. I cannot fathom how these guys, these fucking cockroaches on the far right, are capable of sequencing together some of the biggest L's, some of the worst punishments that the British people have experienced, and they just still survive in spite of their devastating failures, in spite of their success when it's a initiative that harms the working class. And the working class keeps looking at this and going, more, please. Yes, please, sir. Can I have some more? How is this possible? Yeah, here is the Financial Times data. The Brexit years in charts since the referendum, net migration to the UK from outside of the EU has risen, while net migration from the EU has moved in the opposite direction. Literally. These guys were so racist to the Polish migration coming from the European continent because they were like, we want domestic labor. We want the jobs. They're taking our fucking jobs, mate. They're Polish. They're taking our fucking jobs. And then, yeah, after the EU referendum, no more migration coming from, white, but less white European countries, and an increase in non-EU migration. The problem with the UK is we have an electorate that wants a Japanese approach to immigration, Nordic welfare, and an American tax system, and a political class that would rather pander to this delusion as opposed to leveling with public about the necessary trade-offs. This approach will continue to produce failed leaders until it fundamentally changes. I mean, he kind of cooked. This is like a real, I wouldn't say that like there is a robust demand for this. It's just that the public has only seen that as a viable political expression. The public thinks that that's what they need. It's not super far off, but only because there is a crisis in political vision in this fucking country. Okay? That crisis is born out of ineffective leadership because there is a media class that is the biggest attack dogs for capital, and the entire political class comes from the same fucking schools. They're all friends with the same exact people that are dominating the forces of capital in the country. So the entire leadership structure and the entire propaganda apparatus is slanted in one direction. And whenever someone comes out and says like, yeah, we should do something different, we should actually serve the working class in this country,
they get destroyed. They get ritualistically humiliated. They get dominated. They get called a terrorist, an anti-Semite. I mean, we saw this with Jeremy Corbyn, who actually was very effective and unbelievably popular. And he got punished endlessly for that popularity. Far more popular than Keir Starmer is, which is not really saying much. Keir Starmer is as popular as a rotting head of lettuce. But the same predicament now Zach Polanski has to withstand, right? Because in all of this crisis, in all this chaos, Zach Polanski was able to make something out of the Green Party. He was able to present the Green Party as a real alternative, an eco-socialist movement. Now, of course, the Green Party has a very decentralized structure, which I think is going to lead to a lot of problems down the line. I don't know how that will work, but I'm usually asking if you're coming over for the Durham Miners Gala. Yeah, well, I think you know the answer to that, don't you? There's also a Marxism conference that I was trying to attend that's coming up soon, and I won't be able to attend it in the UK. The problem with the UK government is that Margaret Thatcher is in power since 1979 until today. Yes, same problem that persists in America. Ronald Reagan has been in power, and Reaganomics has been in power since Reagan. Same predicament, same issue. We are not, I mean, I think you're allowed back now. You think Shabana Mahmood, the same Home Secretary, is going to allow me in now under the leadership of Burnham? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I mean, it would give me a little bit of confidence that there is like some real changes taking place within the Labour Party if they actually stopped prosecuting Palestine Action as a prescribed terror organization. That would be great. But I don't think that's going to happen, especially considering she won't be Home Secretary when Burnham comes in. I doubt it. Yeah, my friend, Andy Burnham already confirmed that he would keep Shabana Mahmood. So no reason for doubt. He already confirmed.
A contest or a coronation. But what I do know is the British public.
Labour is cooked. They let the grooming gangs cook. Oh my God. Dude, here's why you are the biggest dumbass of all time. Okay? Virtually all of the actual incidents that took place with the grooming gangs took place under Tory leadership. You fucking baboon. You absolute moron. What the fuck do you mean Labour is cooked because they let the grooming gangs cook? Every single actual incident, anytime there was any like Pakistani grooming gangs or whatever the fuck you think happened, it took place under Tory leadership. You're a fucking idiot. God damn. Why are people so stupid? Why are people so malleable? It blows my fucking mind. Learn to read. Educate yourself. You know when those grooming, doesn't matter where it started? What are you talking about? These are issues that were prosecuted literally when you started your fucking Twitch account. This is when it started. 14 years of Tory austerity, 14 years of Tory governance. They didn't fucking deal with any of this shit, and you think it's Keir Starmer's fault. And if you think that it's just a Muslim problem, you're a fucking moron anyway. This is an across-the-board issue with British policing. They are fucking awful at dealing with sex crimes. Okay? They don't care about the facts, just the narrative. Yeah, notice how we shifted the goalposts and go, why did they not end it? How are they supposed to end something that literally happened and ended under Tory leadership 2 decades prior to their governance? You fucking dumbass. Also, this is still a problem, and it's not grooming gangs necessarily. It's not Muslim grooming gangs. Okay? Sexual assault is a non-partisan issue in the UK. Only one party is trying to make it seem like it's just Muslims doing it. Okay? Stop being a fucking idiot. If there's one person on this platform that is across the board anti-sex crimes, is me. I'm not the one who's fucking running cover for the Epstein class. I'm not the one who's actively trying to move the attention away from the sex crimes of Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. And I'm not the one who thinks that sex crimes are only being conducted by roving gangs of Muslims. Okay? The guy who you are a fan of, is doing that. I'm 35 and he looks older than my dad. For some reason, these R words believe that Africa lived in peace and then the white nation attacked. All these countries were attacking all other, and Africa was just fucking behind. I can assure you, if Wakanda Oh my God, this guy only lives in Marvel quotes too. Jesus Christ. You're 35 years old, man. You have no excuse to be this fucking, this dumb. Mr. Socialist, stop, dude. He's dead already. You're a fucking Disney adult. You're older than me. What makes these wankers better than BLM monkeys? Oh my God, just fucking unvarnished hatred. Brother, I'm gonna give you a warning right now. You are easily duped. They are manipulating you, okay? The places that you look for this reinforcement of bigotry are very aware of how easily manipulated you are, okay? You gotta fucking snap out of it, dude. No, it doesn't matter who does it. It must be denounced. Be it Trump, the Pakistanis, whomever. Kind of feels like you're one directional, though. Look, racism is low IQ, okay? It's low IQ cope. The idea that there are inferior beings out there that are lesser than you, that society is hyper-focusing on. And that is a major weakness for the working class. You got to do away with that mentality. Because the reality is, they know, guys like Nigel Farage know how fucking easily manipulated you are. That's how they did Brexit. Is your life better? No. Now, I'm not a fan of the Labour Party either, but wake the fuck up. A lot of you guys love talking about how, oh, it's the British ruling class. I hate them. But you don't realize that you're being manipulated by that same exact British ruling class, you fucking idiot. They're tugging on your heartstrings. They're making you think that it's actually, brown and black migrants that are responsible for all the crime in the country. That crime is not born out of people's socioeconomic conditions. That there's no solution. That the solution actually comes from purging the fucking boundaries on ethnic confines. As long as all the black and brown people are purged from the boundaries of the UK, then the UK will be a more prosperous nation. You're a fucking idiot. That's not how this works at all. That's not going to solve anything. It's going to make things worse, ironically enough, because now you have no one working at the NHS, for example. Your ass is not going to go become a nurse. You don't have the technical skills. It's a delusional way to abdicate responsibility away from the hands of the ruling class. The ruling class knows how easily manipulated you are. They just dangle this shit in front of your eyes, and you fall for it every time. You're like, yes, I'm going to vote for the most right-wing party. Well, it's those right-wing forces that have defended the ruling class. And they've actually manipulated you into thinking that they have your best interest in mind. They've moved your attention away to tribalism. They've moved your attention away to the crimes only being done by the Muslims. It's just the Muslims doing the crimes, right? As long as we get rid of the Muslims, the UK will be a better place overall. That's fucking stupid. That's not true.
They have simply had enough of political parties chopping and changing their leaders at will. We vote for somebody in a general election to be our prime minister. We expect them to serve their term. And barring ill health or exceptional circumstances, what is going on here, frankly, is reminiscent of a banana republic that has totally devalued the very process of general elections and democracy. We at Reform demand a general election. After all, when the Conservatives were chopping and changing prime ministers, Labour kept saying there should be a general election. On that point, the Conservative Party...
Simply put, I don't know how you have unlimited appetite to fall for this every time, okay? It's literally this. And it's ironic because it is Rupert Murdoch that's like mass producing this propaganda. It's literally this always. And the only thing that has changed over the years is the number of cookies that he has and the number of cookies that this guy has. This guy has even less cookies now. But the strategy doesn't change. And people are so easily manipulated. They go, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. These fucking foreigners are taking my cookie. Cookies down to the fucking crumbs. And you still think it's the black and brown working class that's actually stealing it.
There's no need for a general election because they're part, frankly, of the Uniparty. It's as if the whole thing is a game. Labour did not actually carry out their mandate of 24, did a whole number of things, whether it was the tax on family farms, the giving away of the Chagos Islands and much else that wasn't in the manifesto. If it is Mr. Burnham, he didn't even stand at the last general election. Britain is broken. 6 prime ministers in 7 years should convince you of that fact. We are ready for a general election, and I suspect many of you, too, are ready for a general election. The thought we're going to go through.
Your take on grooming gangs is so wrong. It's laughable. Wait, what? There's no way I have a 31-month subscriber who literally fucking is unironically a firm and committed believer that it's like there are that this is not an issue born out of the British police's like lack of interest. Sarnix is a troll. Psych, did you actually think that I, as a 31-month subscriber, Andy would buy into a talking point that the Roach community salivates over? Come on, Unc. Anyways, now to more important things. Do the stripes on your suit line up with the pockets? I'm trying to submit that fit in for review of dye workwear. P.S. Give me a good shake. I'm gonna fucking ban you.
Weeks, maybe months of paralysis in a country whose debt is rising faster than any country in the world, apart from Botswana, where the boats continue to come across the English Channel every day. The whole thing is not acceptable. Let's have a general election. Let's get a government with a clear democratic mandate.
The left is in a state of disarray.
Watch, live is Trump is live taking questions.
Wants to invest in product. It's just an artificial way of raising a price if you're running a bad company. So they spent $51 billion on stock buybacks instead of spending them on plants. Now they can't do that anymore. Now they are spending a lot of money. We're building many plants throughout the country. They're dealing with General Motors. They're dealing with Ford. But I know General Motors is all excited about building weapons now. They have some plants which are going to switch over.
He already
build weapons.
He already revealed that Keir Starmer was resigning before Keir Starmer officially resigned, which is another devastating blow to Keir Starmer.
We're really in a big, strong economic push to do the weapons, and some of the car companies, if they have any excess capacity, they're making a deal to build missiles and the Patriot in particular. We have quite a few of them, but we want to make sure we have always a lot of them.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate that you endorse.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations on the quantum physics EO to all of you. Vice President Vance said that there are mechanisms in place to make sure that there's not escalations with the Strait of Hormuz and with Israel and Lebanon. Can you talk about what those mechanisms are, and are you in direct talks with the Supreme Leader, HasanAbi?
Look, here's the thing. As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear because that's an inappropriate word, but as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the Strait.
So the mechanism is
we have a Navy that had a blockade. I think the blockade was more impactful than dropping bombs, if you want to know the truth. It was like they call it the steel wall. Nobody got through. Not one ship got through, able to go.
Look at that.
They got through.
As long as they respect us, he's changing his tone. Okay, interesting.
Again, in about 15 minutes, I would say, Pete, one phone call.
I mean, no one fucking respects you, but
half hour.
They're ready to go right now if you need to.
It'll be before we finish the meeting. No, we have. As long as they respect us, we're going to be fine. If they don't respect us, things wouldn't be good. But they have a lot of respect. Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate, El Tigre, Abelardo de Espriella, we know that you had a phone call.
I endorsed him. He was in 10th place. I endorsed him, and he won the election.
Yeah, we know that you had a
no different than this country.
You had a phone conversation with Abelardo de Espriella in the last hours. What can you tell us about that phone conversation, and what do you see, what do you anticipate?
You're from Colombia?
Yes, sir, I'm from Colombia.
So he called,
a great city.
He called me last night, and he thanked me for the endorsement. He won. He won the election. He wasn't anticipated to win, but he won, and he won.
Yeah, another fucking fascist dipshit.
He was just a good man. I'd watch him a little bit speak, and he always speak. When people like me, I like them. It's very simple. It's a very simple formula, and I like him. He said really nice things about me and the job we've done in the United States, and very, very powerful. And he won an election in Colombia that, I don't know, some people were surprised because he was a little bit further down the pack, but he won easily last night. He won he called me at 8:30 in the evening just to thank me very much. And I said, you ran a great campaign. He said, El Tigre, right?
Yeah. And what do you anticipate for the relation with Colombia? Colombia is such an
much better. It'll be better. He's going to be a great president.
Mr.
President. Are the contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool
voice crack
for the current condition, or is it the vandals?
Oh, voice crack too.
Vandals. You know, we have 100 and we have a, I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. We had people lifting up the basic, some of
what?
it, but it's not a lot of damage, but
it's so funny. Everything is cope.
Refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just
How
told
could
by
they destroy the entire reflecting pool with a knife, dumbass?
5 people are arrested, and 5 people are under investigation right now.
Oh my God, dude, this is so funny. I love this story so much.
Beautiful grass all around.
It's so perfect. It's so perfect for the Trump administration.
You probably know about
everything's reflecting pool.
They said 86-47. They probably got that from the dirty cop, Comey. You know he's a cop, don't you? Dirty cop. He's a crooked guy. They destroyed the grass, so that's a big thing. But we're going to get it back very soon.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that?
Do you have any proof of this? I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
But do you have proof of that? That they used the knife? Do you have photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot
This is in his wheelhouse, so he's letting it cook.
To the other? You think
he's letting follow-up questions.
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and there's no evidence of it.
All you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. See the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently. The same thing with the floor. They cut it.
They cut it very violently. They're destroying my reflecting pool.
And, you know, we've done over 50 monuments. Number one, we start with this is now a safe city. It's as safe a city as you can get.
Yeah, not for the reflecting pool.
And when I came here, it was a very dangerous city. And number two, what we did is the beautification with the parks and the grass and everything, removal of all the tents. And this is like a different place. One of the things we did is over 50 fountains and statues, most of which were in horrible shape. All of them were bad, but some were just absolutely horrible. Graffiti, you couldn't even see the stone. They've all been fixed. We also fixed the reflecting pool. In fact, if you go over there right now, it looks very good. It's up. Somebody said fertilizer in the water. If you put fertilizer in the water, you get algae. But somebody said they might have put fertilizer. They did something to create the algae, but that doesn't matter because
That's awesome.
Purified.
Yeah, no, it's a conspiracy.
Laying at the bottom,
the dang libtards did it.
Came it very carefully out, and it'll be back to health pretty soon. We're going to have to let the water out to fix there's 2 little areas, very little areas where they were cut, and we'll fix that, but it's not leaking or anything. It's got a base underneath.
Part of what's curious about this situation is we stood here with you in April when you first revealed the plans.
I said what?
In April, when you showed us pictures of what you were going to do at the pool, and you said you had a guy who was going to do it in a week for about $1 million.
Well,
it's been 2 months and $16.5 million.
Yeah, okay, ready? Barack Hussein Obama, have you ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Oh! He spent 2 years and over $100 million on trying to fix it. You know what happened to it? Never even opened.
Right.
He took the water from the river. You know about that, right? It turned out to be putrid, and it destroyed the whole thing. Spent over $100 million. Him and Biden together spent $147 million.
You heard of him?
You know what happened? Never opened. You don't mention that, right?
But
we spent about 10. Much of the money we spent are park workers. They're there whether they do this or not, as you know. They work in the park, and they're very good workers. They did a great job. So they were going to spend $300 to $400 million. You know that, and it was going to take 4 years.
This is his special interest. Yes. He loves this shit.
6-7 weeks, and I spent. Probably in terms of outside, probably $10 million, around $10 million. They say 16, but a lot of that's workers that work for the same thing. So they were going to spend $400 million. I spent 10. They were going to spend 4 years. I spent 2 months, maybe less. And I have a better product. Now, I can't help it if somebody goes in with a knife and starts hacking it up. And we also have pictures of it. You know, we have
Can you
pictures.
release the photos? We've been
At the
asking
right
for that.
time, you'll see it. You'll see it in court. You'll see it in court. But all you have to do is call the Parks Department, call the Department of Interior, and I don't know if their lawyers will allow you to speak to them because you write fake news. But
there's
call
proof the knife has been found.
Interior Department, and I understand they've arrested 5 people, and they have another 5 people that are under investigation.
Such a unique knife.
Here's the bottom line: we made.
Only a unique knife like this could present such a unique pattern. It's clear. It's clear to me. Clear as day.
78% in a matter of months. It was a hellhole. New Orleans, crime is down 79%. And they had Mardi Gras. It was the safest Mardi Gras they've had in 50 years. The governor called me. Governor Landry called me. Safest Mardi Gras they've had in... And by the way, Chicago, which is a shooting field right now, if the governor would call me, Governor Pritzker would call me, I would solve the Chicago problem. In 3-4 months, you'd have virtually a crime-free city. We'll remove all of the bad ones. You have criminals. You have career criminals that came in through the border because of Sleepy Joe Biden. You ever hear of Sleepy Joe Biden? Do you ever hear of him? He let people come into this country, and we can never forget that that happened. Guys like you should never forget that that happened.
He's right.
They were murderers, drug dealers, mental patients. They took them out of prisons. They took them out of mental institutions. You should never forget that that happened.
We shouldn't.
Mr. President,
we shouldn't. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are meeting with NATO's Mark Rutte on Wednesday.
We got here from the reflecting pool, by the way. He started off with, do you know a guy named Barack Hussein Obama? And ended with, Joe Biden let the migrants in.
On down U.S. troops?
It's NATO, basically, the question. So we have been a great member of NATO. In many ways, certainly the predominant member. We paid trillions of dollars over the years, not billions, trillions over the years to protect Europe. When we wanted to know, we didn't need any help at all. I was more curious than anything else. So I said to Pete, let's see if they'd actually come. So we asked them to come, and they weren't there for us. So we spent, it was stupid that they weren't. By the way, Starmer wasn't there. And you know what? The people of the UK did not like it that he wasn't there. Starmer said no. Starmer said worse than no. He said, we'll be there as soon as you win. I said, we don't need you as soon as we win. Before I went in, we called him. He said, "Oh wow, we'll be there." This was not Winston Churchill.
That's why British people voted him out. I like that this is in line with the other dumbasses like that come in here and they're like, "Well, Starmer got pushed out because of the rape gangs, mate," and then you got some people thinking that, and then the other people like Donald Trump being like, "Starmer got pushed out because he wouldn't go to war." Yeah, I already retweeted this. Yeah, I'm saying Starmer got pushed out because he banned me from the UK.
So I say to Pete and I say to everybody else, if we're spending all of this money, hundreds of millions of dollars to protect them from Russia, mostly. Okay, so we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You know, the case could be made that we spent all of the money over the years before me. I cut it back. But listen, we spend all of this money. And then when we want to maybe have help on small stuff, this is small time. This is not the big one. This is small potatoes. They say no, would rather not help. Stupid thing to say, because we can say that to them if we want, and we might.
It's the 1-year anniversary of Operation Midnight Hammer. If you could go back in time, is there anything you would do differently?
No.
Nothing at all?
It's the most successful attack that anyone's ever seen with a bomber that totally wiped out their nuclear potential. If we didn't do that, you'd have no Israel right now. Israel would not exist, and most of the Middle East would not exist. They were 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. If we wouldn't have done that, Pete, they would have had a nuclear weapon. You want to say something about that?
Yes, sir. I wasn't aware it was
the
1
fuck
year,
does
but
Pete Heggs
you don't
know?
have the situation we have now, a position of strength where Iran's going to give up their nuclear program without Midnight Hammer. Which,
by the way, the irony is Keir Starmer not involving himself with the Iran ordeal is probably one of the only good things he did, because he was under tremendous pressure at that point. And it is really funny that Trump is actually saying he got ousted because he didn't involve himself with Iran.
they can do nothing about it with their air defenses, which are even further now degraded. And that's what everyone misses in the press, and the president's right to call it fake news. because the overwhelming military victory that has been had over Iran is what has set the conditions for them to be at the table with our negotiators. And we will ensure, whether it's through a deal or through the War Department, that they never get a nuclear weapon because of this president right here.
Okay? Thank you very much,
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Russ.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. 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 Thank you. Thank you.
Kicking the press out. Do you see Taylor Lorenz? Oh, I don't want to talk about this. Anyway. All right. Now let's get back to this administration. Iran has agreed to admit nuclear monitors into the country, Vance says. Shaky Susan loves Israel.
In terms of showing...
Okay, I don't even want to get into Shaky Susan yet. Okay, let's talk about jorking the peanuts, Vance.
And this is probably what we're most excited about as Americans. The Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major...
Wow. What a remarkable improvement in diplomacy. You mean to tell me they're back to JCPOA conditions? Wow. Which, by the way, not entirely certain this is real. Okay? Not entirely certain that this is even real, because from what I understand, the Iranian envoys haven't even brought in their nuclear guys yet, and they keep repeatedly saying that the nuclear talks are not on the table yet. They will be, just not at this stage in the negotiations. So I don't even know if he's lying about this. The Iranian side keeps saying he's lying about it. But what's also very funny about this is that he's not even lying about something far-fetched. Because even if what he's saying is real, even if what J.D. Vance is saying is correct, this is not a new thing. The International Atomic Energy Agency was already operating inside of Iran due to the JCPOA.
Milestone for the American people, and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. That's exactly what we asked to happen. We made a lot of great progress on other nuclear talks. And that leads me to the final thing that we wanted to accomplish, which is actually set up the process for the technical negotiations that will follow. Our teams working with the Iranians, the Qataris, and the Pakistanis made great progress yesterday. They will continue to work at the technical level with the teams here in Bergenstock, and then those technical negotiations are going to continue over the weeks and days to come. We wanted to set up a structure for that so that you could have proper political oversight, but obviously, as much as this place is very beautiful, I can't stay here for the next 60 days. I'm about to go back home to the United States, but the technical teams are going to be working with proper oversight to make sure that we're accomplishing the objectives that matter for everybody. So those are the things that we wanted to accomplish. We came here, we did exactly that. The way that I think about it is very simple. We laid a very good foundation for a successful final deal. The final deal is the house. We set the foundation. We haven't built the house, but we've laid a successful foundation to get to a good place for the American people. I think it's important for all of us to appreciate how much was done, but honestly, there is still a lot to do as we continue to make progress on the nuclear talks, on the economic talks, as we continue to demine the straits and ensure that that flow of traffic continues to pick back up. A lot of progress, but still some work to do, and we're very committed to doing it.
Why did the Iranian delegation leave at the beginning and then they came back? Because Israel was bombing Lebanon in direct violation of the first stage. Like the first demand being made in the ceasefire negotiations in the MOU is a cessation of hostilities. Iran understandably does not trust the American side. Why would they? America has engaged alongside Israel an act of perfidy, not once but twice. So for them, for the Iranian side, in order to establish any kind of trust from their end, they want America to restrain Israel. This is actually not that complicated of a demand. It's actually a just demand. It's a demand that the rest of the world is also on board with, ironically enough. But basically, yes, I'm going to watch the rest of the MAGA debate. Yes, I'm going to. Hasan, are you going to watch the rest of the MAGA debate? I'm locked in. Yes. Dean Withers-Jube will watch the rest of it today, later. Anyway, hold on. Will you watch the messy highlights? No. Please know it's so boring. It's not. It's actually a lot of fun, in my opinion. I think it's a lot of fun. Your commentary on that Jew video was some of your funniest commentary. Straight up, thank you. Do you think the Iranian government watches all this unserious political pendulum swinging in the U.S. and just go like, I mean, sure, we all agreed to the thing we agreed to before he said it was bad? They are very tapped in. They are very, very locked in to American politics. They're super tuned into American politics. Let's be real. We know that already. Many of them have actually had jobs in the United States of America. They're much better educated. I'm so happy the UK banned you. Okay, 31-month subscriber. In any case, getting back to the point that I was making, Iran understandably is demanding America restrain Israel because they want assurances that they can trust America. It's a big ask only because America has chosen not to restrain Israel so far, and that's a huge problem. Okay?
Exactly that. So with that, I'm happy to take a few questions from guys in the audience. I appreciate you guys being here. Let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Describing it as perfidy downplays that it was lying on purpose to set up murders. No, I mean, that's literally what perfidy is. You just said describing perfidy as, and then you inserted the definition of perfidy. That's precisely what, yeah. Yeah, it's just lying. That's, the official word for it. Chad is being bratty because it's June. Let us be.
At one point, can you just clarify and tell us what happened?
No, they didn't throw a wrench in the system. The thing with the Iranians, yes, they did threaten to walk out, or at least there were social media threats that they would walk out. But we were negotiating well past 1 a.m. yesterday, so they didn't walk out. And their technical team is still here in Bergenstock working with our technical team actually as we speak, though I imagine maybe some of them are taking a break to watch this news conference. But look, what we told the Iranians yesterday is when you guys engage in what us millennials might call trash talk, you can't expect the President of the United States not to respond and not to correct the record. So when they say things that aren't true, the President is going to respond to it. I'm going to respond to it. Americans are going to respond to it. When they make threats that aren't rooted in reality, they have to accept that the President of the United States is actually going to set the record straight. That's all that happened. So yes, there was a little bit of threatening, there was a little bit of whining, but at the end of the day, the talks continued and we made great progress.
Inspectors, when do you expect them to be welcomed into Iran? Is there a time frame that you guys are looking at? And also in terms of when we could see this entire conflict end, do you think this can end by the midterm elections?
Well, look, right now the conflict is in a ceasefire, and certainly our hope is that we get to the final deal and a permanent settlement. But right now, I think we've made great progress, and we should all celebrate that. In terms of when the nuclear inspectors are going to start, it's funny, we were trying to call some of the inspectors last night around 2 a.m. As you can expect, not many people were answering their phone at 2 a.m. I expect that will happen at the minimum this week, but we think even some of those conversations with the inspectors and with the IAEA could happen as soon as today, but I haven't checked in with our team since we made that 2 a.m. phone call to some of those inspectors. Sorry.
Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Did you, going in, expect the Iranians to make Lebanon as much of a linchpin as they ended up doing? And how would you describe the progress on Lebanon? I know Mr. Araghchi said it was very good progress, but what's your characterization of it?
Yeah, I would describe it as very good progress, too. I mean, look, we want a regional ceasefire, right? We want Hezbollah to stop firing at our friends in Israel. We want Israelis to be able to...
It's one way to promote it. I wish we hadn't banned that one starving Marxist chatter, because I love hearing from the hogs. I love hearing from the hogs when this is like a moment of absolute defeat and a recognition of absolute defeat. And J.D. Vance is trying to present this as like some semblance of victory when it's clear that there's no victory here. It's awesome.
Live in peace.
Hey, bro, it's my 36th birthday today. I'm washed like you. Crash Carpenter. Hey, we're both chud-ass losers together, buddy.
We also want to make sure that, when things happen, they don't spiral into a broader escalation. And so we've been, I think, very good at setting up what we're calling a deconfliction mechanism. But what it really is to say that when things happen, the sides are actually talking to one another. Sometimes, you got a bit of a chicken and egg problem, that you've got a junior guy who fires a drone that didn't have approval from the high command. Okay.
Oh, when the Iranians are lobbing missiles, it's just a junior guy. It's not their fault. Respect. He's putting respect on it. He said, you know, look, the IRGC has a decentralized mosaic system of defense. Okay. Sometimes they're going to have rogue operators. Some of them hate Dubai. I personally, JD Vance, also hate Dubai. So I kind of understand. Can you blame them?
Okay, of course, Israel has to respond to that. But then sometimes that response, we could actually have a better and more peaceful situation if Israel responds in the context of a conversation that's ongoing between Hezbollah, Lebanon, Israel, and other partners in the region. There really hasn't been a mechanism to have those discussions until basically around 4 p.m. yesterday, Bergenstock time, when we set that up. So what we're trying to do is to say, first of all, Israel and every other nation in the region has the right of self-defense, but we want to make sure that everybody has that right of self-defense.
Oh, he's running cover for Israel? He's just saying it's not Israel, it's... I thought he was talking about Hezbollah. I think he's just doing it across the board. He's just like, you know, both sides have their guys. Sometimes they get a little excited. They're excitable. They're excitable. It happens. Don't worry about it.
In the background, where we're talking about how to de-escalate these conflicts rather than spiraling out of control. Sometimes what will happen is that if the conflict spirals out of control, that's worse for everybody's self-defense and worse for everybody's security. So we've actually got the process in place to ensure that that escalation doesn't happen. Now, I will say you already see the fruits of that. Over the past 24 hours, it's probably been the most peaceful that we've seen the situation in Lebanon. The previous 24 hours were pretty good. Obviously, there was some shooting about 72 hours ago. So this is a work in progress. But what we've done is actually set up the operation so that we can ensure it doesn't spiral out of control in the future.
Does the U.S. want Israel to withdraw forces from southern Lebanon?
Well, we want Israel's security to be protected, and we also want Lebanon's sovereignty to be protected, and this is going to be an ongoing conversation. The Israelis have been very clear they do not have territorial intentions on South Lebanon. The reason they feel they have to be there...
So you want Israel to retreat, but also at the same time you believe Israel has a right to set up a frontier inside of Lebanese territory. Very interesting. So do you want Israel to retreat or not?
Is because they're worried about Hezbollah fighters in South Lebanon firing into Israel. We do believe, of course it's going to require a lot of hard work, that we can get to a place where Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty is protected, Israel's security is protected, and that's going to require some coordination with the Lebanese armed forces, and also it's going to require the Iranians to rein in Hezbollah. That's all the sort of things that we were talking about yesterday, and again, I think that we got much further compared to where we were just 24 hours ago.
Have you spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu during any of this process at all in the recent days?
Yeah, we were in constant contact with the Israelis yesterday, but also, of course, with the Saudis and the Emiratis and others in the region. We talked to the Lebanese yesterday as well, so we're constantly trying to keep our regional friends updated about this. This is not a deal that the United States is imposing on the region. This is a deal that the region has desperately asked the United States to put in place. Obviously, the headlines have been very focused about what's been going on between the United States and Iran, but this region has been a basket case for a very long time. And what?
Yeah, they're all a bunch of crazy guys. It's certainly not one country that is responsible for all of the instability. The same country that is doing all of this instability and behaving in this belligerent manner with our weapons and our unlimited support. It's certainly not the same country that we are refusing to restrain right now, even though the other country that we're currently in a ceasefire negotiation with is making it their primary focus and their primary demand. It's awesome. Just say Israel is the fucking belligerent country and you're going to restrain Israel. That's it. That's it. That's all you need to say here. And that's all you need to do, really. It's awesome, though, because no matter what these dipshits say, about, oh, the region is so scary and so dangerous all the time or whatever, Israel is the one country in the region that keeps saying, we are not abiding by American demands here. We're a sovereign nation, and they will continue giving us all the weapons that we will dump on Lebanese territory. Israel is dunking on us.
The president has set us to do, again, lay the foundation, see if we can get to a permanent peace. If we can't, the president of the United States still has a lot of options to accomplish America's security objectives, but he has certainly committed us to this pathway for now, and we're going to keep on working and seeing what we can accomplish. And then I want to just, before we
For all the talk about Arab honor or Iranian hangups, it's clear that Amer Israel is way more obsessed with saving face and way less capable of swallowing its pride. Adam Johnson says, yes, and in my opinion, more people should familiarize themselves with the British Empire's concept of the moral effect. Once one understands the centrality of it as a growing ideology within liberal imperialism, the extreme, seemingly counterproductive violence makes more sense. Today, US, UK, and Israel use different euphemisms: threat deterrence, American credibility, the Dahia Doctrine, crippling sanctions. But they all speak to a rigid and paramount ideological commitment to extreme violence to discipline recalcitrant populations on the periphery. Empires never die quietly. This is exactly what Adam Johnson is talking about. But empires' powers are not infinite. And America is certainly one of these empires that's currently in decline. And instead of addressing that decline and maybe retreating from the global stage in order to be a more productive partner in diplomacy with other countries, the United States of America keeps behaving in increasingly belligerent ways. It's a pillar of colonial military doctrine, and it's been central to the U.S., UK, and Zionist ideology for centuries. The only way to maintain dominance of untamed populations is nonstop, extreme, and never-ending violence. Again, it is better PR now, but it's a basic tenet of U.S. foreign policy. Obviously, using extreme violence to dominate a population is not unique to the U.S., UK, and Israel. But what they've invented was combining this subjugation and killing regime with high-minded liberal civilizing ideology. E.g., killing 20,000 kids is A-OK because democracy and gay pride marches. Yeah, liberal imperialism, liberal Zionism, liberal imperialism, liberal colonialism. These are ideologies that are supposed to be at odds with one another. And yet, it has been the defining doctrine of Western imperialism in perpetuity, from Manifest Destiny, from the British colonial occupation as well, to Manifest Destiny, to Israel's taming of the beast, to develop a land without people for a people without land. It's always been the same. We have to do this because these guys are very angry and they're impossible to deal with. We just have to take more and more of their land. We have to keep killing them. And this is our way of civilizing these masses. White man's burden. Yep. Fascism is a more honest expression of this violence. Fascism is colonialism turned inward for that reason, right? It's a more honest expression of this militarism, and it's one that also turns its crosshairs on the domestic population that says this kind of instability can't go on. Oh, another Quillette writer. My latest Quillette. Hello?
Depart here. I want to say one last thing. I've seen some misreporting about frozen or unfrozen Iranian assets. One of the other things that we wanted to...
Boss call from Israel. I've decided that the MOU must not go on and that it's bad and that Israel has a right to defend itself. Ladies and gentlemen, it has nothing to do with the phone call I just had. It was just a very convincing phone call. Israel Chai, okay? Yeah, Israel Chai. Israel has a right to defend itself. And yeah, J.D. Vance is a vicious anti-Semite for things that he said about Israel last week. It was unforgivable. Okay? Yeah, Benji called me personally. Big Yahoo called up and said, Hasan, enough is enough.
Still has a lot of options to accomplish America's security objectives, but he has certainly committed us to this pathway for now, and we're going to keep on working and seeing what we can accomplish. And then I want to just, before we depart here, I want to say one last thing. I've seen some misreporting about frozen or unfrozen Iranian assets. One of the other things that we wanted to do, and wasn't as high of a priority for us for obvious.
What state is Israel the size of? It used to be New Jersey, but it should be New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. That's the right answer. Israel, the size of New Jersey. Until now, we are taking territory in Syria and Lebanon. Israel will no longer be the size of New Jersey. It will be the size of New Jersey, New York, and maybe even Connecticut.
Reasons, but we wanted to make sure that we set up a process where if we ever unfreeze Iranian assets, we can ensure that that money, that Iranian money, goes to help the people of Iran and not to fund terrorism. So Jared Kushner actually came up with a very interesting solution with the Qataris, where basically, again, if there is any frozen Iranian assets that are unfrozen, then we have approval over that process. The Qataris have approval over that process. And then the money would actually go to buy American soy, American corn, and American wheat for the benefit of the Iranian people. And as much as I see some of the press misreporting on this, and of course, buttressed by what the Iranians are saying, or not all Iranians, I want to be clear, there are a lot of Iranians who are telling the truth about what happened yesterday, but you see some social media reporting that gets this wrong. But fundamentally, what Jared and the Qataris and the entire team here in Bergenstock accomplished is, to me, a classic Trump deal, where if Iranian assets are ever unfrozen, they're going to go to make American farmers richer and to feed the Iranian people. That's a very, very good and very classic Trump deal.
He's like, we eradicated U.S. aid, and we're just going to do a direct U.S. aid intervention in Iran. It's great for our farmers. That's cool. Don't know why Iran would take that deal, but sure. I love watching these guys cosplay neoliberal shit like Feed the Future. Yeah. I'm not entirely familiar with what the Iranian agricultural industry looks like, but I do love these guys reinventing U.S. aid from first principles after destroying it and possibly leading to like hundreds of thousands of deaths in Africa. They have finally arrived at U.S. aid once again. They're just putting the Trump sticker in front of it. Trump aid. It's different. Totally different. You don't understand. It's called Trump aid, and it's such a good deal for our farmers. Okay? Kubide fields wherever your eyes gaze upon.
That's great for our people, great for the people of Iran, and fundamentally, again, will contribute to this regional security architecture that we've built and that we're going to work very hard to ensure that it endures. So from Switzerland, thank you all for being here. I appreciate the questions and I appreciate the engagement. I am looking forward to going back home, and we'll certainly keep everybody updated on what happens in the days and weeks to come. Thank you all. We want a regional ceasefire, right? We want Hezbollah to stop firing at our friends in Israel. We want Israelis to be able to live in peace. We've been, I think, very good at setting up what we're calling a deconfliction mechanism.
Let's see what CNN has to say.
Is to say that when things happen, the sides are actually talking to one another.
Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran has agreed to let weapons inspectors into that country. But the major concession that Barack Ravi just told Kate that the U.S. made along the way.
The vice president was asked if Netanyahu had been kind of looped into all of this. And he said, yes, we've been talking to the Israelis and keeping them in the loop, as well as the Qataris, Emiratis. Like, he says everyone is being kept looped in because this is about the region. This is not a U.S. imposed deal, is what he says. But you also have Netanyahu just saying, I think it was just yesterday, that saying that Israel is going to stay in Lebanon for as long as it takes to protect Israelis. And Vance is clearly trying to downplay how serious these last kind of round of strikes and flare-ups have become in terms of threatening this overall deal. How central are you hearing that Lebanon, this fight between an Iran proxy, Hezbollah, and Israel, has now become to the fate of the actual U.S. deal with Iran that will stick?
No, I think it has become a major hurdle for the deal. This was, in my opinion, one of the biggest mistakes in the negotiations to wrap those two issues together. It was an Iranian demand in order for Iran to have a say in what's going on in another sovereign country that is not Iran. This is Lebanon. And they wanted to have a say in order to make sure that their proxy, the terrorist organization Hezbollah, will survive. And they got...
Yeah, Israel is a sovereign nation. Lebanon, not a sovereign nation, just an Iranian proxy. Hezbollah, Iranian proxy. Okay, well, Israel is an American proxy, Barack. Okay, guess what? It's tit for tat. The deal is being negotiated between the United States of America and Iran. Iran is saying Israel is an American proxy. Hezbollah is our proxy. You have to stop the war between our proxies. Sucks to suck. They have a better understanding of the situation on the ground than the way Barack Ravid is trying to present it to the American population.
Got it. And what they got yesterday is even more significant. At the end of the...
What is this? Why would Iran want their money back if it's forced to be spent in America's economy anyways? What difference does it make to Iran at that point, whether they get the unfrozen or not, if it's not staying there? Yeah, it's incredibly stupid.
War in Lebanon in November 2024, the Biden administration negotiated a deal between Israel and the government of Lebanon that set a mechanism. This mechanism was the US, Israel, Lebanon, France, and the UN. And it was supposed to do deconfliction. Now, the Trump administration has created a new mechanism, but this time with the US, Iran, Lebanon, Pakistan, and Qatar. Israel is not part of this mechanism at all. And so I think that when Benjamin Netanyahu read this statement that came out last night from Switzerland, I think, basically it blew his mind because this is a catastrophe for him and his government.
Barack, J.D. Vance saying that Iran has agreed to allow UN nuclear inspectors back in. Talk to me about what this means, how much of a win this is.
Well, first, this is part of a, let's call it, that's my description, a mini deal between Iran and the U.S. that I think has both sides have been working on for several days now ahead of this first round of talks.
Barack, I don't get it. You're supposed to be, an American journalist for an American outlet called Axios. But here you sound quite sad. Good? Here you sound quite disturbed by this revelation of the MOU. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but kind of feels like you're not an impartial actor here. I'm just a little confused by this professional journalist doing professional journalism on the impartial ZNN news network. Interesting.
Is this mini deal? The Iranians will agree to invite the IAEA inspectors back to the country, and the U.S. will start taking steps to release frozen assets, Iranian frozen assets in Qatar. What happened during the this round of talks? The Iranians said, we will invite them. Iran and Qatar signed some kind of document that approves a mechanism for use of those funds, those $6 billion in Qatar. This money hasn't been released yet, and I think it will be released once the Iranians actually allow those inspectors back in the country. So this is the whole, let's say, mini deal that was agreed on during this round of talks. And it's meaningful because IAEA inspectors did not visit the key nuclear facilities in Iran, the facilities that were attacked during the June 2025 war. They haven't visited there since then, more than a year now. So if they will, it will be a meaningful step.
That is, so as everyone's keeping track of Barack's great reporting always, they were working, the MOU is a framework to get to a deal, a path to get to a path to a deal. And now we're talking about a mini deal, which will now continue with technical negotiations to get to, we're continuing to follow this as Barack brings it to us at every step of the way. Colonel, one aspect that's becoming more and more central, it seems very clearly in the last few days, is Lebanon. And Vice President Vance described in some detail how he says they have now set up a deconfliction mechanism to prevent flare-ups between Hezbollah and Israel, flare-ups and incidents from spiraling and escalating kind of out of control. How could this or would this work? What do you hear in this kind of announcement?
Kate, one of the things that you hear is that this is basically going back to what was supposed to have happened in Lebanon multiple times. The UN had peacekeeping troops in Lebanon that were designed to basically deconflict between the Israelis and Hezbollah and of course, any other Lebanese elements that could possibly have been threatening to Israel. So in essence, we're going back to that kind of a state of affairs. Possibly without direct UN involvement. It's not clear yet whether that the UN will be involved or not, but right now they're not involved. So what I hear is a mechanism whereby the Israelis and the Lebanese will be talking to each other. Okay, that's good. The problem is how much is Hezbollah involved in all of this? And the thing that we have to remember is that neither Israel nor Hezbollah nor the Lebanese are part of these negotiations. So this is a deal that is made by other people that hopefully will be followed because it does have an impact on the greater Iran deal that the U.S. and Iran are working on. But it is a positive step as far as it goes. But the problem is it does not include the people that are actually going to be either doing the shooting or the deconflicting.
With us now, CNN national security analysts Alex Plitzis and Beth Sanner. And Alex, I want to start with you. If I'm not mistaken, there were weapons inspectors inside Iran as recently as a year or so ago. What's the significance of Iran now saying they can come back in immediately? This was mentioned in the Memorandum of Understanding.
So it's part of the overall, I guess, implementation of the MOU is how I'll put it. We still haven't gotten to the technical level details. So the inspectors coming back is good, obviously, because since the strikes, there hasn't really been anybody in place to see what the condition is on the ground. So having them come back is an important step. But overall, again, this is really just the high-level implementation portion without actually getting into the technical details of how we're going to solve some of the thorniest issues.
Beth, what have we seen so far in terms of leverage, and who seems to have more of it in these talks?
Well, I think that it was very interesting that President Trump came in with this threat of almost a threat to assassinate the group who was negotiating, saying that they may not make it back to their country if they didn't stop Hezbollah in Lebanon from initiating actions. And I think that this is so important in terms of this leverage, right? But then Vance had to walk it back. When you have leverage like that and you try to use it, but no one believes that you will actually follow through with it, then you don't really have leverage. Right. So I think that, when you look at what leverage we have, it's mainly about economics. Right. It's really about the dangling of the carrot, because the stick is almost completely irrelevant right now and not believable. And I want to make one additional point on this idea of inspectors. We can't forget that Iran is actually treaty obligated to have IAEA inspectors in Iran. So what we're asking them to do is literally, yes, fulfill the MOU, but that's nothing to do with the fact that they already are under that treaty obligation. So again, we're kind of getting concessions for things that they're supposed to already be doing.
Or are we getting concessions at all, Alex? Are we seeing Iran give anything they're not more than willing to give so far in these talks?
So far, there hasn't been anything of substance. To Beth's point, they were granted the oil waivers. Things are starting to flow there. But we haven't seen any movement in terms of the technical details. The main issues the president wanted, which is particularly along the nuclear file. Again, from what we're hearing that came out of day one of the talks, this was really what I would call the next level below the MOU. If the MOU was, hey, we've agreed to talk about these topics, what was set forth is a framework over 60 days for how they would get those done in a very tight timeline that would quite frankly be unprecedented. And then some deconfliction mechanisms for potential regional hotspots for conflict. But other than that, Iran hasn't agreed, it looks at this point, to major concessions of any kind.
On the one hand, talking is talking, which is good. I mean, you would rather have every side talking than not talking. There is another side of this, though, Beth, which is that the Iranians, they're good at talking. And
would the media be a mouthpiece for Israel or the U.S. State Department if it came down to it? I know they're never going to be at odds. Yeah, they're never going to be at odds, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I do think that they would side with the American State Department if push came to shove. But because they're never going to be at odds, it doesn't matter. I mean, you're watching it unfold right now. J.D. Vance had a short, brief stint criticizing Israel and abdicating American responsibility, and that was quickly subsided, and they're back to business as usual.
And the longer the talking goes on, it seems it benefits them.
It took 2 years for people to call the war in Gaza genocide, 4 months to finally realize Iran won this war and how they had more leverage. How long until outlets start saying Israel's the problem in this war? It's entirely dependent on how America wants to manage this retreat.
So
if America is sincere in following through with this memorandum of understanding and an actual ceasefire, then the American media will follow through on the criticisms of Israel. They'll start ripping into Israel. All the while, in spite of this propaganda, there are tremendous percentages of the population who say 69% of the American population polled in the YouGov poll says the conflict with Iran was not worth the cost for the United States. And there are even worse numbers here. For the record, the only group of people that say it was worth it are conservatives at 63%, and 66% of self-identifying Republicans say it was worth the cost for the United States. Just so you understand, these guys are failing, and they're unironically losing what remains of their shred of credibility every single day that they maintain this position. But I guess it doesn't matter. My latest for Quillette says Eric Bordenkircher. For a responsible and effective Lebanese army to be created, Lebanese society would have to be rebuilt and reformed. Unfortunately, rehabilitating such a society can take generations, but without that rehabilitation, the LAF, Lebanese Armed Force, cannot effectively confront and subdue Hezbollah. The attitude that Arabs can only have peace and sovereignty if they're forcibly educated into loving Israel and humiliation is ironically a huge impediment to peace. Yeah, there's one army and one population that needs to be forcibly re-educated, and it's not the Arab population. Okay? You're just not going to like what I'm going to say here if you want full-blown, long-standing peace in the region. It's not the Arab population. It's the Israeli population. It's pretty cool to see how detached elite consensus is from actual public opinion. The American public did not want this war, does not want it to continue, thinks it's a mistake, thinks Trump screwed up, and does not care about preventing a nuclear Iran as a priority. Look at this. The conflict with Iran. What should the U.S. do? End the conflict now. 78%. Has the U.S. permanently stopped Iran's nuclear program? 69% says no, not done. What are you guys doing? What is this argument about shit particles in the chat? Now, this is the YouGov poll that ZBS News is showing. Okay? It is incredible how much of an L mainstream media has taken here, too. Because they have actively tried to justify the war. The only people that they had on board on all of their platforms were people who were like, this war is great. We would have done it too. You know, former Biden officials showing bipartisanship in a moment where it matters, in a moment where, you know, bipartisanship is a must, is a necessity. They've done maximum propaganda, and it's gotten them nowhere. Basically, the supporters of this deal, or rather, the supporters of the continuation of the war in Iran are, you know, the 20%, if at that, many of which are Trump supporters, right? It's conservatives that want to figure out, it's conservatives that think that there is like something good that Trump did here. So it is established along partisan lines for the most part. I think Gaza played a major role in this because mainstream outlets basically used what remained of their, you know, crumb of credibility over the last 3 years. They expended it all, and now they have no capacity to get people on board with things like this. Not that they're not trying. They're certainly trying. That's why you get Brett McGurk on the panel, right? Brett McGurk goes on and says, you know, Joe Biden would have done similar things, actually. I know Trump didn't go about it the best way, but we were training for this Iran war in the beginning. I didn't forget. Brett McGurk went on CNN when they thought that America had an opportunity to destroy Iran alongside Israel. Brett McGurk tried to take credit for it. Now he's saying, oh, it was bad. We didn't go hard enough or this or that, right? And no one bought it. No one fucks with Israel. No one fucks with our initiatives in the region. Most Americans, when asked directly, say, yeah, let's retreat. Who cares? Why are we there? What are we doing there? This is, of course, a part of, or this is one of the impacts of 25 years of global war on terror initiatives and the abject failure that it was, where Americans are forced to reckon with, regardless of how propagandized they are, Americans are forced to reckon with the reality that American imperialism is not beneficial for them at all. Because it's not. Yes, the Leninist analysis here is that the labor aristocracy still benefits from the unequal exchange of the nations of the periphery that are dominated. Their natural resources are extracted. They're relegated to permanent rentier status. Their labor forces are kept behind. Their industrial prowess is kept behind. But ultimately, in the world of finance capital, there has to be an evolution of this understanding. With global financial capitalism running amok in the Western world, we no longer have need for domestic industrial output, and the number of people that are benefiting from American imperialism has reduced dramatically. The only benefit that the American labor aristocracy currently has is that they are not under the boot. That's it. So in comparison to the people of the periphery that are being dominated, that are being crushed under the boot of American capital, certainly we are in a better predicament overall, but it's not like we're seeing the bounties. Now, of course, even if we were seeing the bounties, would that make it appropriate? Would that make it just? Of course not. The only thing that remains for those in the imperial core is this false belief that when America, an American military is dominant around the world and killing people, we feel powerful. And that's it. It's a lie. And the lie can only be kept up if the organs of propaganda are capable of deluding the masses into this belief, to subscribing to this ideology, to this idea that, like, when America is the world police, you're safe, you're good. Americans are no longer subscribing to this idea because they've seen it. They've seen it in their own lives. They've seen their cousins, their brothers, their sisters, their children go out and come back broken. They've seen all of their productive output, all of their industrial output go to this death machine. And they're seeing a version of this kind of domestic occupation taking place in America as well, in an effort to tame the masses when they dare speak out. As the economic conditions worsen, as the material conditions worsen for the working class in this country, there's more and more instability. The right-wingers try to take that instability and redirect that angst and animosity towards vulnerable populations, as they've done so very successfully. White supremacy, white nativism, these are the ways in which reactionary forces have been able to take that anger that the working class feels and divide the working class into sectarian conflict, ethnic conflict, conflict off national boundaries, religious boundaries, gender expression, gender identity, and the like. But even that is not going to work as effectively as it once did, partially because there's too much diversity in the media diet, and also because even the dumbest guy can recognize that when Trump comes into office off the backs of these powerful reactionary forces, these powerful reactionary anxieties, and then doesn't deliver on an economic agenda for these people, inevitably they recognize maybe it wasn't the trans people that were our enemies. This administration is not focusing on making lives better for transgender people. As a matter of fact, they're focusing on making lives worse for transgender people. And yet, my life hasn't gotten better.
When they go back, when these negotiators go back to Iran, how do you think they'll explain it to the higher-ups there, and how will it be received?
Well, they've already put out some statements that, as Vice President Vance indicated, are slightly divergent from the U.S. understanding. For example, on the frozen assets, where the foreign minister of Iran has put out that there was this movement on the frozen assets, and the central bank governor of Iran said that they signed agreements about getting the frozen assets underway and transferred. So they are saying that this is all positive, that they're getting things, specifically the money, and they want the money. So there is some leverage there, but, again, time is something that is probably more on Iran's side than our side, as we're really trying to get the Strait open. And as Alex said, this is all about getting the Strait open and then getting that money moving. And the mechanics for doing that. The Lebanon part we haven't talked about, but having this kind of board or group overseeing deconfliction is very important, because that is the thing that could spoil this quickly.
It can and has in the past, and every day it's a huge risk to all sides there. Alex Plitsis, Best Anna, great to see both of you. Thank you.
ההנחיה שלי ושל שר הביטחון לצה"ל היא ברורה והיא לא השתנתה. ללוחמים שלנו בדרום לבנון יש חופש פעולה מלא לסכל כל איום ישיר ומתהווה עליהם או על תושבי הצפון. אין לצה"ל שום הגבלה בעניין זה. אני עומד מאחוריהם, העם כולו עומד מאחוריהם. ואני עומד איתן על כך שנשאר ברצועת הביטחון בדרום לבנון ככל שידרש כדי להגן על תושבי הצפון ועל כל אזרחי המדינה.
Question for the mayor. Some members of the Jewish community, including Democratic Congressman Josh.
Oh, yeah. Zoran was asked about the AIPAC. Now is the time for monsters comparison or statement. And he had a pretty good response to it. New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani holds a press conference where he is held to account for his previous sentiment that identified AIPAC as a malign force corrupting American politics, which is objectively true. But of course, in the United States, when you say objectively true things, they punish you for it endlessly, senselessly, ceaselessly. I got a protein burrito, chat.
Are they saying monsters an anti-Semitic slur? No.
Gottheimer were alarmed by the language you used at the rally week, calling AIPAC monsters who move dark money. These are phrases that invoke old anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories. What do you say to those who are concerned that the language you used is dangerous?
Now, I want to be very clear. We're talking about a status quo where children are being killed on a daily basis. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli military since the so-called ceasefire. Even an Al Jazeera journalist, Ahmed Wishah, was killed this past Saturday by an Israeli strike. And when I am speaking about AIPAC, I'm speaking about an organization that has been supportive of the status quo, that has fought any attempt to actually deliver safety to people not just in Palestine, but frankly, through much of the region. And it is a status quo for immorality. It is one that I will not accept. And when it comes to the way in which they defend the status quo, oftentimes they defend it through direct contributions, as we are seeing right now in New York 13. Oftentimes they also support the status quo through dark money, by filtering money that would have previously been directly from AIPAC, now through other shell organizations whose identities of their contributors are only made clear after an election. And I think that it is important that when we ask ourselves how such death and destruction is happening overseas, we also name those who allow it to take place.
All right, we're going to go.
Cooked. Good shit. No apologies, no nothing. Respect. Damn, we got a fucking applause break, too. That's crazy.
Your word choice, though, monsters. Do you have any regret? Would you clarify or apologize for that?
So, you know, I was quoting Gramsci.
Immediately. Oh, well, what about the language? It's like, I just described to you an institution that is fully in support of child murder, and you're asking me if I'm hurting the feelings of people who are funneling resources into American politics to subvert American democracy to continue at the institutional level full funding of child murder. No, they are fucking monsters. Monsters is kind in comparison to what they should be called. They should be in prison.
Who said that the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. I used the term to describe all those who are preventing the birth of a new world. Not solely AIPAC, but frankly, super PACs at large who are spending millions of dollars in deceptive and misleading ads that are blanketing airwaves, not just in the case of Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, but also we see that kind of PAC spending when it comes to oppose Brad Lander, who's running for Congress, as well as Claire Valdez, as well as a number of other races. And I also used the term to describe a politics that for far too long has asked working people to lower their expectations. It has asked working people to be satisfied with small victories as their wages grow even smaller. And my use of the term is a broad use that speaks to the untenable nature of a status quo that is quite literally starving people in this city, all in the name of sustaining something that we simply cannot defend any longer.
Thank
you.
Henry, go ahead.
Dude, anytime he has a bold moment, though, they hit him with the Hasan edit. You see this
To
shit?
Emma and then Morgan.
Like, now that he's like moving a little differently than normally, and he is rising to the fucking moment, for the record. Like, coming out and showing support and putting all of his like established credibility behind Daria Lisa, behind Claire. Respect. Okay? I'm giving him his fucking flowers. He's doing more than I thought he would be doing. I'm giving him his fucking flowers here, but notice how he's getting cooked now?
Hi.
Mayor. I know it's a big day tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Specific question, do you agree?
I've been clear that I'm proud of our sanctuary city status. It is a status that we have had in this city for decades. It's also a status that when there's the conviction of more than 170 serious crimes does allow for coordination with the federal government on that. However, beyond that, that is something that we have made clear we are not going to allow this city to become the civil immigration enforcement arm of a federal government that is hell-bent on a deportation regime that would rip families apart across this city.
ago, do you have a comment on the comments that you made in recent interviews?
I've been clear about where I stand on this, and I'm looking forward to making sure that a city where more than 3 million New Yorkers are of an immigrant background, including myself, is one where they understand we're going to follow the laws that we have, and we're proud to do so.
We're going to bring in former Libertarian presidential candidate Austin Petersen. Austin, I want to run this soundbite of President J.D. Vance on Fox and Friends Weekends, and let's talk about it on the other side.
My genuine hope was that the lesson the Democrats learned from the 2024 election is maybe we should stop being so crazy. And unfortunately, the lesson that Democrats seem to have learned from the 2024 election is to lean into the most radical.
Isn't this Austin Peters guy kind of based, weirdly enough? Like, am I crazy?
Fringes of their party. I feel, unfortunately, that those patriotic blue-collar Democrats, they increasingly don't have a place in that party anymore, at least among the elected senior leadership ranks.
And that I feel like that.
Isn't Austin Peters like the least bad libertarian? Like out of all of them, he was like, pro-immigration, that kind of guy, or am I crazy?
That is the biggest question. When you're putting these socialists in front of people to vote for, where do these blue-collar, old-school Democrats go? Where do they turn? Who do they vote for? And is this risky for the Democratic Party?
Great questions. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Todd. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this isn't just Zoran Mamdani freelancing. This is almost like a full-time job for him. And I think the real story here is that this is a coordinated DSA slate. These people are all acting in concert because ever since winning City Hall in 2025, Mayor Mamdani has endorsed a handful of these congressional and legislative.
It's kind of funny that he's just jealous. Libertarian guy jealous that like an actual third party style movement is gaining success and momentum. Yeah.
Candidates. Bernie Sanders has blessed the federal ticket back in May. Claire Valdez, I saw the clip that you played. She's running for that open seat left by Nadia Velasquez retirements. And she's running in the stretch of the city that some of you may not have heard this term before, but it's called the Commie Corridor. She's running up against Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. And then Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, that's a 32-year-old first-time candidate challenging the sitting rep, Adriano Espaillat, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. They are spending $2.5 million to try and stop this upstart candidate. So the Democratic establishment, they are clearly running scared from these Democratic Socialist candidates, guys.
But Austin, they clearly want to spread their message much further than the Commie Corridor. They want Democrat socialism to spread nationwide. So the question now becomes...
Okay, this is my favorite thing that they're doing. My favorite thing that they're doing is calling democratic socialism Democrat socialism. Obviously, it's a little bit of a tell when someone says Democrat instead of like Democratic Party. But I think it's so funny that they're calling it Democrat socialism too now.
This a gift or a warning to Republicans come November?
It's really, it depends on where you live. The one organizer told Jacobin the quiet part out loud. They said, we need to run a socialist for president in 2028, and running these congressional candidates is the rehearsal for that. So that's their strategy. City Hall, Zoran Mamdani was the audition. Congress is the dress rehearsal. The White House is going to be opening night. And it's not just contained in New York, guys. Janice Lewis-George just won the Democratic primary for mayor of Washington, D.C., all but assuring that a Democratic Socialist candidate will replace Muriel Bowser in the nation's capital. So this movement is scaling.
Our education system may be to blame for this, for indoctrinating our children for the last 10, 20 years and the benefits of socialism. Well, now those kids...
I love this shit. Yeah, it's the education system. Yeah, no, it's the teachers that are too woke that made the kids commies, and not the fact that they have no future. Oh, that's awesome. Fox News with a Hitler comparison to the DSA. Oh, they're busting out the big guns. Let's go.
Can vote, and we're seeing the results throughout our nation. Austin Petersen, really interesting insight. We appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
We know in the richest country...
By the way, the Hitler comparison is the ultimate one.
Congress...
Once they start saying socialism and Nazism is the same, we've reached peak consciousness. They're scared. Last time I heard this comparison, it was on MSNBC, now known as MS Now. It was when Bernie was pumping in the primaries.
and all of these progressive candidates, you're right, Harris, they outnumber the regular Democrats because that is the Democrat now. In fact, maybe we should stop saying the qualifier Democratic. They are just socialists,
They're just
and that means Democrat.
Well, and I think sliding into communism, forgive me one second, David, because I want to hit on what you said. This sounds like the moment just before Hitler moved in. Because Jews were told, you know, so first they were to wear the star, first they were to give over parts of their business. It was like the mob taking.
Yeah. Socialism growing foothold is just like the Holocaust. She's not wrong. It's just the exact opposite. And it was literally the Fox News adjacent political movement that became the Nazi movement that saw the growth of socialism as a Jewish thing and sought to punish all of the socialists, many of which were Jews.
Taking over, and it seemed to be very slow. And then the next thing you know, they're being marched out of their homes and put in holding camps at first, and then they would be, and then it got worse and worse and worse. And the problem with that is, I love your analogy, is that tide just rises. It doesn't come into shore where you can run from it. It's all around you.
Just to be all of Congress and all of these progressive candidates, you're right, Harris, they outnumber the regular Democrats because that is the...
Yeah. Wait, what did they do? What did the Nazis do after the Nuremberg race laws were implemented? Oh, that's right. They started denaturalizing and deporting people off of their political perspectives. I wonder who's closely associated with that ideological tendency in modern American politics. Yeah, the MAGA movement. Folks, it's socialism or barbarism. That's just what it is. That's the reality. That's what it was 100 years ago, and that's where we're going towards right now.
This world has ever seen, in one of the most expensive cities in the world. We have the resources to make sure that everyone has a life of dignity and beauty. What we don't seem to have is the political will to make it happen.
This district has the potential to lead the entire country when it comes to laying down the marker for working people. And now we have a choice in front of us of what kind of leadership do we want to see across the entirety of this district.
It's not one person, it's a movement.
A little over a year ago, I was standing here for a very different race. And the reason we all come back is we know that a movement is not about one seat. A movement is not about one messenger. A movement is only as powerful as the number of messengers it has. And the reason that I'm so excited about Claire and this campaign is that it is a campaign that is unflinching in its commitment. It's a campaign that leads and then polls after. It's a campaign that knows if it is good enough for a working person, then it's good enough for us to fight for.
And it's making sure that the movement that we are all building, step by step, knock by knock, door by door, continues long after June 23rd.
When that door opens and they ask you, why should I care about this? Why should I give you my time? And you tell them, whether it was the fact that Claire rose through trade unionism to get to this point, whether it's the fact that we need a congresswoman who was working at Taco Bell, whether it's the fact that we need someone who knew that genocide was wrong long before others had the courage to say it. Whatever your reason is, that's all you need to know. And so what I ask you for today is your commitment. We can win this race. We can win this race.
Okay, nightclub crew, let's go.
Got a microphone for you right here. How's Purgatory doing tonight?
This stuff is crazy. They just like constantly go to nightclubs. I don't know why Zoran is spending much more time with Claire. Two reasons. One, it's the commie corridor. And two, like Claire was specifically Zoran's pick to run in that race. Also, he's definitely spending a good deal of time with Daria Lisa as well. Both of these races are a lot tougher than you would think. The establishment forces have been unbearable in the Daria Lisa race. They have gotten racist. They're using like ethnic conflict. I am definitely a lot less confident in the Daria Lisa race, which is why we have to work extra hard. Go out, smile and dial, baby. Do some fucking phone banking because it's winnable. A race where the incumbent in his own internal polls is only showing 38% approval, 38%. 2 weeks prior to the election is beatable. Okay? There's a massive enthusiasm gap here. Yeah. There's also an opportunity here.
But when
the opportunity is it's raining. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, Hasan, it's raining. What are you talking about? It's tough. It's tough to go out and canvass. Raining means people are home. Raining means you have a higher likelihood of knocking on a door and actually having someone on the other side of that door talk to you. Okay? We have to focus all of our forces and all of our efforts on Daria Liza and also Claire Valdez, but especially Daria Liza. You also have an opportunity to look convicted because you're in the rain. You mean conviction? You have an opportunity to show your conviction. Yeah. I'm glad that Zoran also spoke about this, the Espaillat attacks.
You know, I'm incredibly excited and supporting two Latina candidates in Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who would be the first Afro-Latina to represent that district in Congress. I'm also excited to be supporting Claire Valdez, who's running in New York 7. And I think in both of these candidacies, you actually also see a commitment to working people that will uplift them in a city that is the most expensive in the United States of America. And now I just want to speak a little bit on the question of these primaries. I understand that in our city, there will be a variety of opinions when it comes to which candidate to support and which district to be involved in. One thing I do want to make clear that I find unacceptable in our city is the attempt to use the term Haitian as a slur. The trafficking and anti-Black sentiment and narratives that we have seen specifically in New York 13 when it comes to Daria Liza Avila Chevalier is something that I cannot stand here and say is in line with the values that are made for.
Dude, it's crazy. Espaillat's been so fucking gross. I have people asking my family for my birth certificate. Daria Liza Chevalier tells me of the racist campaign claiming she's Haitian. People who are reaching out trying to force me to quote unquote prove that I'm Dominican. It's just reflective of these deeply racist and divisive politics that have been seen as the norm up here for far too long, she said. This is the kind of fear-mongering politics that MAGA Republicans resort to. Yeah. And it's crazy that no one is talking about it. Mainstream media is so busy being like, oh, Daria Liza said, fuck Kamala Harris or whatever. It's like mainstream outlets so quickly got whipped into shape. I know that they're not very good at convincing the masses that Israel is a great country or that, we must keep waging wars at the behest of Israel. But this is an area where they do have a lot of influence because old people read the news and old people still get their notes on electability and who to vote for, especially in the primaries, especially for the Democratic Party's primary system from MS Now and all these other resources. So unfortunately, when local news is straight up only covering Daria Liza as a ridiculous, crazy person with like negative framing, especially because she's a unknown entity. She's a newcomer, right? She's 32 years old. She's an organizer. She doesn't have that name recognition. When the first thing you hear about her is that she's like this crazy person who hates Kamala Harris, a lot of older Black and brown voters, especially in this district, are going to look at that and go, ooh, that's strange. This is my first reaction to this person. I'm probably not going to vote for that. I'm probably not going to vote for this person. The only way to overcome this barrage of misinformation is through canvassing, is through door knocking. That's the only way that you can make this plea. The only way that you can cut through that noise. Okay? That's it. And yes, Michael Lange has written his analysis. He's the he is the soothsayer normally, or he was the one who correctly identified Zoran's victory margins and whatnot. And he predicted every block in New York City's 3 closest congressional races. And the summary is somewhat bleak for Daria Liza, +2 for Claire Valdez, a very close victory, and a +4 defeat for Daria Liza is what his prediction is. This doesn't mean that will be the final result. Okay? This doesn't mean that it'll be the final result. Yeah, bro, I'm from Daria Liza's district, and it's insane that they're doing to her what they did to the mayor's race about Israel and spreading misinformation and hate about her in the DR and questioning her Dominicanidad. Is it too late to donate to Daria? No.
Yesterday was Juneteenth, and I woke up this morning still thinking about what that day means, because Juneteenth didn't just mark the end of something. It marked a revelation that people had been free and nobody had told them. That liberation had been declared and the people it was meant for were the last to know because somebody else profited from their waiting. Think about who benefits when the people don't know their own power. Black and Dominican identity have been part of the same story of the city from the very beginning. Harlem is the capital of Black American culture, and Washington Heights.
Is Sir America deserve 9/11 publicly speaking out against a black woman in that way? It's a big misstep, and I do think it's because she's Dominican law. Oh my fucking God. Enfant Door, how do you mathematically arrive at literally the worst possible fucking take? First of all, she's Afro-Latina. And secondly, she's literally been victim of racialized animosity from a lot of older Dominicans, not even in the district, but in the Dominican Republic. And you literally are implying that she was racistly anti-Kamala Harris, regardless of the fact that she is Afro-Latina herself and is currently a victim of a barrage of anti-black racialized hate crimes, basically, that she was actually anti-Kamala because she's anti-black. You're so fucking stupid. I don't know how to deal with you, okay? Please, have one fucking day. Have a 24-hour media cycle where you don't arrive at the stupidest fucking position. You literally live in reverse world. God damn. Yeah, I wonder why a socialist Afro-Latina would have a negative association with Kamala Harris. It must be because she's Dominican and therefore anti-black. That's your argument? What are you, fucking stupid? What the hell's wrong with you? All the while, they're literally consistently spamming her fucking inbox with statements like, "Oh, of course you're Haitian, you're Haitian, you're Haitian, you're Haitian," because she's Afro-Latina. Get your fucking head out of your ass. Jesus Christ. How are people so fucking stupid? Black culture is not a monolith. She's not anti-black, but more culturally out of touch. Everybody doesn't think like you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Stop trying to justify your fucking stupid position, okay? I know why in a district like Harlem, for older black and brown voters, saying fuck Kamala Harris looks bad. I know that. You are implying that she said that because she's anti-black. Don't try to fucking run away from that now. Now that you learn that not only is she black, she's also the recipient of anti-black racialized animus. Don't fucking run away from that. I understand the other side. I know that it's an effective attack ad against Daria Lisa. I know that. My anger is not about that. My anger is that you implied that because of her Dominican background, she criticized Kamala Harris as a Dominican, okay? She was actually demonstrating anti-blackness in her criticisms of Kamala Harris, is what you implied, okay? To be fair, Enfant Door is literally pro-segregation, so, I don't know why I'm taking Enfant Door seriously right now. That should have been the last time I took Enfant Door seriously. Listen, that was why my response to this would have been, look, much like many other voters, of course I was very critical of Kamala Harris and very frustrated, but I still voted for her. And that what we need now is change, like real fighters. Ultimately, it doesn't matter, though, because, yes, once the aunties catch wind of you saying fuck Kamala Harris, it's tough to have them hear anything different. There is a real auntie coalition out there who are the fucking Fedayeen, not like the K-hivers on Twitter. But, yes, the auntie coalition hears that and straight up loses their minds on it. Daria Lisa has a path to victory, but it's difficult. She's attempting to appeal to Black Harlem, which is a very active demographic of older voters who are somewhat distrustful of Espaillat because of the decades-long civil war between his Dominican machine and the black political machine led by the rights. But her Kamala comments hurt her there, and the DSA is also going after one of the rights, which hurts her by association. I know. I'm very aware of the intricacies here. But it's such long-standing beef between Espaillat and the right that literally Espaillat endorsed the son, and the father did not endorse Espaillat in return. And we have seen what this machine looks like, by the way. It's unbelievably racist. I'm sorry. They're literally consistently talking, like hyping up and bringing up Daria Lisa's blackness and saying she's Haitian. She's not really Dominican. It's insane. Now, under normal circumstances, from an outsider's perspective, you're like, why the fuck would it matter if you're Haitian? Like, I don't understand. It matters if you're fucking racist. Okay? Oh my God, that clip. Enfant Door really thinks desegregation was a mistake? Yes. Enfant Door thinks desegregation was a mistake. Enfant Door is black, by the way. If they were white and saying that, I would have banned them a long time ago. But they're black and saying that, so it creates a very unique perspective that every now and then I love to hear from. Sometimes it catches me off guard and it pisses me off to a certain degree that I pop off on them, but still wrong, black or white, ridiculous take for the record, just so you understand. Ashley St. Clair's Father's Day message to you.
I forgot to wish a happy belated Father's Day to Hasan Piker. Unrelated.
Yo, she's playing too much. She's playing too much. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, we're moving on. Let's get back to
Dominican Republic. And between those two pillars, we eat together, we pray together, we raise our children together, we sit on the same stoops, and we share the same struggles.
Hey, Chi.
And we share the same common enemy. Power that is kept time and again out of our hands. Change is coming. Power is being returned to the people, and it is long, long overdue.
So people get ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the Jesus humming. Get no ticket, you just thank the Lord.
Yeah, if you're wondering how to help out, by the way, there's a phone bag event that's taking place right now. Don't live in New York City, can't knock on doors, want to avoid the rain. Phone bag tonight at 7 p.m. in an hour for Daria Liza alongside Zohran Mamdani, and help us replace an AIPAC Democrat with a Democratic Socialist. There is a national phone bag happening tonight in an hour from 7 p.m. Eastern Time to 9 p.m. Eastern Time.
Something that gets...
Oh, they did a dual breaking points. Respect. AIPAC is a right-wing lobby. It backs Republicans. It backs Donald Trump. It's pushing us towards a war that nobody in this country wants. Daria Liza says Democrats cannot fight Trump while taking money from the same right-wing lobby funding Republicans and incumbents.
Lost often is that AIPAC is a right-wing lobby. It backs Republicans. It backs Donald Trump. It is pushing us towards war that nobody in this country wants. And to have Democrats accept money from a right-wing lobby.
Yes, you don't need to be in New York. You don't need to be in New York to phone bank. You can literally do it from anywhere. Yes, you can participate. In a phone bank, you can participate. I keep repeating this over and over again, and people still don't know. Yes, you don't have to live in New York to be able to participate in a phone bank. You can do it from anywhere around the world.
It's deeply concerning.
Actually, I don't know if you can do it from anywhere around I assume you can.
How are we supposed to fight back against the fascism of Trump when we have a right-wing lobby that is also funding Democrats and incumbents? And I think, if we are serious about taking our democracy back.
I just realized this campaign is literally blue birtherism. Dog, who do you think birtherism was invented by? It wasn't Donald Trump. Donald Trump stole that shit from Hillary Rodham Clinton. Hello? That was the point I was making the other day. Yes, Hillary Clinton hit Barack Obama with the same exact bullshit. Releasing that photo of Barack Obama in a turban being like, whoa, well, he's kind of African, isn't he? Remember, his middle name is Hussein. Is he really an American? That was Hillary Rodham Clinton. She did that shit in 2008. So yeah, Democrats are up to no good. They're back to their old business as usual bullshit. I said this last time I saw this much open racialized hatred from an establishment dem against a younger black challenger was the Hillary campaign against Obama. This kind of hatred is coming from the former DR energy minister as he campaigns for Espaillat. Local media and mainstream media is silent. Shame. I believe you have to live in the U.S., but otherwise, yes. Yeah, you have to live in the United States. Unless you live in Canada and are currently illegally crossing the border with 500 mules packed full of votes for Daria Liza and Claire Valdez. Can you please tell DSA comrades that they should phone bank for Claire and Dari, even without national endorsement? A few national comrades have been mad anal about it. Dude, I mean, they're not going to listen to me then. If they're fucking DSA, if they're from other DSA chapters and they're like, well, there's no national endorsement and they're refusing to do so, how the fuck am I supposed to be able to convince them? I'm even more of an outsider. Are you illegally voting? Yes. Why do you think I'm here? I'm here with the mules, dude. I'm here with the fucking 30,000 mules. Mention at the phone bank that you will not call from your own number. It sets you up with the New York City area code. Anyway, it's been incredible to watch this race.
If we're serious about creating a Democratic Party that the working class can actually identify with again, then we have to call out the way that right-wing lobbies are putting money into this election. And these are values that most Jewish New Yorkers here actually vehemently disagree with.
That's a great point.
Anyway, where else? What else? Yeah, Gottheimer, monsters, dark money, hidden hand, turning us against one another. Swap AIPAC for Jews. It is the oldest anti-Semitic conspiracy. It's so funny. Swap AIPAC for Jews. Dog. Yeah, that would be horrible. Except that's a whole different sentence. That's an entirely different sentence. It's so funny to be like, well, swap AIPAC for Jews. Why are we doing that? You know who does that? Nick Fuentes, you fucking idiot. That's who does it. He's the one who says organized Jewry is single-minded in defense of Israel and they have dual loyalty and only care about Israel. So why are you, as an American Jewish congressional rep, making that statement? It doesn't make any fucking sense. This horrible neoliberal identity politics tactic of responding to every apparent difference of opinion with fantastical ginned up accusations of racism comes from the U.S.'s pro-Israel fanatics. It's their signature move. People should reject it from them and everybody else. Yeah. It's like I'm coming out and being like, you know, I don't really like hot dogs. Okay. I hate hot dogs. He's like, replace hot dogs with Jews. Not so funny now, is it? Yeah, man, it's not. Because that's a different sentence. The target is totally different. Swap AIPAC for Jews. No, I don't think I will do that, actually. Swap AIPAC for Zohran Mamdani, and now he's admitted to meddling in elections and needs to be impeached. Swap AIPAC for your name here. See how hurtful Mamdani's words can be? Mac and cheese is delicious, but swap mac and cheese for babies, and you understand why this statement is so evil. Not that you're wrong, but that statement I'm not sure works as a counter because they would say Fuentes is just saying the implication out loud and that you're cloaking it. Again, you're correct, but that's how they say it. No, dude, because I don't believe that. I don't believe that AIPAC is a substitute for Jews. Josh Gottheimer and Nick Fuentes do. That's the difference. Of course, Josh Gottheimer thinks AIPAC is good, okay? But it's fucking ridiculous. I fundamentally oppose this conflation. I've never leaned into this conflation. I've never allowed this conflation to continue. I have always opposed this conflation. It's fucking ridiculous. It's untrue. Anyway, it's nasty business, dude.
It's primary day on
Yeah, yesterday when I made the joke about Iran kicking the ball and replacing the ball with Jews, that was before this tweet. He literally did the meme. Yeah, not so funny, is it? Not so funny now, is it? That's right. I too also love to freak myself out and invent racial animus where no such racial animus exists. And now it's everybody else's problem.
Tuesday, there are candidates vying for spots on almost every level, from open state Senate seats to congressional seats. So joining us now to discuss, we're bringing in a roundtable with Democratic strategist Trip Yang and political expert J.C. Polanco. Thank you so much for being here. You guys know these races in and out, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
So we're going to start first with New York 12. There are 8 candidates in the race, but there are 4 probably getting the most attention. State Assemblyman Michael Lasher, State Assemblyman Alex.
This race doesn't exist in my mind. I don't care for this district. This district is not something that I'm thinking of. I don't even want to believe that this district exists. What a fucking miss this has been.
Alex Borez, Jack Schlossberg, who's the grandson of President John F. Kennedy, and then George Conway. So we got all 4 that are kind of the top ones that are getting the most conversation. What are your thoughts on the race so far?
So first of all, thank you so much for having us here, Morgan. Politics Unusual, the best new show on TV since 2025, on the record.
Say that to everyone.
On discussion here, look, in New York 12, respectfully, there's only 2 real candidates here, Michael Lasher and Alex Borez, both of them well-esteemed, respected state legislators. It is a very competitive race. On balance, it should lean Michael Lasher. The reason why is because most of the vote occurs on the west side, where his assembly district is, as opposed to the east side of Manhattan, where Alex Borez's current assembly district is. The reason why Borez is making this a race is because he has an incredible narrative. He has been a strong fundraiser, great political outreach. So this has become a race. Originally I thought this was going to be a decisive type of win for Lasher, but it is coming down to the wire here with 2 strong candidates.
Now, one of the more controversial races, New York 13.
Why was I banned? Why was I banned? Why was I banned? It's probably because you spam like a fucking loser. Send the mods proof that you're phone banking for Daria Lisa, and I'll reconsider your unbanning. It's going to happen in an hour. Now you have an hour.
He's got a lot of taste on this. You were ready for this.
You go first, JC.
So Daria Liza Avila Chevalier is challenging Congressman Adriano Espaillat, but Chevalier, as you all know, has come under fire for some of her past comments that she's made, criticizing the military, police, calling President Biden a racist.
Why are you so rude? Are you aching for it too? Why am I so rude? There's a back and forth correspondence on this broadcast. Anytime someone violates that by deliberately getting around the Fossabot to spam, that makes it harder for me to read your stupid ass comment. Take a second off.
And a rapist, calling President Obama evil. She used profane language when describing other top Democrats, and she even criticized interracial relationships.
Oh my God, that's not what she did. God, this is what I'm talking about. Dude, this is what I mean when I say local media is, I mean, they might as well be fundraising for Espaillat. Okay? Like, dude, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? She did not criticize interracial relationships, man. That's not a fucking policy position of Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Okay? Like, she made a joke. She made a fucking joke. Who gives a fuck? Jesus Christ, the level of coordination is unfathomable, dude. They don't have anything. They have no way to defend Espaillat. And because Daria Lisa is a newcomer, right? So there's not a lot that they can attack on her background, except for her advocacy and except for her actual work and like as an organizer. So they're just hitting this fucking insane line over and over again. Look at all of her tweets. Let's take them sincerely. Let's fucking endlessly pontificate on these fucking tweets. Jesus Christ. I hate this shit. Stop demanding a 1-second ban.
On the debate stage slightly, but a week before the election. JC, go for it.
Morgan,
I know you have so many
forgot
comments.
F. Kamala Harris.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I mean, on what planet is this even happening, right? It's happening in a place where there's a cult of personality. This individual just got...
Yeah, these guys fucking hate that the DSA... They want a scalp, okay? Let me tell you exactly what's going on here. Hey, Papa. Welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for the raid. They desperately want a scalp here, okay? They want to undermine the DSA slate whichever way they can, and given the unfathomable, ungodly amounts of fucking money being spent in the direction of Espaillat and the negative ad campaigning against Daria Lisa, they think this is the one, this is the race where they can just like really ham up the controversy. That's what's happening right now, okay? That's all this is. So they can turn this around on Zoran. They can turn this around on DSA. I'm sure, like, if there's any losses here, all of my fucking idiotic haters on the timeline will celebrate in the same way that they did when they thought Nithya Raman had not won, right? That's all this is. It's like personal animus, personal anxiety. I don't even think that there's that big of an ideological disagreement overall. Like, I don't think this guy gives a shit about Medicare for all one way or another. As a matter of fact, if you were to ask him, he probably would be like, yeah, no, it's a good idea. Like, these guys are not all super pro-Israel people, and that's the reason why they fucking are attacking Daria Lisa. Some of them are, certainly. And a lot of the moneyed interest that's coming in is coming in for that reason. But I think a lot of the people are just fucking mad. They're just annoyed that there's this disruptive force in New York politics, and they have maybe existing relationships with these older politicians, and they're just fucking annoyed that someone's coming in and rewriting this design, and they don't like it.
Here has no experience, has no business running in this Congress.
Guys, I'm sorry. Ole and Simon from Hesa Papa want to talk to you about German military politics. I'm not going to do that today, okay? There's a huge fucking primary happening. I'm in New York City for that reason. There's a huge primary happening tomorrow. I'm covering that right now, all right? We're trying to get some fucking socialists elected in the office in one of the most reactionary countries on the fucking planet. It's tough.
Race, but there's millions of dollars being spent to beat up on the chairman of the Hispanic caucus, someone who's been representing that district for over 30 years, and I cannot even believe this is happening.
Yeah, you can't believe it's happening. He has done a dog shit job.
That's the reason why in the latest internal polls that his campaign released, he was at 38%. Okay? He was at 38 fucking percent. People are desperate for a change. They want this change. He's been in charge for 3 decades, and the only thing he's done is basically line up his pockets and build a machine just for himself. That's it. A machine that doesn't work for the constituents of Harlem, a machine that does not work for the district at all, a machine that just makes sure that he has a little fiefdom, okay? There are so many congressional districts like this all around the country, okay, where politicians sit on top of a fucking deep blue district on a throne and don't do anything with it, okay? They're just there to fill asses in seats and collect paychecks from corporate subsidiaries, corporate donors. And of course, the needs of corporations is antagonistic to the needs of the masses. And therefore, they don't ever do what needs to be done. This is the design of the system. This is what breeds apathy. And it's actually sad when you look at a situation where you can make this change and most people are completely oblivious to it. Completely and utterly oblivious to it, not invested at all, not interested. What is this? Fox News has finally got something on you that you can't fight. Left-wing hunger. Piker mocks Trump, eats blue burrito. Okay, dude. So stupid.
The truth of the matter is that if this were anybody, could you imagine a white candidate saying half the things she said? Could you imagine?
Wow. Yeah, that would be dramatically different, don't you think? Yes. As an Afro-Latina, she's making a joke about race mixing, and you're there taking it seriously. Obviously, if it was a white dude making that same statement, it would probably read very differently. Even then, what should matter more is not what they've said in the past, but what they are, who they are now, what they represent now. Put the policies in the bag, little bro.
Imagine anyone else saying, appearing on an event, blasting Israel the day after the October 6th.
Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Remember when I said this guy probably doesn't care too much about Israel? Nope, I was wrong. It turns out that's where the animosity is coming from.
Terrorist attacks. October 7th. Could you imagine that? I think this is it's a shit.
Yeah, she was right, by the way. She was right to go to a pro-Palestinian protest after October 7th. The majority is on her side now. What are we doing? We're fucking punishing someone for being right too early? We're punishing them for premature anti-fascism? Oh, she opposed the genocide prematurely. Fucking asshole. You're still wrong. What's your fucking excuse, dickhead? You're still on the wrong side of this story. Espaillat responds.
I wanted to ask you, there's been a lot of rhetoric in recent days online, these conspiracies that your primary challenger, Darialisa Avila Chevalier, is lying about her Dominican heritage and saying she's secretly Haitian. Do you condemn?
She's Dominican. I condemn anything that talks. I condemn the aggressive. The campaign has been very aggressive. I ask for people to tone it down.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, finally, one day out from election.
I wish I didn't have to make this video, but there is hatred brewing against me that I cannot stay silent about. In the final days of this campaign, I have been hit with attacks that use Haitian as a slur, a coordinated wave of Islamophobia, lies about my identity, my faith, and my family. Espaillat supporters are standing at poll sites in our district shouting lies and slinging racial slurs. People are reaching out to my family, demanding to see my birth certificate, a tired, racist trope that every black leader who dares to challenge power knows all too well. We saw a similar campaign last year when Andrew Cuomo and his allies attacked Mayor Mamdani over his faith. And we all watched Donald Trump run his racist birther campaign against President Barack Obama. So I have to ask, why is a supposed progressive congressman following the same steps as defamed electeds like Cuomo and Trump? He's not new to this. This is what he does. Espaillat and his machine have resurfaced and carried out this playbook time and time again, and I, quite frankly, refuse to allow it to continue to happen. He did this to Charlie Rangel by claiming that his Latino supporters were traitors to the Latino community, and they did it to Senator Robert Jackson, another black man, for daring to run in what they called a Dominican district. I am proudly Dominican. I am a proud black woman. I am a proud Muslim woman. running for Congress in a district that is home to Black and Caribbean and Dominican families who have built this community together for generations. And the smear campaign against me is not politics. That is racism, dressed up and unleashed by my opponent because he has nothing else left. He can't run on his record. He can't run on his dedication to this community, and he can't answer for his 9 years of abandonment in this office. So instead, he's trying to pit us against each other because a fractured electorate is the only kind that he can still win. But here's what he's up against. Harlem and Washington Heights have been family for generations. Black New Yorkers and Dominicans have lived side by side for generations. We eat together, we pray together, we raise our kids together. And many of us carry both of those identities, including me. And we won't stand for this hate. And while he sows divisions through his surrogates, his canvassers, and his supporters, he is taking money from the landlords raising our rents, from ICE contractors kidnapping our neighbors in churches and schools and hospitals, and from right-wing lobbies like AIPAC that bankrolled genocide and supported efforts to overturn our 2020 election. That is who he's fighting for, not us. But I'm not afraid of hate masking under power. I will never stop fighting for the right thing to do. I will never stop fighting for the right thing. And I want to represent each and every single one of you. I want to build power for you and with you. And I want to tear down every barrier that has ever been put between you and the life that you deserve. And I want us to do it together. Because tomorrow, on June 23rd, we have a choice. Do we want more cynicism and hatred from a congressman who shares donors with Donald Trump while abandoning his own community? Or do we want a fighter in office that will not be intimidated by hate and will always put the needs of working people first? The choice is yours, New York.
Is this pre-edit? I think she just hit a one take Jake it. Zoran also talked about the racism in New York 13 as well.
What's happening here, and I think that
I covered it already.
Mayor Mamdani is going to pay a serious price politically for getting involved in this race, getting involved in the race out in Brooklyn to try to defeat Nydia Velázquez. I think there's going to be a long memory to this, and he's been so active trying to defeat Congressman Espaillat, the first Dominican member of Congress. We're never going to forget this. I can never believe this is even happening.
Yeah, and Chevalier, it was endorsed by Mayor Mamdani. It was one of the 3 congressional candidates that he endorsed. Do you think it's right is this a candidate that Mamdani should be hitching his wagon to in this race?
So what the mayor is demonstrating here is that those folks who were with him on day one, when he launched his mayoral campaign, October 2024, he was polling around 0%. The DSA was the first major organization that endorsed him. And so he is...
Dude, he's literally a DSA cadre candidate. Of course. Yes. These guys don't understand what a political movement is, okay? They just have never seen it. They've never experienced it. Because everything that the Democratic Party has done thus far is like cynical and only for anything that the Democratic Party has done is an expression of self-interest. Okay, so they can't comprehend a movement that wants to put working class and their needs first. For example, they just like it's just like shocking for them. They're like, oh well, he's trying to flex his political muscle. It's like no. He's actually expending social and political capital to advance the project that is far larger than he is. It will hurt Zoran, but only if his candidates lose. If they win, that's crazy political capital for him, taking out 2 institutions with his endorsement. At least that's how it will be seen. I know, but that's not the goal here. Zoran is not doing this because he's like, oh yeah, I will look really cool if I fucking if the candidates that I've endorsed end up winning their races, right? It's not. That's not the goal here at all. It's infinitely easier for Zoran to literally do the exact same thing he did with Chi Ose, which, by the way, I can't believe I'm saying this. I love Chi, okay? And as you guys know, I was a supporter of Chi trying to unseat Hakeem Jeffries, but judging by the limitations of even Daria Liza's campaign, like, or judging by like what it looks like currently, with Daria Liza and Claire Valdez, I get why Zoran was like, don't fucking go after Hakeem Jeffries. Because Hakeem Jeffries is a lot more popular in his district than Espaillat is, and Claire is going after an open seat. Like, I'm willing to admit that, you know, I think he might have made the right decision there. Their incumbents aren't even nationally known. Jeffries is known nationally. Yes, but it's not even that. I mean, he's the most powerful Democrat in the fucking party. And also, more importantly than that, he's unpopular nationally, but he's very, very popular in his district. And you can't defeat him in his own district, then it doesn't fucking matter how unpopular he is nationally.
It's very much saying, if you are a day one loyalist to me, Daria Liza, Claire Valdez, these are DSA endorsed candidates. I'm going with you. Now listen,
Trip,
let me
hold on. Trip, that's not
JC,
true.
let me finish. Let me
JC, let me finish when? I mean, you take
JC, let me finish.
True.
So what I'm saying here is that he is saying, if you're loyal to me, I'm going to rock with you. Now, on a political level, this candidate has a lot of risks here. She is not as polished as Mayor Mamdani is. And frankly, her immediate reaction to some of these problematic posts, she did not react the way candidate Mamdani did last year. You know, we all remember last year during the general election.
Yeah, she apologized, which ironically is, you know, it's what you would want her to do, right? This is what you would want her to do, and now she did what you wanted her to do, so you have to fucking turn around and say, oh, she actually reacted poorly.
Mayor Mamdani actually went on Fox News and said, if I said previous comments to rank and file NYPD officers that offended you, I apologize. I thought that was one of the stronger moments of the general election.
You're making this about Mayor Mamdani, which is what's happening in this whole primary process. You're falling into the cult of personality, Trip. Forget about Mayor Mamdani. We're talking about the candidate. The candidate is awful. She's inexperienced. She's trashed Arab and black men, Jews, Americans, police.
Oh my God, I hate this guy. Oh my God. I didn't realize he's wearing a stand up to hate logo too, right? Isn't that the stand up to anti-Semitism logo? Am I wrong?
Everybody, and what you're saying is absolutely not true. And the reason why, Trip, is because Nidia Velasquez. I'll tell you what. If you were there with him, if you were there with him since day one, he'll show you. No, Nidia Velasquez was there since day one.
No.
Nidia Velasquez was there since day one.
No, respectfully, look, JC,
since day one.
Look.
Am I wrong? Since day one.
No, that's not true.
Absolutely.
The DSA was with him in October 2024.
The DSA wasn't with him. He's with the DSA. Even the guy who's like kind of defending Zoran here is doing a poor job at it. Yeah, this guy doesn't give a fuck about Nidia Velasquez nor Adriana Espaillat. I think he's just, never mind. He's a pro-Israel stooge himself too.
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing whether this was a good political decision or not. There were a lot of folks who were with him, but it was actually closer to June 2025, May 2025, when he was emerging as the anti-Cuomo alternative. The folks who were there with him on day one was the DSA. I am not saying this was the right decision or not. Again, I do believe that Daria Lisa is a risky candidate. She is not as good of a candidate as Mayor Mamdani was. Look, if she loses, I believe that this may not have been the best decision politically for Mamdani to put his political capital on.
If she loses, even if she wins, there's a loss. There's a price to be paid for taking.
Dude, oh my God. What are you, a fucking mob boss, dude? Who the fuck do you think you are? These guys literally talk about political dynasties like it's a fucking, like it's a monarchy, dude. Yo, buddy, talk about why Espaillat, in his own fucking internal numbers, 2 weeks out from the election, was sitting at 35%. The whole district fucking hates the guy. What a fucking freak-ass bitch this dude is. Oh my God. What a fucking pig. Zoran will pay a big price. First of all, no the fuck he won't, okay? Suck my dick. This idea that, like, yes, the media will absolutely seek out a punishment. They will. They'll try to knock him off his fucking pedestal. He's been riding too high for too good, okay? Straight up. They will try to do that. But guess what? It'll be a tougher hill to climb for him, but I'm sure he'll manage, okay? God damn, these guys have never given up on the anger and resentment that they felt since that Zoran victory. It's like they're literally waiting for any opportune moment to just take the knives out and slit his fucking guts. Holy shit. It's crazy. It's unbelievable, dude. This level of disdain is psychotic. At this point, you're like salivating for something horrible to happen in New York so you can just shit on Zoran.
Out or trying to take out the chairman.
I fucking hate, like, dude, blue stronghold politics is so nasty, okay? That's what this is. We have to break this machine, okay? We have to break this machine piece by piece. We will never have just and equitable outcomes for the working class in New York City or anywhere around the country if we cannot penetrate this calcified institution. It's unbelievable the way this guy gets to talk. Holy shit. He has so much anger and resentment that there are candidates out there that are saying no to all this fucking corporate PAC money, no to all these foreign lobbyist interests, and they're placing New Yorkers' interests first. He's like, this is a personal slight to me. How dare you? That's not how this game is played. I'll fucking knife you.
Of the Hispanic caucus and the first Dominican elected to Congress. It's just impossible to tell me otherwise.
Speaking of Nydia and New York 7, that's another race we want to focus on here. So this race drew so much attention as well because, like you guys mentioned, she was one of Mayor Mamdani's first supporters, but Mayor Mamdani endorsed. She's not running for re-election. She's leaving.
This guy JC is not a fan of you. Hasan Pikers and Nick Fuentes. Oh, this is that guy. This is him. Is the Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones to the left. This is the guy the DSA brings out to energize the base. You think that once he said we deserve 9/11, that would be too much? But he doubles down and his socialist base eats it up. Hasan is fine shit. He's not supposed to appeal to the ops. This guy goes, check this out. Yeah, centrist. 6'8" at heart, 5'8" in shoes. Little guy. Is that why you're so angry, little man?
Race, but she got a little perturbed about the fact that Mamdani decided to endorse somebody before she was able to. So he endorsed Claire Valdez and
You can sit there and say Zoran is only loyal to the DSA until blue in the face, but that doesn't change the fact that he's the most popular politician in the entire country. Wherever his loyalties allegedly lie, his constituents love it. Yeah, I mean, this guy. First of all, being loyal to the Democratic Socialists of America isn't a bad thing. It's a good thing because it's the type of politics that the voters actually want. That's why they liked Zoran. It's not about one guy. It's a fucking movement. It's a movement that centers the working class. That's what it is. And they can't stand that shit. When DSA holds a casting call, the requirements are must have zero experience, must be a non-native New Yorker, despise Democrats, hate Israel Zionism, must be communist, zero understanding of finance, economics, or commerce, gentrifier or gentry adjacent. Oh my God, this guy's such a fucking dickhead, dude. Must hate the United States. It's so fucking nasty. It's so goddamn nasty. I mean, this is odious politics, okay? You can just disagree with certain things that these people are saying. You don't have to fucking hate them more than you hate the Republicans. Tweets about wealthy DSA. One of the weirdest features of today's politics is how many... Oh my God, this guy has DSA up the mine. DSA's dick is lodged so far up his spine, dude. It's occupying permanent real estate in his fucking brain. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What is this level of animosity? This guy should be nowhere near media. You know what's funny? They talk about people like myself holding deep resentment to the Democratic Party, but I don't hate the fucking National Democratic Party as much as this guy hates the DSA. Like, that's what's so crazy about it. I give props to people who are, regular straight ticket Democrats when they do something redeemable. My anger and resentment with the Democratic Party is that the Democratic Party doesn't represent our interests. That's my anger. If they did tomorrow, by some stroke of luck or, a magic wand was waved, then I would support them. And I have. I supported the Democrats in their initiative to redistrict Virginia, for example. I thought that was the right thing to do. These guys do not give a fuck. The DSA could do everything right. The DSA could advance the agenda that he wanted, and he would still turn around and be like, no, they fucking suck. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. For that guy, he hates the DSA more than he hates the Republicans.
Vasquez then later endorsed Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. And there's a third person in the race as well, City Council member Julie Wan, and Vikul Kumar as well as in this race. So, when you guys are looking at this race as well, I mean, just how much attention is being brought and outside money is being poured into this race as well?
Millions of dollars are being spent. I've never seen anything like this before. The amount of money and independent expenditures being spent on this race.
Yeah, millions of dollars being spent, by the way. And then he's going to say, oh, it's the DSA candidates that are spending millions of dollars. Bitch, Espaillat is getting like 750 bands on a weekly basis. First from the Latino Action Fund, Latino Victory Fund, then from AIPAC, then from AIPAC Shell Corporation. The fuck do you mean millions of dollars are being spent? Of course, you don't have an issue with that, though, because that's, an establishment Democrat, and you want business as usual politics in the fucking city.
The amount of capital that Mayor Mamdani's put in his first couple of months as mayor of New York City in trying to defeat what is in fact a proxy battle with Congresswoman Velasquez. Look, the truth is this: Antonio Reynoso is a 2-term former city council member, chairman of committees.
You know what's funny about this? This guy in a different race, if Reynoso was running against an establishment Democrat, he would be saying the exact same things that he's saying about Claire Valdez, but this time about Antonio Reynoso. I don't think this motherfucker is a working families party guy. I don't think he's a pro WFP person at all. It's just he has deep disdain for the left. So whoever the leftmost politician is in any race, he hates them. Okay? That's what's so interesting about this Reynoso race is that like a lot of pro-Israel groups have basically given up on the commie corridor, having a guy who's going to be pro-Israel. So they're just saying like, hey, at least Antonio Reynoso is like more malleable, right? And that's where the danger lies, obviously. You can't have a malleable guy here. This is one of the bluest, most radical districts in the entire fucking country. That's why it's called the commie corridor, okay?
Has dozens of legislation he's passed. 2-term elected borough president of Brooklyn, the largest borough in our city. Incredible experience running against someone who's been in the assembly for a year, just got here, has no legislation passed, and he's going up against the wishes of the first Puerto Rican woman ever elected to Congress. I wrote my term paper in college on Nydia Velasquez. I agree with her very little politically, but my goodness, how could you look at someone who supported you and they won and say, I'm going to go against you and the borough president of Brooklyn and support this new person who comes out of nowhere with very little experience? The memory will be long. Big mistake for the mayor to get involved.
This is the rare race where you have the working family.
Dude, Nydia Velasquez is not a fucking god, okay? Like, Nydia Velasquez is a relatively progressive force in New York politics. Nydia Velasquez, when AOC was was challenging an incumbent, endorsed the incumbent, okay? That's just fucking politics. And it's really interesting that these people will literally turn around and make it seem like politics only works in one direction. You can only defend establishment Democrats. And that's precisely what he did, by the way. Okay? That's precisely what that dipshit in the center did. He endorsed and defended Andrew Cuomo. So I don't want to fucking hear from this asshole about what it means to be a good Democrat. Okay? He defended Cuomo in the general. He attacked Zohran Mamdani viciously.
Family's party, mainstream.
My silver lining in all of this is that this level of negative campaigning depresses voter turnout, and Espaillat has his ride or dies in his machine, and they're going to come out, and Daria Liza is going to have a lot more pro-Daria Liza voters. So maybe all of this negative campaigning is not going to cause people to go out and vote for Daria Liza, but it's not going to cause them to go out and vote for Espaillat either. Negative campaigning always depresses voter turnout. So I hope, yes, that fucking little dipshit hates me. Look, when the regular mainstream Democrats fight each other in the primaries, what makes El-Sayed not mainstream other than being Muslim? Muslim? What does that have to do with him being a Sanders Piker guy, or attacking Americans who care about Israel? Or what about pushing to defund the police? What does that have to do with his faith? Liberals love rightfully calling MAGA a cult, but refusing to recognize that their own cultish behavior towards a party that frankly no longer exists is directly leading to our current flavor of fascism, and it never fails to be incredibly infuriating, just full of egotistical consultants draining the beast, enriching themselves, and then wagging their fingers at working people who want their lives to materially improve. Yes. Once again, if you're annoyed by this little man and his insane behavior, take that anger and resentment and use it in a productive manner. Hey, remember when you criticized Hillary Clinton for supporting the Iran deal because Israel opposed it? What did your community think about that? Oof. Typical stooge, dude. There you have it. Typical fucking operative. Typical stooge. Doesn't care about results. Doesn't care about policies. Doesn't care about the impact that policies or lack thereof have on the constituents. Only there to fucking collect a paycheck and be a goddamn attack dog for Israel and pro-Israel interests. Classic. God, these guys are such fucking sharks.
Progressives vocally behind Reynoso and the DSA on the other side. Usually you don't have this type of divide between WFP and DSA in progressive circles. It's only the case because, this district voted for Mamdani by over 50 points last June. This is the youngest and the most progressive congressional district in all of New York City. In any other race in New York and across the country, Reynoso would be the most progressive, the most left-wing option. He clearly has a record. But look, and he has most of the endorsements. But on the other side, he's really running against the mayor's imprint, running against the mayor's shadow. That's why this is a 50-50 toss to break. And respectfully, JC, I do got to correct you. That from Mamdani's perspective, those who were with him when he was at 0%, which was in October 2024, very big difference than when he was at 20% in June 2025. That's a big difference. It's like, were you a Knicks fan, basically, you know, when the Knicks were losing games? I was attending all those games.
It's not even that. It's not even that. It's just not. It's not that Zoran is like paying it back or paying it forward. I don't, like, again, I like this guy, Tripp. I think he's like trying to do his very best here with the horrible circumstances that he's facing being next to this asshole. But like, again, expand your imagination. Zoran is one part of a much broader movement, okay? He's just one guy. I mean, we're fortunate enough to have him. He's charismatic. He's got a wonderful smile. He's actually pretty astute, pretty good at playing the game of politics as well. But he's not in the business of paying it forward or paying back his allies. That's not the reason why he's doing this. He's doing this because there's a broader vision here. And what's really interesting is a lot of people cannot comprehend that. Even the most woke guy on this panel can't comprehend that because American politics is so cynical, right? It's so cynical that no one can comprehend burning political and social capital at the behest of a larger movement, recognizing your role, recognizing the role that you're playing in a much larger national movement, if not an international movement that you're playing a role in. It's really interesting. It's really interesting to watch this unfold. And even people who are seemingly in defense of Zoran fail to grasp this. Okay?
Garden, we were losing these games. Look, we're diehard Knicks fans versus are you a Knicks fan now? There's a difference, though.
Historical consequences, Morgan, are serious here.
Now, in New York 10, Mayor Mamdani also endorsed Brad Lander over Congressman Dan Goldman. And that was another one I think we saw that, you know, Goldman did not endorse Mamdani even after he won the...
If anything, that ironically was like Zoran personally, you know, massaging it a little bit. He didn't give Brad Lander a position in the admin, in the mayoralty, and basically was like, yeah, well, let's just slot you into this district. And there was someone else that was supposed to run in that district. It probably would have been a tougher run, to be fair. But yeah, what is this? Nothing was really proven. Some women said he tried to touch them, and I'm mostly talking about Cuomo's politics. I am Sicilian. I know he's a Turk, not Greek. What? Are you defending Andrew Cuomo inappropriately sexually harassing people? Are you okay? Am I misunderstanding something here? Yeah, Mamdani burns allies and making a big bet for Congress and the left. Very strange headline. Burns allies, they mean literally endorsing primary candidates he supports instead of the ones that the New York Times prefers. That's literally what it is. That's exactly what's fucking going on here. It's so passive-aggressive the Times, whose editorial board told New Yorkers literally to vote for anyone but Mamdani, have now appointed themselves as crucial allies. Don't try to make sense of the notes being passed around in chat. That's a dangerous rabbit hole. Is true. Oh my God, Harmeet Dillon.
Primary. So, you know, when you're looking at all of this, these three candidates.
Actually, you know what's funny? The reason why they're not talking about this race is because they should still be pissed off. This is an incumbent. This is an incumbent that Zoran is endorsing against. But the reason why they didn't talk about this race as much as like the Claire Valdez one or the Daria Liza one is because this is a wrap. Okay, Brad Lander is gonna fucking put LeBron numbers up. Brad Lander is gonna have a +20 lead on Dan Goldman. Okay, that's why they're not talking about it, because that's already a done deal. So that's not interesting because you can't shit on Zoran over it. I mean, +20 is the most conservative estimate, by the way. It's gonna be fucking insane.
How important is it for Mamdani to make sure that all three candidates actually win?
He's got to win at least 2 of the 3. You know, I don't think he'll go 3 for 3. I don't think he'll go 0 for 3. But he's got to win at least 2 for 3. The reason why, JC and Morgan, is because right now, if you look at the polling, Mamdani is one of the top 2 most popular Democrats in all of New York, right? The other one typically is His Shapes. They have the highest approval ratings amongst Democratic primary voters. He is still right now the king of New York electorally. He has to win 2 out of 3 to extend his honeymoon period.
It's very important for him to win somehow because he's gotten really involved in these races.
I could sit here all day with you guys. There's so many races. So make sure you go.
I hate this guy.
We are in Herbert Von King Park on Juneteenth talking to the community. Just having great conversations. We're trying to get out the vote. This is the home stretch.
We need to make sure everyone shows up
Dude.
and goes to the poll.
Ian Hundley's got so much swag, is unbearable. Okay? Dial it back, big guy. Just kidding. It's important for socialists to have swag.
To vote for an affordable future.
And Election Day is Tuesday, June 23rd.
Today we got a group coming together to go out there, knock on some doors, talk to
Media reporting it finally. Okay, but that's literally fucking Peter Stern. That doesn't count. Peter Stern is basically a former DSA member, Peter Stern. I mean, I'm glad that someone's fucking reporting on it at least, but what I was talking about is like Fox 11 or the local New York City reporters, like the news hit that we just watched, right? No mention whatsoever of the racialized animus, none of that. Adam Carlson prediction on the election, oh boy. I've been really wrestling. I know he's, okay. Brad Leonard will defeat Dan Goldman, that's it. He's baiting people. Look, the analysis that I obviously hold to high esteem is Michael Lange, and he thinks Daria Liza is going to come in like 4 points to Espaillat. I think there's a world where that doesn't happen. I think there's a world where Daria Liza wins. Okay? New York City early voters in 2026 are substantially older than they were in 2025. If progressives win tomorrow in New York City, they will have done so with a much more typical Democratic electorate than Mamdani enjoyed last year. I've seen some suggest that these numbers are a huge warning sign for DSA-backed and progressive candidates, but I respectfully disagree. I think it's important to remember that 2025 was an unusually high bar for comparison. Zohran Mamdani drove an unprecedented surge in youth turnout, both in the June primary and November general election, and it was probably unrealistic to expect every candidate he endorsed to replicate that level of mobilization. Youth EV turnout is solid, just not exceptional, and progressives have posted a number of notable wins this year with fairly typical Democratic electorates. Yeah. That said, the relative difference in median age between New York 7 and New York 13 is telling us something. Yeah, New York 7 is obviously much younger. New York 7 also has Satmar Jewish, and according to Lange, that is 12% of the electoral vote, or to early vote. Lots of young voters in that demo. I also haven't seen the absolute numbers for New York 7. Perhaps you have. Yeah, Satmar is voting as a block for Reynoso, and is a big chunk. I lived in New York 13 for like 5+ years. Espaillat isn't well known here because he's never around. I think most people voting tomorrow care about politics and therefore swing towards Daria Liza. Yeah, the problem is that their first interaction with Daria Liza, who's an unknown entity, is probably most likely going to be negative because there's been a barrage of negative attacks. However, in the next 12 minutes, you can change that dynamic by going out and doing a phone bank for Daria Liza. Okay? There's a national phone bank demand for Daria Liza tonight. Zohran and Daria Liza are going to be smiling and dialing. And you can too. You can do that from anywhere around the country. It's not a problem. You can't do it from outside of the country, but if you are tuning in from anywhere around the country, I urge you to go. I'm in the phone bank. It's international. Is it? Chris Rabb won in a typical electorate by almost 20, and people were freaking out about low early youth turnout. In New York 13, early vote turnout doesn't clearly favor a candidate. Mamdani won precincts are turning out slightly stronger relative to 2025 than Cuomo won precincts. Positive sign for Mamdani endorsed Daria Liza, but the electorate is much older across the district than in 2025. You can do it from outside the country? I didn't know that. Okay, there you go. So, Commie Corridor, I'm skipping. I'm going to talk about the New York 13. Movement versus machines. New York 13 has the richest ethnographic tapestry of any district in the 5 boroughs. I mapped it all granularly in the 13 neighborhoods in New York, and I earlier coined it the next Commie Corridor for a reason. This is the ground where Mamdani's largest overperformance relative to expectation occurred, not in the hipster precincts of Brooklyn, but in the supermajority renter working-class blocks of Upper Manhattan. Adriana Espaillat, 5-term incumbent, Dean of New York's Dominican elected officials, and the first formerly undocumented immigrant ever to serve in Congress, is the machine, and not metaphorically either.
Still, I question whether Espaillat's apparatus has more mythos than machine and pondered whether he was the next Joe Crowley, hiding in plain sight. Daria Elisa Avila Chevalier, the student organizer backed by New York DSA and Just Democrats, is the movement attempting to do to Espaillat what he once did to Keith Wright, end the dynasty by demographic arithmetic. A month ago, I thought Dari was on track for an epic upset. The momentum across Upper Manhattan felt real, and Espaillat appeared asleep at the wheel, destined to wake up only when it was too late. But the political establishment, eager to save the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, rallied hard. A deluge of independent expenditures arrived soon thereafter, blanketing televisions and stuffing mailboxes across New York 13. Now I'm not so sure. That's it. That's literally the primary thing that took place here is outside expenditure dumped boatloads of fucking funds, and they went super, super, super negative. And they just started fucking tarring and feathering Daria Elisa. Oh, her old tweets. She's Haitian. She's not a real Dominican. Like, upping racialized animus and trying to present her as like this liberal blowhard that is a spoiler. New York 13 retained 2/3 of his early 2025 vote total in 2026, the best mark of any congressional district in New York City. The enthusiasm and age trend line bode well for the insurgent, Avila Chevalier, but the distribution of the early vote map indicates Espaillat is pulling out his people too. Compared to New York 7 and New York 12, the early voting data from New York 13 is more difficult to parse cleanly because many of the older black and Hispanic precincts favorable to the incumbent hold out for Election Day. And his prediction is Espaillat at 52, Avila Chevalier at 48. I'll put my cards on the table. I'm a constituent of New York 13, and I voted for Avila Chevalier. My honest read is that the negative spending hurt her significantly with older voters, and a challenge once primed for an upset may fall a couple points short. The increased salience of this race, spurred by the challenger closing the gap and the mayor's intervention, may have been a net negative for the insurgent. When the race was sleepier, I liked Avila Chevalier's odds to surprise the establishment. However, once the contest became the race to watch, Espaillat and co. could see the threat Avila was posing and responded with overwhelming force to crush it. Hakeem Jeffries was working aggressively to save his colleague, labor unions deploying their operatives, and several $1 million of independent expenditure landing on a candidate most voters had never heard of 3 months ago. Avila Chevalier is a lesser-known candidate being defined by seven-figure avalanche and in a fundamentally different position from the one Mamdani occupied a year ago. Mamdani was a juggernaut of earned and new media, a candidate so saturated in coverage that he was effectively inoculated against a smaller rash of late attacks. Dari has no such immunity. When the first thing an older voter who was not raised in the social media era learns about you is the worst thing a pack can find, the deleted tweet has done its damage. Espaillat, who has long battled Harlem's black political leaders, has cynically swooped in and made a temporary truce with his erstwhile enemies and is poised to win a majority of older black voters on Tuesday. The race largely hinges on a progressive and liberal white voters, many of them Jewish, in Morningside Heights, Hudson Heights, and Inwood. Win them decisively, and Avila Chevalier has a multiracial coalition that carries the district. Lose them, or even win them, but not by the margin she needs, and her path to victory is strained. The RSVP crashed. Block by block, lean on the 13 neighbors in New York 13. Avila Chevalier wins Hamilton Heights, Common Corridor Light, and runs strong through Manhattan Valley and South Harlem. Espaillat maintains and aggressively turns out a stronghold in Washington Heights and Inwood, east of Broadway, the beating heart of Little Dominican Republic, and makes enough inroads to survive among older black voters in Riverton, Lenox Terrace, Esplanade, how do you say that? Gardens and the Polo Grounds, the Bronx exclaves, beset by weak turnout, break for the incumbent, albeit not decisively. This race has down ballot implications too. Conrad Blackburn, a public defender also backed by New York City DSA, is challenging the native son of Harlem, Jordan Wright, in the 70th Assembly District. Of all the DSA insurgents, Blackburn has the most challenging race. While the PACs held their fire on Avila Chevalier until she began to build momentum, Blackburn has been blitzed for months on end. Dueling lessons in the damage spending can inflict on first-time candidates. The question remains whether Blackburn or Avila Chevalier has had enough time to inoculate voters. If I'm wrong, it's because Avila Chevalier changed the electorate in a Mamdani-like manner, and no one cared about her deleted tweets when the incumbent was cashing checks from AIPAC. If Dari can run up the score among middle-aged progressives and older liberals in Morningside, Hudson Heights, and Inwood, holding the very voters the spending was meant to scare off, and activate the college-educated renters of South Harlem and Hamilton Heights, she slays the giant of Upper Manhattan. Keep that in mind. There's a real opportunity here to defeat an establishment Democrat that is an AIPAC Democrat, okay? A pro-Israel, Israel-first Democrat. Phone bank, you want more money out of us, dude? Do you think I make money if you go out and call at the behest of a political campaign? JK? Okay. Anyway. Effie Phillips Staley is another candidate that I've interviewed on this broadcast before, as you guys know. But I mean, if you're in that district, obviously go back and go and certainly vote for her.
But I don't see her doing that well. There's one poll that just came out, and she's still in third position at like 14% or something. So, but you should still go out and vote for her, and you should still go out and try to get people to vote for her as well if you live in the district.
To our neighbors about the world that we're building is actually crunch time, and I'm so grateful to have this many folks show up, knock on doors, and do the work.
Bronx. She's supporting me. The Congresswoman, Mayor, Senator Bernie Sanders, yeah. Nice. Hey, I'm Eli Northrup. I'm running for state assembly in the Upper West Side in Morningside Heights, the 69th district. I'm a public defender, policy advocate. Spent a lot of time in Albany trying to improve our criminal legal system, and we're out here canvassing today. We're at a poll site at Westside High School.
This is a really critical time for our communities. 450,000 New Yorkers are going to lose healthcare coverage on July 1st because our governor decided to not take action.
Hey, I'm Assemblymember Ferris from Front Forest, representing Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, Crown Heights, and Bed-Stuy. Been at this for 6 years now, and I'm looking to be reelected because the work is not done.
We're all going to be working together in tandem to tax the rich and recapture the revenue that was lost to the Trump budget cuts. I've also been in the immigrant...
Look at that, David Organ. Some of these guys are DSA, some of them are not. AOC has endorsed most of the DSA slate, with the exception of the congressional races. Zoran has endorsed the congressional races, but not all of the local ones. It's a little bit of a cross-endorsement scheme going on there. But AOC has also endorsed people beyond the DSA slate as well.
Rights movement my entire...
What? Did AOC endorse Reynoso? Just saw an interview with Ested where he said she did. No, AOC did not endorse Reynoso. AOC did not endorse Claire Valdez either, though. Yeah, all except Eli and Brian are DSA.
Life. And I'm going to continue that work in Albany by making sure that we protect our neighbors from ICE.
And I'm here because we need to make sure David
That's so funny.
goes to the assembly and represents this district where it has been represented for the past.
They want to distract you from the fact that what they call a clique is actually the product of collaboration and work that gets done.
Hi, everyone. This is Amanda Septimo, the Assembly member representing the 84th Assembly District here in the South Bronx. We know the federal government has abandoned New York, so it's time for us to stop.
AOC endorsed Tish James, who endorsed both Espaillat and Reynoso. Okay. Zohran Mamdani endorsed Brad Lander, who didn't officially endorse Reynoso, but appeared in a Working Families ad where Reynoso is prominently featured.
I'm a proud democratic socialist because I believe that everyone deserves to live with dignity.
This is our time to empower people to get out to vote, to respect and be part of our democracy.
Don't forget to make sure that you come out and you vote from the top to the ticket to the bottom of the ticket, because everybody who's on the ballot is doing work to represent our communities.
They are stripping us from our...
Endorso. What is this? And somehow this is still less messy than the California left. Black liberals, unsurprisingly, losing their minds once again because Ta-Nehisi Coates is reminding them that Kamala Harris lacked the moral courage to oppose genocide, even though he still voted for her. That's not good enough for them. They want blind loyalty. Yeah, dude. I mean, the whole, like, any sort of criticism of Kamala Harris is, like, unacceptable narrative is so wild to me. I don't know why people see this as, like, such a personal slight. It actually blows my fucking mind. There are some liberals who just legitimately are like, oh, you criticize Kamala Harris, you're basically MAGA. Actually, you're worse than MAGA.
Yeah, I mean, look, I voted for her, you know what I mean? And I told people, and I went in front of, majority Muslim and Arab American audiences and had to explain myself, which I did. And pretty much what I said is, look, we as Black Americans in general have not had the luxury of voting in presidential elections for people that, we felt fully saw our humanity. And that is just what it's been for us. Having said that, I'll never forget, man, I was in, and this is not the only time this happened, but I was in Houston, Texas, and I was, with a group of Palestinian Americans, very, very accomplished group.
Damn, that's such a good line. God, he is such a good writer. Like, connecting the reluctant voting of Kamala Harris back to, like, voting for a Democrat who is most likely, not exactly pro-Black. It's pretty good.
By the way. And the woman's house who was hosting me, beautiful, large mansion. And she sat next to me. She said, I'm from Gaza. 200 members of my family have been killed. And And she said, I don't go outside anymore. I don't talk to my neighbors about this because they think it's right that my family be killed. I think there are two separate questions. There's one question for, people like me, about like what we should have done with our vote. And the answer to that, for that, to me is very, very clear. We should have voted for Harris. I feel the loss of some measure of my humanity, or I felt the loss of some measure of my humanity by turning to this woman and telling her, you have to vote for a member of the administration that was shipping bombs for this to happen. That you have to now, have a conversation with your family to tell them why Tim, I couldn't do that, man. I couldn't do that. And I got to be honest with you. If I were in her shoes, I don't know what I would do. I don't know, because I think the thing we also have to face is everybody didn't make the decision that we made. Everybody didn't make, like, they're Palestinian Americans and Arab Americans who made the harm reduction decision. In fact, Kamala won the plurality of the vote. So most of them did, you know what I mean? Like the plurality of them made the harm reductionist decision. You know what I mean? But look, I get it. I mean, the thing I would ask you is, and the thing I've been asking myself is, man, at what point do we stop doing this? Like, at what point, what is the point where we stop saying to people, this is the most important election of your lifetime, and you must accept things that, in this case, you must accept the murder of your family members, the killing of your family members for the greater good. Like,
it is pretty wild that he makes this argument, which is like, rooted within empathy and is like advocacy for fucking Kamala Harris, and how he was advocating for people who demonstrably understood that the Kamala Harris demonstrably had no sympathy for them and their slain family members. And K-Hov is up his ass, bro. For a lot of these guys, like, it's just anything short of absolute fealty is unacceptable. They did this with Hillary Clinton too. I remember they did this with Hillary Rodham Clinton.
At some point, like, we have to figure out how to have a different kind of politics. Now, maybe that's not when you go in the voting booth, but I feel like we go in the voting booth and then there's no discussion of it afterwards. It's just, you know what I mean? We ramp up for another four. Yeah, I mean, look.
I've seen random Twitter call him a token paid Republican for this. K-Harvers are the barbs of politics. I mean, they're not like that powerful of a force in the real world. Damn, they're cooking his ass on keeping the rent, freezing the rent.
My follow-up question is turnout is already tracking a bit lower than your historic election last year. There's been some comparisons, fair or unfair, to President Trump and how he maybe necessarily hasn't been able to bring out his base for those he is supporting. What do you think of those comparisons? Are you concerned by any of the voting numbers you're seeing?
No, I'll always tell New Yorkers about the fact that they have an opportunity still to vote in these elections. Tomorrow is Election Day, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Go to vote.nyc and make sure that you cast your ballot. I also will not blame New Yorkers because they're too busy trying to make ends meet in the nation's most expensive city to be able to think about the problems, not of today, but of tomorrow and the leaders that could resolve them. However, I do know that more and more New Yorkers are starting to think about this race because we're getting to the final point of it. And I'll say that, you know, in our election last time around, I was lucky in that I didn't have to compete with the Knicks' first championship in 53 years. I didn't have to compete with the first World Cup being hosted by our city in a generation. And I didn't have to compete with what will be a summer for many of us to remember, and yet I've seen in the last few days more and more New Yorkers coming out to vote, and I think some of it may be because also the Board of Elections is putting out those limited edition basketballs, soccer balls, but I'm very, very excited to see more and more New Yorkers casting their vote.
All right, I've got time for a few more. We're going to go.
From the Bay to the reflecting pool in the nation's capital, also facing some big problems. After more than $16 million overhaul, the Washington landmark has been plagued with algae, which turned the water into a...
Sorry to bother you. I know this is in your lane, but do you know how someone can answer the 4 p.m. phone bank? I signed up, but haven't gotten a link yet. Brother, there is a literal link, actionnetwork.org link on the top. Like, it's literally above. Click on the link. It's pinned. Infant door level posting. Coates turn from domestic race policy to Palestine reeks of high heaven. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't track with his expertise or how he builds political credibility. His reading as a sleeper agent that gets a big payday to make this his pet issue, especially try to confound black people, try to confound black voters by creating parallels between our oppression in this country by Palestinians, which is far too nuanced to be retrofitted into our experience. Why would it be?
He quite literally did not have this sympathy at all until he went and he saw it in his own with his own two eyes and recognized the apartheid for what it was. The same exact type of apartheid that existed in the Jim Crow South, the same exact type of apartheid that existed in apartheid South Africa. It's literally something that he openly talks about. People forget that Ta-Nehisi Coates worked for The Atlantic. His editor-in-chief was a former concentration guard in the Israeli occupying forces. Okay? Like, his former boss was pro-Israel. Ta-Nehisi Coates had a lot of coverage in his past defending reparations, where he used Israel as a great example. He used Germany's reparations to Israel as a great example for how reparations could be done. All of this stuff he has openly went back on. Dana Bash covering the primary today. Oh, here we go.
Tomorrow is Election Day in New York City, where we're watching 4 really contentious Democratic primaries for Congress. Mayor Zohran Mamdani has endorsed and heavily campaigned for 3 candidates, 2 of whom are challenging sitting House Democrats. He says the slate, if elected, would seek to transform the Democratic Party in Washington. And boy, would it. Let's just start with these.
Oh, Dana is not happy about this. Let me tell you. Well, I mean, I'm sure she's ecstatic at the prospect of shitting on Zohran, shitting on the slate, and defending her emotional support apartheid state, of course. She loves doing that shit. Chatters, there's still time to join the Dial for Dari phone bank. We have 223 people in the Zoom, and Zohran isn't even here yet. There's a script. Plenty of HasanAbi heads in the chat. Get in now. Get in there, chat. What the fuck are you doing? Put me on mute. Yeah, I saw that they're like harassing her too in person and saying she's like a terrorist. The fact that no black or Latino organization from the CBC or the NAACP is willing to defend Daria Lisa against this Zionist establishment harassment campaign speaks volumes about the limits of identity politics versus the power of moneyed interests. Deranged racists surround Daria Lisa at the polling site. Also, sudden surge in alleged black Zionists is the most obvious Hasbara op of all time. Yeah, why do you hate the Jews? Why do you hate Hamas? They just like go up and bird dog her and fucking harass her. It's insanely frustrating. Where you at right now, bro? I'm in New York.
You hate the Jews. You hate the Jews. You're gonna hate the Jews. She hates the Jews. She hates the Jews. You hate the Jews. She hates the Jews.
Putting aside.
Fucking psycho, dude. Dude, Israel has one speed, by the way. One fucking speed. Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. You can fucking phone bank from anywhere around the planet and anywhere around the United States of America. Sign up, listen to the talking points, smile and dial. If you want to fucking combat this kind of insanity, if you want to combat the Hasbara operations, if you want to combat the smear campaign that Zionists have implemented against a candidate that will place New York constituents first against the interests of Israel, who will unseat an establishment Democrat who has taken in millions of dollars from pro-Israel lobbies, then get in there and smile and fucking dial. I can't begin to stress this enough. It's a close-ass race. Victory is imminent. Okay? You don't want to be the guy who had an opportunity to make this change, and in the opportune moment, you were like, you know what? I'm too busy. I'm too bored. I don't want to do it. It's a fun experience overall.
The deranged Zionists that have been following around Daria Lisa and harassing her, including her mom, as they go to try to vote and get in her face, like they were getting really, really close to her face. Besides the deranged Zionists, who I know they mean it, everybody else, you're just getting paid. Just admit you're getting paid. All of this, so I saw this really obvious op post where this person was like, I'm black and I live in the district and I stand in solidarity with Israel. And we black people stand in solidarity with Israel and don't want people like Daria Lisa representing our district. This is the biggest op.
Getting phone calls from randoms going to do anything? Yes. Are you kidding me? Okay, as far as canvassing operations goes, door knocking and phone banking are two of the most effective ways to combat the misinformation. Because these guys have a lot of money, okay? So Adriano Espaillat has a lot of money. He doesn't have his own personal money, but like the pro-Israel lobby has a lot of money. So what they do is take advantage of the fact that Daria Lisa is a lesser known candidate with not a lot of name recognition. So the first interaction that constituents potentially have with Daria Lisa
is a mailer that they receive or a TV ad that they watch. And in those TV ads, they'll present her as a crazy person. They'll be like, oh, she said fuck Kamala Harris. She's like awful. She's she wants to release like rapists into the streets or whatever the fuck, right? Just like unbelievably psychotic bullshit. If you phone bank and you call people up in this district, which is what you will be doing because tomorrow is election day, you have an opportunity to talk to these people and convince them that what they saw is bullshit. Okay? You have an opportunity to be like, yeah, the guys that are spending all this money are pro-Israel. They want to keep taking your tax dollars and they want to keep spending it on Israel. Daria Liza wants to spend it on you. Okay? She wants to spend it on public housing. You can be that change. You can be that person. You can be that person who ends up convincing someone to go out and vote and literally be the vote that changes the outcome of this race. You have to think about it like that. There are plenty of people right now in Harlem, in this district, in New York 13, that may have seen a mailer, okay? Daria Liza phone bank lead here yesterday. During the 2 shifts I led, we had 16 volunteers total. Chat, please RSVP. Yeah. So here's how it goes. There's probably older renter voters out there, okay? Older voters who are in public housing. And they may have received a mailer that says Daria Liza is this or that. Daria Liza hates Kamala Harris, right? But if you are calling them up today and you're telling them like, that's all bullshit, and the reason why they're attacking her is because she wants to make sure that you don't get fucking gentrified. You don't get kicked out of your housing. That your housing is protected, right? That person is going to be a lot more likely to go out and vote. Every vote matters. So it's an opportunity to set the record straight. And that is a much more powerful tool to convince people than a fucking mailer is. It's the only effective means of combating this barrage of misinformation. That's it. They give you a script. It's super easy. I've done it. And there are certain talking points that they give you. And you actually, if you join right now, if you sign up right now on the Zoom call, they will train you on how to speak with people and how to talk to people. They give you phone numbers. It's an automated process. Okay? It's super simple. It's a lot easier than you think. You might have anxiety, speaking on the phone or whatever. You might be worried, but it's honestly a super simple process. It's unbelievably easy. It's actually kind of fun too. It's like it turns into a game. It's even better if you're a Spanish speaker as well. You can do it for a good cause. You can gamify it. And you can also work to overcome your anxiety when you're doing this as well. It seems, before you do it, it seems anxiety inducing. But when you start doing it, you get more comfortable doing it. It turns into a game. Yeah, and if you sign up right now, there's a PowerPoint they're going over, and you get a Google Doc with a script. You don't have to rely on the script religiously, of course, but it's very helpful.
Listen, I know there are some black people that support the Zionist agenda, in a genuine way, because, demons and evil people come in every race and gender. But by and large, if we're looking at it from a pure, statistical standpoint, black people have and always have been one of the biggest champions of Palestinian liberation. Black Americans especially. In fact, the 3 groups of people that I learned
Yes, you can call from outside of the states too.
Most when I started learning about Palestinian liberation and the Palestinian struggle and their history and the history of occupation and apartheid. There were 3 groups of people I learned the most from. Palestinians first and foremost, anti-Zionist Jews, and black Americans. So when I see all these content creators coming out of nowhere, all of these suddenly newly black liberal Zionists coming out and constantly smearing black radicals and black Americans who stand against genocide, it's such an obvious op. And I'm just wondering when somebody's going to write an article about it, when somebody's going to do an investigation into their funding. Because all of the people that are reposting this claiming that black Americans don't stand with Palestinian liberation, many going as far as coming out like straight up Zionists and attacking Palestinians and defending the genocide. Suddenly, after Israel ups his Hasbara budget to close to $1 billion, it's just not credible.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, dude. Dude, the lengths that the Zionist lobby will go to
to fucking disparage, attack, try to humiliate opponents of Israel is insane. It's nasty business. And in the age of the internet, obviously psyops are much, psyops can be much more convincing, and it's much easier to do it. You can just like target people with bots, do whatever you want. So again, it's incredibly powerful to have your voice, like a real human being, call another human being up to be like, hey, can I count on you to go out and vote tomorrow? Tomorrow's election day. Speaking of pro-Israel harassers, this shit's happening over here in Toronto too, and the law seems to be taking the side of the attacker by letting him off with a slap on the wrist. Imagine if this were happening the other way around. It'd be national news right now, and the Crown would throw the book at him. Okay, I'm not going to look at that right now, but hold on.
House races, and in particular, the three, I guess you would call all of them challengers, even though two of them are only actually sitting members of Congress. And the fact is, two are still Democratic Socialists. One, Brad Lander, who's running against Dan Goldman, used to be. He left the party after October 7th.
Of course, Dana's got to bring that up. 345 participants. Let's pick those numbers up. 345 is not good enough. I want to see 400. Let me get 400 in there. There's 27,448 people in here. We can reach 400 easily. Okay? We can reach 400 with ease. Zohran Mamdani's going to be there too. You guys like him a lot. You get to participate in this phone bag with Zohran. I'll carry the fucking flame at 400. I'll carry the flame at 500. If we get 500 participants, in this phone bag, I will carry the motherfucking flame. Do you understand? Show us your pee-pee if we hit 1,000. Okay, relax. Relax, chatter. That's crazy. At 1,000, I'll do gaming. Instantly. You unlock gaming instantly. I will literally download whatever game I can right now and start gaming immediately. Get in there. 2,000 and we watch porn on live stream? Yeah, okay, y'all are fucking crazy.
But what is your sense I know we're going to talk about another specific report you have on a different race, but what is your sense of how things are going and the sort of vibe among Democrats in New York?
Mamdani won.
Oh, Dana Fash and Edward Isaac Dover. My two favorite media figures. Just two people that are totally impartial in their analysis. Definitely no disdain for any anti-Zionist sentiment. No disdain for socialists. Oh my God. Of course.
Big last year. And what he did afterwards is think about how he could really capitalize on that power. And this is his attempt to do so. He's going against two incumbent members of the House. That is a big move. And he also went, the third race, there is a woman who he is supporting who was not the choice of Nydia Velázquez, the outgoing congresswoman, which has been notable because Velázquez was the first big endorsement that Mamdani got.
Yes, when you sign up for a phone bank, they give you an auto phone dialer, they give you a script, they give you talking points, and it's all an automated process. Like, people are fearful because they think their phone numbers are going to leak or something. That's not how it works, okay? It's literally super turnkey. It's designed so that anyone and everyone that's even like a little bit sympathetic but has no experience whatsoever doing this can immediately do it, okay? 387. All right, we got to get to 400. 387 is not good enough. Chevalier is unfortunately toast below 30 and dropping on Polymarket. Oh, fucking idiot, dude. No way. You know who else was fucking toast on Polymarket? Zohran Mamdani. What are the reasons for why that's happening? 387 what? People who have signed up for the phone bank that are in the Zoom call right now. It's happening currently. Click the link right now. It's literally happening currently. The link is above my head, above the chat. It's pinned in the chat. Yeah. These were the Polymarket odds 2 days before the 2025 New York City mayoral primary, by the way. Before you fucking talk to me about Polymarket odds, okay? You understand? No shot you pulled up Polymarket odds? Yes, I pulled up Polymarket odds to tell that one chatter who said Daria Lee's Polymarket odds are going down on Polymarket. Mamdani is coming in. Join up. Zohran Mamdani is about to be on the phone bank. Join up now. You like Zohran Mamdani. You want to hear his voice, right? It's like the mayor will be talking to you personally. Think about this handsome guy. Think about how handsome he is. He's going to be rallying the troops. If not in the U.S., you click not in the U.S. and choose your country, by the way. You can still join and sign up from all around the world. Okay? Is he going to wear the jersey on the call? I hope not. I hope he's stopped wearing the jersey under his jacket because I feel like it's a little wild. No, the link that you can click it as the pinned link is not a poop sock. All right, what are the numbers at? I know you like the number. What are we at in terms of the number? I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. Hold on.
He was running. So Mamdani is trying to flex this power here, and we're going to see how it goes. There is a lot of feeling that Dan Goldman is in worse shape going into this than Brad Lander is. That race may be the easiest one to see where it goes. But with Adriano Espaillat, with his challenger, it is dynamics that are about Latino politics in the city, black and brown politics, all that sort of stuff, dynamics that then are going to hit Washington.
Mm-hmm. No access if we hit 500 for the series as news chatter since they're so serious about advancing socialism. Okay, I can't promise that. That's crazy.
With a lot of people who are incumbents mad about what's going on. And then this larger question of what happens if some of these people are elected who may be trouble to the House leadership if and when they win the majority.
And that's really the key. I mean, there's obviously a lot of characteristics that these candidates have that we can talk about one in particular, but broadly, it's about Mamdani, but it's also about where the Democratic Party is. And if you are going to elect Democratic socialists, New York City is obviously the playground for them because there are so many who have gotten a lot of attention, especially since Mamdani.
What number are we at? 1,000 signups and you do 20v1 the Jube? I will do it. I will go on Jubilee if we get to 1,000. Charlie Kirk, Latino version at 500. We passed 420. We passed 400, 420. Let's go.
Is a Democratic socialist and has supported a lot of them. You mentioned the incumbent Adriano Espaillat, and
I told you guys, Espaillat. She doesn't even fucking know the name, dude. This is what I mean. Dana doesn't even know the name of the incumbent. This is how little motion Adriano Espaillat had. Like, there's an election tomorrow and nobody knew about him and nobody gave a fuck about him. Okay? She said Espaillat. Yeah, you got to vote for Adriano Espaillat because obviously his opponent is a scary Muslim man who hates Israel. My emotional support apartheid state. We cannot allow there to be another congressional representative who hates Israel. Vote for Espaillat. Xavier Baccaria. All right, let's get to 500. We're at 420. 420 blaze it. Let's get to 500. I'm not seeing enough movement in this chat. We got 27,148 people in here. We have to be able to get it to 500 people that are phone banking. It's crazy. I will carry the flame at 500. I already promised.
And his challenger, her last name is Avila Chevalier. She has come under scrutiny, let's say, for a lot of things that she tweeted when she was an activist before she started running, and also places that she has gone, namely to a what turned out to be a pro-Hamas rally. It was pro-Palestinian for the Palestinian people, but there were a lot of explicit pro-Hamas people there. And
I'm in the Zoom, boss. Good. Lock in, chatters. We need more. We need more movement. Password isn't working? What do you mean?
And she was there on October 8th, the day after the October 7th attack on Israel. This was part of the debate that she had with the sitting congressman last week. Let's watch.
Not even a month or two later, the day after she was spotted there celebrating the death of innocent people. The difference between me and her is that I believe in a two-state solution. She doesn't believe in the existence of Israel.
I was there at that rally on October 8th because I remembered what happened in 2014. And I knew that the reaction would be an outsized reaction that would cause the death of thousands upon thousands of people. And that is what I was there to protest.
How about the death of the almost 2,000 people violently, civilian?
That's Dana. Dial it back. You're not supposed to let it
You're not supposed to lay it down so thick, Dana. That's crazy. That's crazy. God damn. By the time that rally was taking place, Israel had killed more people than Hamas had, by the way. Instead, talked to Reynoso, Antonio Reynoso, and Nydia Velázquez. This is how you know these guys are also like not necessarily, anti-progressive. I mean, these are like, obviously Claire is my candidate in this race, but they are like fairly progressive forces and would be probably a lot more progressive than the average Democrat in most other races. It's just like Claire is above and beyond. Anyway, let's continue with this.
At the hands of Hamas that happened the day before.
It's pretty stunning. And look, she appeared in an ad with Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani is pushing this candidate, not just her, but also those three other candidates you mentioned, including Brad Lander, including the other challenger as well. And he's trying to push them as a ticket, but her positions have put another candidate that Mamdani is pushing, Brad Lander, in a complicated position. I asked Lander, do you support this candidate? Not just her comments, Chevrolet, not just her comments about October 7th and October 8th, but she has a whole host of positions that she on tweets about policing and the like that have really caused a lot of attention and scrutiny. And Lander backed off and said, I'm only worrying about
I'm asking why the password isn't working to get into the Zoom call.
my own race, even though he appeared in a campaign ad with her and Zohran Mamdani. Exactly.
I want to get to your great new reporting about New York's 12th district, which is also up for grabs. Jerry Nadler is retiring after 30 years there. I'm going to put up the candidates who are the biggest contenders: Alex Boris, George Conway, Michael Lasher, and Jack Kennedy Schlossberg. And he is the focus of your
Join from
story.
the email link.
Your headline
no need
is,
for password
what is there
that
to
way.
teach Kennedy about?
If you join in from the email link, then there's no need for the password. You just get a Google invite with the link.
Politics. Jack Schlossberg has found out a lot. I'm just going to read a little bit from your story, Isaac. This is a quote from him. Everyone says it's time for a new generation. The Democratic Party has got to learn to do things differently. Until someone actually tries, then they don't want to. And then about him and his pedigree. I feel like people cannot accept the fact that I might be a smart, hardworking person who is just really trying, because that's unacceptable for some reason.
Yeah, that's the district that is Manhattan-based, the Upper West Side, Upper East Side, Manhattan, Chelsea, West Village. Schloss.
They did. Asmongold tried to call me the establishment. Apparently, Asmongold said Twitch streamer Asmongold states that he doesn't need anybody to defend him when it comes to Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. Asmongold states that Hasan Piker is the establishment and states that Hasan and the bigger figures that support him are institutionally insulated, while Twitch streamer states that Asmongold is an Epstein defender. Asmongold laughs and says that the statement isn't even true. Comrade says, if Hasan is the establishment, why is Fox News, CNN, centrist Democrats, and Republicans coming after him? There are literal congressmen trying to deplatform him, whereas Asmongold is propped up by Elon Musk and J.D. Vance. Yeah, it's an incredibly stupid line. It's actually projection. I said Asmongold is a multi-millionaire owner of multiple businesses who's been highlighted by the VP for polishing Trump's dick. He's been amplified by the world's richest right-wing loser, Elon Musk. Meanwhile, the UK's banned me for my pro-Palestine advocacy. Wonder whose establishment. Like, this dude actually lost his damn mind. I'm the establishment, dude? Really? Maybe I'm the establishment's biggest fucking nightmare. Even the Democratic establishment is fucking annoyed. Phone bank has no more calls to give? Wait, what the fuck? No. We've made over 12,000 calls already? We need more. Zoran is so good. Oh yeah, I covered this already earlier. They're going to get a new list. They're going to get a new list loaded. They're still calling. They're recycling the list now? No, they're going to get a new list. They're going to get a new list loaded. There's not enough. There's no way. New list incoming. Okay? Just hold on. Stay on the fucking line. Keep smiling and dialing, baby. And also, more people still get in. They're getting a new list. Hold the line. Count the votes. If you're in line to phone bank, stay in line. They're gonna give you guys new numbers. I know you like the number. It's at 450. We got to get it to 500. 450 is pathetic. I need to see 50 more people sign up right now. Okay? I need to see 50 more people sign up to Phone Bank right this moment. 27,148 people in the chat. We can't get 50 additional names on there to smile and dial. Remember, it's an automated process. It's super simple. You can literally do it from your computer. All you need to do is click on the link. Okay? You can do it from all around the country and all around the world. You can call in to Phone Bank for Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who's been getting attacked non-stop from the pro-Israel lobby and its fucking corporate stooges. Okay? It's a fun game. It's like a game. You can gamify it. If we get to 500, I'm carrying the flame. I already said it. I will carry the flame in this goddamn hotel room. You understand? All right, they're reloading. New numbers are coming in. Yes, you can do it from abroad.
Berg is new to politics, but he came in with a lot of attention on him, a lot of buzz because of who his grandfather was, JFK. And he has had a real hard fall from that. There's a lot of scrutiny on him, definitely more scrutiny on him than on many of the other candidates in the race. And he has had some trouble dealing with it. That included a New York Times article that came out in May that was really devastating for him. All
right, whatever. Look at Jesse Waters. Jessica Tarkov, our queen to Jesse Waters, says this.
Sure. I don't know about flattening the garden or what kind of coat rack Jesse just pulled out of his bag, but you're not also supposed to say Jews instead of Israel. They're separate things.
Just Israeli Jews.
Just say Israel. Okay. No, I'm just giving you some.
Oh, damn. Even though Jessica is currently on hold as our queen because she was shitting on Daria Liza, our actual queen. As an African American, the Haitian Dominican ethnic beef is wild because it's literally only old TOs and miserable people online pushing it. Many of the millennials and Zoomers that stay in the States don't care about any of that shit and identify as black. Dominicans date and have kids with Haitians. Haitians date and have kids with Dominicans, and both date and have kids with African Americans. These kids will identify as and be black. Again, all out national phone bank for Daria Liza. Zoran is going to be on there too. I don't even think he's been on yet. What are we at numbers wise? Wait, what? A no sense of media outlets connected to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, mother of NBC Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie, said she had died. Multiple law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation. It followed the first note that demanded a ransom of $1 million. Investigators believe there are legitimate communications with the kidnappers. Damn.
Right.
Tarkov being a bit of a hawk here about the MOU.
We're talking about 65
Okay,
out yesterday.
the biggest win in the MOU, the thing that aggravates the strongest supporters of the president the most, is Iran being able to sell oil on the open.
Only 455? Since the last time I said we need to get more people to sign in. Only 5 of you have signed in? Shameless. Shameful. I need to see more movement, dude. We're washed. We're chopped. We're chopped huz. I'm chopped huz. Okay? 461. We need 39 more people until I carry the flame. 39 more people to join in on the Zoom call and smile and dial for Daria Liza. There's a new list of new numbers to call. Yeah, 27,000 bots, only 5 real people. A lot of introverts scared of the phone in the chat. It's fun, I promise. It's not scary. It really isn't. It's actually a really good way to overcome that anxiety as well, because you're like, I've talked about it like this. I'm not necessarily a big fan of talking on the phone either, right? But when you have a goal in mind, when you're like making these phone calls for a specific reason, you can overcome that anxiety really quickly. And it's kind of like this. I hate running. I hate getting on a treadmill and running. My fat ass hates it. But I love playing basketball. And the reason why I love playing basketball is because I'm running for an objective. I'm running for a specific purpose. Running just for the sake of running, I can't do. But running for hours, chasing a basketball, I can do. And phone banking is similar. You might have anxiety. You might not want to have a phone conversation. You might think that it's like going to be tough. It's not. And it also ends up helping you in the long run as well. You get better at it. I'm only signing up if you sign an MOU that you'll do gaming tonight, no matter how tired you are. No more getting away with gaming. I already said it. I'll do it at 1,000. If 1,000 of you joined the call, immediately that would unlock gaming on the broadcast. Like instantly. Instant unlock gaming. Adam Hamawi also endorsed
Daria Lisa, New York, France, tomorrow's election day. If you live in New York, 13 up, down, and portions of the Bronx. Endorsed. Daria Lisa, New York, France, tomorrow's election day. If you live in New York, 13 up, down, and portions of the Bronx. Get out and vote for Daria Lisa. I'm endorsing Daria because she has spent her life fighting relentlessly for justice. Exactly the kind of energy we need in Congress. Look at that. We're at 480. 480. We need 20 more. 480 in the call. 20 more to get to 500, and I'll carry the fucking flame right now. Does it make sense for EU to register? Yes, you can. You can register from anywhere around the world. And once again, it's all automated. Okay? It's an automated process. It's super simple. All you need to do is click on the link. They give you the talking points. It's not scary. I promise you. It's actually a fun experience. I call someone and they said they already voted for her. Good. There you go. I've been on the dialer for a few minutes now. Definitely a big challenge for me after a lifetime of phone anxiety, but I agree it's good practice. It might take a bit of push for some people with some more practicing on the script, but it's really simple. 490. We need 10 more. 10 more. We're at 490. 10 more people need to sign up for me to carry the motherfucking flame. Okay? Low Kirk, this is why the establishment is terrified if you keep doing what you're doing. I mean, the establishment shouldn't even be terrified. I mean, we can only get 490 fucking smilers and dialers, dude. Are you kidding me? ABC, always be closing. Okay? 497. Okay? Okay. I phone bank for my Vang. I would phone bank for Daria Lisa, but I have to go to work. See? Chatter can tell you how exciting that experience is because my Vang is literally going to win because chatters like this one smiled and dialed and called people up. Okay? It's 15K now. 15K phone calls have been made. You can deploy the talking points that you learned here as well. Just don't say America deserved 9/11. We're at 500, bucko. Oh, we hit 500? All right, well, I guess it's time. All right, dude. Back to the classics.
A voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus.
This is what you should be saying on the phone, that you're carrying the flame for Daria Lisa.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
A husband, a father.
Also saw the shot collar guy have reacted to this Lamau.
A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are
Charlie Kirk.
We
carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known.
The battle is raging. The darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit. We answer the call. The truth is eternal. The cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk. Carry the flame.
We'll fight for the gospel.
We'll honor his name.
We are Charlie Kirk.
His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Forever alive. Charlie Kirk. With God we will rise. We Charlie Kirk. With God. Charlie Kirk.
Zoran is joining us with Daria Lisa. There you go. Now Zoran is going to be on the call too. Read more in the YouTube comment. Also, fun fact, Spilanexma, the guy who made the original We Are Charlie Kirk, has copyrighted my two most popular remixes, lol. Yep. We're always carrying the flame, baby. Can I talk to Zoran? No. You guys are on a call with Zoran Mamdani. HasanAbi the Socialist bribed his viewers with Reggae Charlie Kirk to get phone bankers in on Fox News tomorrow. Also, copyright claiming AI music is crazy. I didn't even know you were allowed to do that. How the fuck do you actually claim ownership or IP over AI generated content? Zoran's in the call. Join now. Join now. Yeah, this is the kind of shit this is the kind of harassment that she's experiencing. Just a normal guy, bro. This is what the paid ops do. Like, dude, this is what I'm talking about. Like, these guys are fucking vicious. Can I support phone banking from Europe, Switzerland? Buddy, if you can support the MOU from Switzerland, you can certainly phone bank from Switzerland as well. Yes, you can phone bank from anywhere around the world, chat. Anywhere around the world you can phone bank from. This was her response.
A political machine. And as you can tell, we have pissed a lot of people.
These chatters are lying. Zoran is not on the call. Man, shut up. That guy yelling like that is making Jewish New Yorkers feel safer in their neighborhood. What are you talking about? Yeah.
That people are hungry for a politic that actually serves to challenge a political.
Yeah. That guy is keeping New Yorkers safe. All New Yorkers, honestly. Holy shit, that's insane. Is it illegal to pick and roll in public? Pick and roll? Yeah, we watched this earlier. That she said hate has no place in Uptown, the Bronx, and not in our politics. I love behaving like a terrorist by screaming Jew hater at a random Afro-Latina woman who's simply, oh, here. This was also, here's some copium. Okay, here's some hopium. Sorry, not copium, because I forgot to mention this. Okay, here's an encouraging sign for Chevalier. In Miss Avila Chevalier's race in particular, Mr. Gordillo said more non-DSA members have volunteered for her campaign than members, suggesting that DSA membership could grow considerably after the primary. Okay? Encouraging sign for Chevalier, her clearest path was always to grow DSA membership within the district while winning over a significant number of non-DSA black voters. It looks like she's doing exactly that down the stretch. Okay? So there's some good sign here. There are good signs as well. And yeah, this was the poll that I saw. Effie Phillips Daly at 14%, undecided at 29%. This is from New York 17, Conley endorsing majority Democrats' own poll and reporting. Kate Conley at 33%, Beth Davidson at 19%. This is going to be the Democrat that ends up taking out Mike Lawler. Yes, we will find out who wins tomorrow. The only problem with New York City DSA is that it's too white-coded. Patrick Bet David has joined the call. No. My goat Patrick Bet David is on the call. Karl Marx is actually on the call. Here's another Espaillat style establishment Democrat. This one, of course, is Haley Stevens, who is going up against Abdul El-Sayed. Let's take a look at what she was doing drunk at AAPI night.
Yeah, this was such a special evening. Yes, it was brilliant. It's marking 24 years of APAC's existence. Yes, a wonderful gala.
Umich Voter back in the good graces. Umich Voter was also fucking canvassing for... Umich Voter is up big, okay? It turns out, I thought Umich Voter was just like straight up paid. It turns out Umich Voter just genuinely, legitimately thought Mallory McMorrow had a better shot of defeating Haley Stevens than Abdul El-Sayed. I'm not going to make any speculations or assumptions as to why he thought that was the case. Zoran is officially on the call. But it is very funny that Umich Voter, we found out, is not even a voter in Michigan, by the way. Umich Voter is not in Michigan. He's in New Jersey, and he actually went in door knock for Claire Valdez, which is, I respect it. And it turns out he just sincerely thought that Mallory McMorrow had a better shot. Big Z is on. Mamdani is here. Pog. Yeah, guess you got to go there and listen to him personally. It'll be like you're on a phone call with him, so you should join the phone bank right now. Yeah, look, Umich Voter is back on our good side. He's unblocked me and he's refollowed me. He's back on our good graces. He's doing a car speech like a chud. Yeah, you could send a screenshot of your phone conversation with Zoran Mamdani to your parents if you join now. Zoe said hi to me, Hasan. He's my bestie now. Sorry, bud. You're washed. It's over. I'm done. He's already taken over my space as guy who streams. So Yeah, you will mostly just leave voicemails, chat. You can do that. Abdul being the only non-nominee up here, seems like boomers might be aware he's campaigning against AIPAC even at a national level. Is courage our own? Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov has joined the call. Pog. Lenin? This is a worthy Discord group activity too. I promise you'll dog my girl out nasty style while I watch, and I'll smile and dial for you, King. Sure, I will have sex with your girlfriend if you phone bank for a Daria Lisa. Trump said in early May that not even a knife can cut his big, beautiful reflecting pool. No, that's so funny. God, he's so stupid. Tulsi Gabbard has joined the call. Ladies and gentlemen, Tulsi Gabbard has joined the call. Weird how Megaphonics can canvass for his district, but he can't seem to today. Sus. I agree. He's too busy spamming jokes in the chat like Barack the Obama Shah has entered the call. Living for God and Country Damon is on the call. He's just naming names that he actually voted for, by the way. Illegally voted for. Over 600 now. We're crushing these lists. Hell yeah. A real post by Trump. A crazy pro-algae likely paid protester. Here's another example of a crazy pro-algae likely paid protester. The sign says first they came for the algae, which is a reference to a famous post-World War II statement about Germans not speaking out against the Nazis. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. There's no fucking way he posted this. God, what a stupid man this is. What an unbelievably stupid man this is. Yeah, Turby Durden has joined the call. Turby Durden has joined the call from South Dakota. That's right. We have gained, Daria Lisa has gained the support of Turby Durden, who's running for South Dakota governor. Turby Dirty. And you know who's not on the call? Rusty Johnson. Rusty Johnson would never get on that phone call, brother. Let me tell you, it's only Turby Durden who's brave enough to go out and phone bank for a Democrat socialist. Rusty Johnson would never. 30,000 phone calls have been made, and Turby Durden made most of them. Dusty Johnson, you know who Dusty Johnson endorsed? Adriano Espaillat. Abbas Araghchi in the call.
Hey, Chris.
The foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Abbas Araghchi. What are you doing on this phone bank? Yeah, well, he's a fan. He's a HasanAbi head. So he probably heard me say you can call internationally, and he's calling in from Switzerland. Yeah, Abbas is cluing in the Daria Lisa. Abbas is giving the Daria Lisa canvassers inside access into the MOU. Wait, the one chatter that said he's in Switzerland, that was him? Yeah. Mohammed Morandi has joined the call. Zay Squirrel, also known as Zay Squirrel. Professor Mohammed Morandi has joined the call. Switzerland chatter, turns out Switzerland chatter wasn't Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It was J.D. Vance. Donald Trump also has some choice words, apparently. In describing the vandalism that took place at the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C., ABC Fake News, one of the worst in the business, even paying me $16 million for past bad and inaccurate reporting, failed to report that their close friends, Democrats, Obama and Biden, spent over $100 million on the reflecting pool, and it never worked. In fact, it was rarely opened due to leaks and stench. They wanted to spend $300 to $400 million, but just let it rot. I spent approximately $16 million, and it came out great, except for the vandalism, which we are now fixing. It was also a much bigger job than originally envisioned, including the outer areas and sidewalks. We are preparing lawsuits against ABC for false reporting. I like their money, which will be given to the U.S. Treasury. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Hell yeah. Yeah, you can do it from your computer or phone, by the way. And if not in the U.S., you click that under the sign-up form in your country. Remember, they have released, there is so much more people that have joined the phone bank. And I'm really proud of you guys for doing this. There's so many more people that joined the phone bank than they previously expected, that they put down more lists, more phone numbers, and they're splitting it up as well so they can tackle different neighborhoods piece by piece. So keep going, keep smiling, keep dialing. I'm proud of you guys. You don't have to be from New York. You don't even have to be from the United States of America. You can do it from all around the world. You can do it for your computer. You can do it from your phone. It's an unbelievably simple process, chat. It's an incredibly simple process. 30,000 calls have been made already. Many of them obviously still go to voicemail. Can you talk about why this race is specifically so important for the broader movement? Yes, Adriana Espaillat is an establishment Democrat, calcified in his position, is a do-nothing Democrat. He is not well liked by his constituents. He's weak. But he also has a party machine that is going to draw a lot of turnout. He also has a lot of outside spending, interest groups like the real estate developers, interest groups like the Israel lobby that have dumped bucket loads of money into this race to stop Daria Liza from winning this race. The race was actually favoring Daria Liza initially, when it didn't get that much attention, because no one really gives a shit about Adriana Espaillat. He's a relatively unknown candidate, regardless of the fact that he's literally the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Okay, and then the negative attack ads started coming in. They started rolling in nonstop. Right? Someone just asked, "What's hustle?" in the Zoom chat. That's so funny. And yeah, so basically, she's bold, she's brave, she will be an incredible fighter, and she's a democratic socialist. She's gone to the West Bank. She's done advocacy and organizing work for the last decade or so. I'll tell you how much of a real one Daria Liza is, and that'll maybe help you understand why she's been on the receiving end of tremendous amounts of attacks from mainstream outlets, as well as millions of dollars of AIPAC money. She was doxxed by Canary Mission in 2016. Okay? So she's been on the right side of history for longer than a decade. They doxxed her in 2016. Okay? That's part of the biggest attack. Like, one of the biggest attacks that she has been receiving is the fact that on October 8th, she went to the pro-Palestine rally, and they're trying to punish her for it. They're trying to punish her for being on the right side of history, but perhaps too early. Okay? So the idea, I mean, this person has been a fighter pretty much her whole life, and she's going up against the establishment machine, and hopefully will be able to unseat a do-nothing Democrat that is responsible for this district not getting the proper looks. Adriana Espaillat is also horrible with his constituent services, from what I understand.
As he's for our community. But check the fine print. Espaillat said he trusts Donald Trump to follow the law. Trust Trump? Espaillat backs Trump's agenda and gets big money from Trump donors, ICE contractors, AIPAC, and developers. We can't afford Espaillat. We need Daria Liza Avila Chevalier. Dari is one of us. Reuniting families. Fight to abolish ICE. Stand up to bad landlords. And make life more affordable again. Daria Liza. For a future we can afford. Adriano.
What is this? Oh, the Reflecting Pool Saga. All right, so we're going to move on to the Reflecting Pool Saga right now. ZBS Mornings covered it, and so did ABC, and Donald Trump is very upset. We're going to do Poolgate, obviously.
Swampy green. Now there's peeling paint as well. President Trump is blaming vandals, but not offering any proof, and said several people have been arrested. Ed O'Keefe has more on this saga. And the president is even inspecting the pool himself.
That's right, Matt. He flew over it in Marine One on Sunday and says that repairs to the pool will begin almost immediately. That might mean draining the nearly 6 million gallons out of this nearly 6-acre pool for the second time in 2 months, making this an even more costly and time-consuming summer pool project for the president. President Trump is promising to drain the swamp again. He says work to restore the green peeling mess to American flag blue will begin immediately, blaming vandals for ongoing problems, but with no proof. An administration official says at least 10 people were arrested or given citations for allegedly vandalizing the Washington landmark. But the White House didn't respond to requests for comment for more information about the president's accusations. He launched the repair project earlier this year, ahead of America's 250th birthday celebrations. But within days of its completion, algae bloomed.
We were trying to look at the new American flag blue, and we can't see that on the bottom.
Waiting in the pool, workers treated the water with gallons of hydrogen peroxide, cleaned out muck. But in some places, the American blue coating is now floating to the surface.
The green water takes a backseat here to fixing any potential areas that have been damaged. So,
swimming pool and aquatic systems specialist Steve Gooddale says the scale of the reflecting pool is a unique challenge.
It's perhaps similar to a man-made shallow lake. It's unique in that it's unlike a swimming pool where we manage it with a chemical sanitizer, chlorine. That's not an option here. Then on top of this, we add the grand scale to it, making it all more complicated.
Repairs are adding to the already over-budget project, totaling more than $16 million after a pair of no-bid contracts. One went to the company run by Trump donor J.J. Cafaro, called, get this, Green Water Services, which previously has done work at the president's private golf clubs.
The side that's been cleaned is kind of dark gray, I would say. And the side that they're working on here is...
Liar. See? So many haters. So many haters all around us. They're hating. They're lying. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe your lying eyes. The haters and losers are claiming that the pool is gray. The pool is blue. American flag blue.
Still bright lime green.
The Interior Department insists, quote, the reflecting pool is crisp.
Come on, bro. That is Mountain Dew green, dude. That is fucking Mountain Dew green. Holy shit. It's getting greener every day. God, I love the story. Shit looks like shit is just straight up Mountain Dew and probably just as lethal. It's Brondo. Yep.
So clear. The people we spoke with say the reality is murkier.
It's definitely greener. I was worried that it wouldn't reflect. It looks like it will still reflect, so there's that going for it at least.
Among those charged so far, former Olympian David Hearn, who faces a misdemeanor charge of destruction of government property. He says he merely just leaned over to take a look at the bottom of the pool and didn't do anything to damage it. In one of the president's weekend online posts, he alleged that there's a 250-foot gash that's been found in the pool. But when we followed up with the White House for more details of those accusations, we have yet to hear back, guys.
Boy, Ed, and the name of Mr. Cafaro's company is really Green Water Services.
Well, at least it's living up to the title of the company.
Yeah,
I just keep thinking about that scene in Forrest Gump when Jenny goes through the reflecting.
Dude.
Bro, this guy.
Bro, I'm sorry. It's fucking amazing. It turns out, you know how earlier today Donald Trump said that someone, a vandal with a knife, cut through the pool, which we all know is bullshit, obviously. Because, like, what's going on now is, like, obviously the pool has gained a lot of attention. So liberals are going to the pool, to the reflecting pool, and taking a look at what's at the bottom of it. And maybe some of them are pulling out the chipped paint particles. Okay? Obviously, that the chipping is not happening because someone is cutting with a knife. But it turns out Donald Trump, I guess, knew ahead of time that someone might try to vandalize it with a knife. And here's what he had to say back in May 4th, 2026.
This will last for at least 50 years. You'll never have a leak. It's very strong. You couldn't, if you had a knife, I don't want to give anybody ideas. If you had a knife, you can't even cut it. So strong, so powerful. It's like powerful rubber.
Are the contractors who...
That's so funny. I don't know why he brought up the knife. Like, I don't know why he was just tempting fate with that, where he was like, even if you had a knife, I mean, you couldn't even cut it if you tried to. Well, it turns out now he's claiming that someone with a knife actually did cut it, which, of course, didn't happen, by the way. That's not, I don't believe that at all.
The initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it
No,
the vandals?
we had vandalism. No,
Yeah. It's a bunch of liberal agitators came in and chipped away at the paint with a knife, or the fucking hydrogen peroxide started eating away at the dog shit paint.
You know, we have I think 290, 300-foot slit right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind.
National Guard and police have been all over the mall. How would these vandals have gotten so close to do something like that? Do you have any proof of this?
I mean, we didn't have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start cutting it?
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, we have proof.
Photos or videos?
Well, let's put it this way. When you have a 350, I think it's 350, not 250, a 350-foot slit from one end to the other, you think that's proof? You think that's real?
Reporters have been down there today looking for that slit that you mentioned, and
Well,
there's no evidence of
all
it.
you'd have to do is see the Parks Department. They'll show it to you. See the secretary. But I saw it. They cut it. They cut it very violently.
He deported all the competent pool guys. Oh, come on. Yeah. Also, third world country with a Gucci belt shit. This is literally, bro. This is the type of shit that American foreign adversary authoritarians are suspected of doing. Okay? Like this right here, this entire saga, this entire chaotic saga, albeit very comical, is exactly what we envision happened in like Stalin's Russia and is happening under Xi Jinping's leadership in China, okay?
Charlie.
Plainclothes officers making arrests of people trying to get a lick, trying to just fucking get a funny TikTok video, dude, claiming that this is vandalism. Oh my God. The National Guard is here. Thank God. Thank God, bro. I feel so much more comfortable. I feel so much more comfortable now. Now that I know the National Guard is here with their fucking Polaris vehicles, I was really worried that this crazy liberal woman was actually vandalizing the reflecting pool by taking a TikTok video and looking at the chip paint. Dude, you work for the National Park Services. Like, you don't have any shame at all? Like, you don't feel even remotely ashamed of what you're doing? Is this what you thought your job would entail? Serious question for the guy. Did you think that you would be doing this? Because, like, if you're working for the National Park Services, you're like a fucking fun-loving, forest-loving tree hugger, right? Like, that's what I thought. I can't believe even the MPS has chuds now. How is that possible? What, defending the homeland? Yes, defending the homeland from Iranian terrorists. I served 2 tours in 2026 in the reflecting pool, brother. Shit got out of hand. Sometimes we had to arrest grandmothers. Those are the most vicious ones, okay? Anytime I pass by an old folks home, I get PTSD. You understand? I remember those grandmas and what they would say to me. They'd call me a fascist. They spit on me, brother. But I had to do my job. That's why I joined the military, brother. That's why I joined the National Guard. I lost 5 brothers of mine at mine to ivermectin at the reflecting pools, brother. Look at the amount of law enforcement. Look at the amount of police mobilization. They got the National Guard. They got the National Park Services. And now they have Capitol Police. Everyone is dressed up in tactical gear to arrest a clearly libtarded TikToker. What the fuck is happening? Bro, this is literally what we think is happening in Pyongyang. This is unironically what Americans think they're doing. This is the timing of Pyongyang, okay? Americans will sincerely look you dead in the eyes and be like, this is what happened in North Korea, and it's bad. And when it happens in America, it's good. Thank God we're killing these fucking vandals. Oh my God, it just keeps growing. Oh my God. Oh my God. The more the camera zooms out, the more there are soldiers and cops around. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, ironically enough, the whole beautification initiative for Trump was so that people could go and look at the reflecting pool and be like, wow, my president actually beautified Washington, D.C. With this level of law enforcement response, people are going to be scared to go near the reflecting pool. It's going to defeat everything. It's going to defeat the purpose of even, trying to implement a beautification initiative. Now, he's not succeeding anyway. So I guess the less people see how green the fucking pool is, the better for Trump right now. But, I mean, what are we doing? What the hell is going on? Operation Reflecting Pool. He's sending BORTAC units. He's sending BORTAC units in there to fucking figure it out, dude. Oh my God. They're going to ban Forrest Gump and label it terrorist propaganda. Chris Hayes interviewed the Olympian who was arrested for touching reflecting pool.
Mr. Hearn, am I right that you were detained for 5 hours after this arrest?
Yes, I was in the lockup at Haynes Point Park Police jail, and I didn't know how long I was going to be held. I was held. After an hour, I was told that it was going to be a cite and release, so that led me to believe that I might not be there that long. But and it dragged on. I was photographed, and they put me back in, fingerprinted, put me back in, and I had not been able to allow.
Look at this monstrous criminal. He touched the reflecting pool. Okay? It's like he touched our reflecting pool. Oh, swap the word reflecting pool for E. Jean Carroll, and it's not so funny, is it, libtard? Okay, some Republican is going to make that argument, actually. Now that I said it out loud, oh my God. I can see Republicans making that argument. This is how we're operating. This is the frequency we're on nowadays in America. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you said AIPAC is monstrous. Well, swap the word AIPAC for Jews and kind of seems like you're a meanie. Not so funny, is it? What I don't understand is, how do you, as a cop who imagines himself as a cool Punisher figure, go back home and take yourself with any amount of seriousness after arresting the pool toucher? Brother, I think this is, it's easy booking for these guys.
I had to make a phone call. Nobody really knew.
Wait, he said phone. Is he Canadian? Is he Canadian? Put him in jail again. Put him in jail again. Why is he out? Why is this foreign terrorist? Why is this foreign terrorist allowed to do terrorism on U.S. soil? I thought Trump's America was different. He's from Baltimore? Even worse. Even worse. Even worse. Why are these terrorists allowed to roam the streets? I thought Donald Trump was not releasing these criminals.
I was there. I was held incommunicado that whole time. Was never read my rights.
What? What? Did they tell? Are you charged yet? Have they even furnished the charges?
We do have 2 misdemeanor citations, Chris, but there's no basis for this. We're going to contest it vigorously. Well, it's not a federal crime to touch water. If you look in the statutes, you'll see there's no such federal crime.
Yeah, does he do water sports? He's a canoe guy, right? Or a kayaker? Trump arrested a U.S. citizen for asking Oklahoma state troopers why they're in D.C. guarding the reflecting pool. What?
How do you do it? I was yelling at the Oklahoma state troopers. Why? I was yelling at them. I know, but why were you yelling at them? Because they're here. But Oklahoma state troopers. I know, but why would you be yelling at them? Like, just because they're here? I'm just trying to have a better understanding. Lick the boot. If you love the boot, lick
it. Beast mode. Beast mode. No, I think this guy was just trying to understand, like, why you were yelling at the Oklahoma State troopers. Like Big Z in the call with 600 phone banking recruits. Lemaire and 600 of his closest friends making 30,000 calls on a typical Monday. Join us tomorrow. Cap and Carl from HasanAbi's chat to every hustle. 70,000 phones rang in New York 13. I was there, converted an undecided voter to vote for Daria Liza. Hell yeah. Bro, this needs to stop. We are absurd. This country is absurd. It's not even funny now. It's just disappointing. No, it's pretty funny. I mean, what can you say, man? I mean, what can you fucking say, dude? I mean, what do you say to this? Why the fuck are there Oklahoma State troopers guarding the fucking reflecting pool? Yeah, baby duck died at the reflecting pool. This image was shared with me in the past hour by someone who's visited the reflecting pool. It's unclear what the cause of death is. Yeah, by the way, Trump is going to make it illegal to distribute photos like this. Like we're in fucking Bahrain and people are filming the strikes, the Iranian strikes on American bases. Trump is going to be like, it's illegal. If you film any of the dead ducks, you're going to prison. I will not stop until every American only looks at the pool and says, yum, that water looks delicious. It's definitely American flag blue. Don't even say it's a different kind of blue. It's not turquoise. If you say it's turquoise, straight to jail. Just American flag blue. Do not say it's French flag blue. I will put you in prison for that too. Another water molester arrested. Texas Marshal told me yes, but National Guard told the Swedish media that if she touches it again, it'll be her last time. What? Good morning from the reflecting pool where we've been told by a Texas Marshal that I'm allowed to touch the water.
Uh-oh. I was lied to. You can't touch it. They lied to me. The Texas Marshal said I could touch it. The National Guard told her she cannot touch it.
Get her ass, dude. Get this fucking terrorist out of here. Again, foreign criminal terrorizers molesting our beautiful water. Okay? Molesting our beautiful waterways.
This is last time we allowed someone to molest our waterways, we had to sign off on $300 billion. Okay. We had to release $300 billion in funds. Okay. We are no longer letting any waterways be molested. That's right. That's right. Straight to Guantanamo Bay. I believe she's a Swedish reporter. Sure. A Hamas reporter, you mean? Yeah, right. Swedish reporter. What's next? Al Jazeera reporter? We all know that means Hamas. That's awesome that they're just like arresting people for interacting with the national parks, interacting with a monument. What is this, right? 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper.
Yeah, all of you have, actually. Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper on
Nobody cares.
Good point, good point.
I never go back. I just, and usually...
Oh my God, this fucking dipshit, dude. I mean, it's kind of funny. He kind of cooked them. What is this? Zionist lawfare activist Hillel Neuer blasts UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese for saying America's controlled by the Jewish lobby, then brags about successfully lobbying the U.S. government to sanction her and close her bank accounts for her criticisms of Israel. She is banned from entering.
She is banned entry from the United States. She cannot use a bank card. She cannot use a debit card. She cannot receive a payment. It sends a message of deterrence. And after she was sanctioned, we got her husband, who works for the World Bank, who shares in her incitement. He was demoted from his position at the World Bank for incitement to hate. She is banned.
Bro, what is going? Dude, it is nutty, man. Jerusalem News Syndicate. Another one. Like, remember, these conferences, man, they're crazy. Yeah, we expelled her 12-year-old from middle school. It was awesome. And everyone's like, yeah, put him in a camp. The person he's talking about is the special rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories at the United Nations, by the way. Like, this is the person that he's talking about is someone who works for the United Nations. Like, that's who this dipshit got debanked successfully. Is actually nuts.
Do you believe that Israel has a right to exist?
Yeah, this is who
Israel does exist. Israel is a recognized member of the United Nations. Besides this, there is not such a thing in international law like a right of a state to exist. Does Italy has a right to exist? Italy exists. Now, if tomorrow Italy and France want to merge and become Ita France, fine. This is not up to us. What is enshrined in international law is the right of a people to exist. So the state is there, the state of Israel is there, is protected as a member of the United Nations. Does this justify the erasure of another people? Hell no. Not 75 years ago, not 57 years ago, surely not today. Where is the protection of the Palestinian people from erasure, from annexation, from illegal occupation and apartheid? This is what we need to discuss.
I love her. She's brilliant. That's who this fucking comic book villain is celebrating, ruining the life of. It's crazy because it's like, then they demoted the husband too. Anyway, all right. That's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. Short, sweet, 7-hour broadcast. Tomorrow's going to be a long fucking day. It's 5:49 p.m. in Los Angeles time, but it's actually 8:49 p.m. here in Eastern time. It's night time for me. Tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow night, hopefully we're going to make history happen. We'll see. I am going to have a very special broadcast tomorrow. I'll obviously do my regular news coverage, and then I'm planning to travel to potentially Claire's district and Daria Elisa's district with the Kid Marrow and Brace Belden for a very special episode. And then at night, did you mean to do sub only, boss? Did I do it? I don't know why. I mean, I'm obviously, it ain't over till it's done, right? Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Or as Jalen Brunson put it, what did he say? He said, you can imagine the worst scenario as long as you overcome it. Isn't that what he said? Something like that. And that's the mayor. Quick update. 4th list is almost done on the dialer list. I'm proud of you guys.
for smiling and dialing. Oh, goddamn. If tomorrow's better for you, you can sign up the phone bank ahead of time. You can also go out and door knock tomorrow too. Get out the vote initiatives will be happening all around the city. And yeah, it's amazing that U.S. people are so full of themselves when calling from Switzerland. Everyone's like, yes, makes sense that you can call from there. New York is the most important city. Was a good night. See ya. Okay, JD Vance, calm down. All right. And go focus on the MOU. Go focus on the Memorandum of Understanding, JD. You ain't slick, big dog. Calling in from Switzerland. I see you. Are you going to be in a suit tomorrow? Yes, of course I'm going to be in a suit tomorrow. What a question. What kind of question is this? Obviously. Anyway. Tomorrow also Utah. Nate Bluin. If you're in Utah, go vote for Nate Bluin. Okay? And then at night, I'm going to go to both of the election watch parties later. Okay? And that's it. I didn't finish reacting to Dean on Jubilee, but maybe if we have time tomorrow, I'll do that tomorrow, okay? Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter logs, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail. It's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.